This, ladies and gentlemen, is the last time. Finally, after so much fighting, they managed to corner the Demon King. Our protagonist, Kai, from the weakest class, is a dark mage. He remembers his beloved Colette and is determined to finally kill the Demon King. But suddenly, the Demon King attacks them, and one of his party members asks Kai to stop his movements. The protagonist then uses a skill called Bloodbind, and immediately the ability starts to take effect. The protagonist orders the binds to imprison the Demon King. The binds rush forward and seize him, preventing him from moving. Kai then yells for Ares to finish the blow. Ares smiles and advances, brandishing his sword. Out of nowhere, he plunges his sword into Kai, his older brother, making him vomit blood. With the strike, he manages to pierce both his brother and the Demon King. Kai, stunned, asks why his brother did that. The protagonist falls to the ground, nearly lifeless, while his brother lets out a malicious laugh and shouts that he managed to kill the Demon King, and, with that, has become the true hero. Kai turns with great difficulty and asks again why his brother did that. Ares, a stronger class hero, retorts, asking why Kai is surprised. He continues to smile uncontrollably and says that having a shitty dark mage for an older brother was disgraceful, emphasizing that Kai was too presumptuous to try to steal his glory. Johann, a high-class saint, also comments that having an evil dark mage as a companion in the best classes, even if it was a trial sent by God, was still too absurd. Kai, fallen and unable to do anything, asks what they're talking about and emphasizes that he always used his dark magic to help them. The redhead, hearing this, laughs uncontrollably. Her name is Elsa, an arcane swordswoman of ultra-rare class. She points out that Kai was really damn presumptuous and that his class is horrendous. Kai, disappointed, thinks he worked hard for the past 5 years to get there, and now he was just one step away. He begins to remember the past. When they turned 15, everyone receives a special ability from God called a class. That day, Kai received the Dark Mage class, a class specialized in dark magic, hated for having more affinity with demons than with humans, being the weakest among all dark attribute classes. It is known by everyone as a failed class. Elsa, stepping on the protagonist's head, says that despite everything, they would still treat trash with that class as human, but his share would decrease if he came back alive, so it would be better for him to die already. Ares holds the sword, still stuck in his brother, and cruelly twists it, saying that with that, sweet Colette will be his. The protagonist screams with all the pain and hatred he was feeling. He remembers the past again, when his beloved Colette's father told them that the Dark Mage and Saint classes don't match, so the engagement would be broken off. Colette screamed, saying no, that was an exaggeration, and that she loved Kai. Her father ignored her and ordered her to say goodbye to him, as that would be the last day he would allow them to have contact. She, speechless, passed by the guards, disappointed, and began to remove her bracelet. She gave the bracelet to Kai and asked him to keep it. The two looked at each other, filled with sadness, and still holding Kai's hand, she said her final farewell. Kai felt shattered by it. Colette turned around and said that one day they would meet again, and that was a promise. Returning to the present, Ares continued laughing compulsively. He approached the protagonist and said she asked him to kill him, and so did their father. Their father was the strongest knight of the Sacred Kingdom and trained several fearless heroes. He is the head of the prestigious Austen family. Kai remembered his father saying they didn't need a filthy dark mage in the family, but if he participated in the subjugation of the Demon King, he would allow him to return to the Austen family. Kai, confused, asks about subjugating the Demon King. His father also said he would ensure that Kai rekindled the engagement with his childhood friend, Colette. Shortly after that, Colette was confined to a room in the royal palace and used to cast a large barrier to protect the sacred city. If Kai defeated the Demon King, she would be freed and they would marry, living a happy and peaceful life together. Kai remembers all the effort he put in to restore his father's trust and win Colette back, killing monsters and overcoming all challenges until he finally reached conjuring level 999. And yet, back to the present. His brother sarcastically says it's a shame. The older brother was killed by the Demon King, and the younger brother survived because he was unbeatable. As life fades from his body, Kai concludes that he was just a pawn in the hands of Ares and their father. He curses, unable to accept it all. Ares, holding the sword, says that finally, Kai won't be a bother anymore. He tells his brother to rest easy, as he will take good care of Colette, so he can die in peace. The protagonist, trembling, reflects that if he had known this would happen, he would have run away with his beloved far away, without caring about others or common sense. He would have just pursued happiness. Suddenly, he remembers the bracelet and hears his beloved's voice asking him not to die. Kai laments everything, wishing he could have seen Colette one last time. On a sunny day, birds are singing at the window, and a voice appears. Kai, how long are you going to sleep? Suddenly, the protagonist wakes up. He gets up, astonished, wondering what the hell happened. He feels short of breath and starts sweating cold. Noticing that Coletta is there, he becomes confused, thinking she should be imprisoned, and wonders what she is doing there. Colette asks what happened, as he looks startled and covered in sweat. The protagonist doesn't answer. He only tries to understand why he is there, and without any injuries. Suddenly, he screams, asking what is going on, and the young woman, with a sweet expression, simply replies, "Good morning, Kai." Completely confused and still sweating cold, Kai looks at his beloved, thinking that something is strange, as she should be in her 20s now, but she looks younger. Colette, with a concerned expression, comments that he's still half asleep and reminds him that today is an important day for them. She asks if he's okay. The protagonist, covering up, apologizes and says he's still a little drowsy. Suddenly, seeing his reflection in the mirror, he is shocked to realize that he too looks younger. The young woman asks him to wake up once and for all, saying with all the excitement that today is the day of the class revelation ceremony, and she's looking forward to it. While Kai remains completely astonished, he asks if the ceremony is really today. Grabbing her shoulders, he asks what year it is, leaving her startled. Getting very close to her, he desperately asks if he is not yet a dark mage, leaving the young woman speechless. The protagonist wonders if this is a dream when suddenly, Colette pushes him back and awkwardly says he was too close. Kai apologizes for that and continues pondering if this is a dream or if he has gone back in time. The protagonist raises his arm and is shocked to realize that he still has the heraldry. Colette is also astonished and asks if that is a heraldry and why he already has a class. Kai reflects that if he really went back to the past, he shouldn't have a heraldry yet, as it's only received after the class revelation ceremony. Out of nowhere, Kai asks to display status, and the status screens open, indicating Class, Dark Mage, Level 999, Skills, None. Kai concludes that his status remained the same as before his death. Suddenly, he notices the message, Status Locked, Second Entry. He is left speechless by that. The protagonist thinks that crazy things have been happening one after the other, and that there is only one thing he understands so far. At this very moment, he is in the past. He wonders if this is some kind of magic, but quickly changes his mind, as it's beyond any existing type of magic, and no one could do something like this, not even the Demon King. However, he remembers hearing Colette's voice before losing consciousness. Suddenly, Colette calls him back to reality, asking if he's okay since he seemed lost in thought. She asks again about the heraldry. Suddenly, the bracelet starts to slip off the bed, falling to the floor with a noise. Colette notices and quickly picks it up, saying she thought she had lost it, but it was there the whole time. Kai remembers the bracelet and Colette's words when she gave him the jewel. "I promise we will meet again." Suddenly, Kai gets up, thinking that he finally understands. Looking at his beloved, he deduces that her bracelet held the power of the saint she possesses. He starts laughing to himself, leaving the young woman confused. Out of nowhere, he hugs her, saying it was all her, that now he knows what will happen, and he can change the future. Colette, still confused, asks if he is a dark mage. The protagonist doesn't respond, only thinking that he can prevent Colette's imprisonment and her death. Still hugging her, he says that he will never let anyone take her from him again. The young woman widens her eyes, surprised, and asks what he is talking about. Kai realizes that she doesn't know anything and apologizes, trying to avoid explaining what's happening. Colette, slightly upset, says it's not that she didn't like it, but he hugged her so suddenly that it startled her. After all, they are engaged, so even if he wants that, Kai, embarrassed, quickly interrupts her. The young woman says it's okay. Kai, disappointed, comments that the engagement will be complicated when his family finds out he's a dark mage. Colette just listens, and he continues saying that people say dark mages are like demons. He remembers his father saying they didn't need a filthy dark mage in their house. The young woman, with a serene expression, says she doesn't see a difference between a dark mage and other classes, and emphasizes that he is still himself, after all. The protagonist, relieved, thinks that after everything, she remains the same person as always. He believes she didn't even change her attitude when she found out he was a dark mage, even with everyone hating him. Still, she extended her hand to him, and for that reason, he can't trust any other human, only his beloved. The protagonist begins to approach her, telling her not to be scared by what he's going to say. Colette, concerned, asks what happened. Kai shows his hand, explaining that he came back 5 years from the future, and now, the man before her is a level 999 dark mage. In shock, she replies, questioning him about being from the future and about that absurd level. He turns and says he will show her proof. The protagonist begins to use magic on his finger, which soon envelops the whole room, and he proclaims for the archdemon to rise from the depths. Suddenly, a giant demon appears with a terrifying roar. Colette almost faints upon seeing it and asks how that's possible. the demon continues with a frightening aura, making a horrible noise. Kai, still casting the spell, explains that level 999 dark mages can make pacts with high-level demons like archdemons. He remembers that the pact he made for the first time is still active, which shows that he will be able to use all the dark magic he learned without difficulty. The most important thing, this proves his theory was correct. Looking at Colette, he thinks they dreamed of meeting again, and the dream came true. However, he needs to hurry, because there's no more time, as the class revelation ceremony is today, and the Demon King is born today. The giant demon kneels before the protagonist, leaving the young woman terrified. The demon asks Kai please to give him an order, and Kai, with his power, gives a slight smile. The protagonist, with magic at his fingertips, turns around and apologizes for scaring Colette, explaining that it was proof that he really is a level 999 dark mage. With a smile, she replies that yes, she believes him, and that she never doubted him, since he's not one to lie, but she admits that it scared her. Suddenly, Kai calls her, and taking her hands, he says that he's heard that not even 10 holy knights could defeat an archdemon. He also mentions that dark mages can't learn skills, but in return, they can master all types of magic and use many powerful spells. Colette finds it all incredible. The protagonist loses some of his excitement, and remembering his beloved in prison, he says she needs to listen carefully to what he has to say. She looks at him attentively. Kai explains that today, she will receive the class of Saint, and Ares will receive the class of Hero. Excited, she says that another hero will be born in the Austen family, but the protagonist quickly interrupts, saying that this is a bad thing because if Ares becomes a hero, suddenly someone appears at the door. It's Ares himself, asking if his brother called him. The protagonist looks suspiciously at him, and both are shocked. Ares, curious, asks where the archdemon is. Kai and Colette are nervous about the situation, and as Ares approaches, the protagonist quietly asks if the archdemon has already left. He looks at the ground and notices that it's gone, while Colette remains tense. Ares asks what archdemon his brother is talking about, and questions if his brother was talking behind his back. He comments that it's pathetic for a hero candidate to talk about others. Colette, irritated, responds that Kai wasn't talking behind his back. Ares approaches her and whispers in her ear, asking why, instead of staying with Kai, she doesn't stay with him. The protagonist immediately pushes him away from her, shoving him back, and with a serious look, tells him to leave. Ares immediately starts drawing his sword, asking what will happen if he doesn't want to leave. The protagonist doesn't back down and steps forward. He gets close to the portal through which the demon is summoned, and his hand begins trembling, eager to summon it. His brother notices the trembling hand, but unable to see that he is wielding power, comments that he's trembling in fear. The two glare at each other with hatred, while Colette grows nervous about the situation. But suddenly, someone arrives asking for permission to speak. It's a servant, informing Ares that the Duke is calling him. Ares quickly turns around and, sheathing his sword, says he's on his way. The protagonist feels relieved, and Colette remains scared. Kai calls her to leave as well, and the two depart, leaving Ares alone. In another place, they feel calmer, and the young woman smiles, relieved. Meanwhile, Ares remains filled with anger. Walking through the city streets, the protagonist comments that going out into the city and seeing so many people makes him feel nostalgic. Colette responds that it must have been a long time for him. Suddenly, someone calls him Kaisama, and he, confused, remembers that in the past, people used to respectfully address him that way. A cheerful merchant thanks him for dealing with Gorotsuki the other day. Walking through the market, Kai realizes that no one here knows he's a dark mage yet. Continuing their walk, the young woman tells him that everyone here likes him because he's always worked hard. She looks at him with admiration. Upon arriving at a park, the protagonist says they need to continue their conversation, and she quickly agrees. He continues by saying that later, at the ceremony, Ares will receive the class of hero, but soon after, he will make a mistake, as all heroes do. And because of Ares, the Demon King Griselda will be born, and in just 3 days, the Sacred Kingdom will fall. Colette can't believe what she's hearing, and the protagonist emphasizes that, to be precise, the kingdom will remain, but half of the people will die. And to protect what remains of the sacred city, a great barrier will be conjured. But to maintain the protection, she will be imprisoned in the royal palace. And on top of all that, he will receive the class of Dark Mage, which will lead to his exile from the Austen family, resulting in their separation. Colette, desperate, says she doesn't want that, emphasizing that she wants to stay with him forever. The protagonist is astonished to hear that, and with a smile on his face, asks if she accepts to go with him, saying they will live together. Colette turns red as a beet, and with a trembling voice, asks if that was a marriage proposal. She runs to hug him, saying she is very happy and that they will be together forever. While embracing her, the protagonist thinks that, in his first life, he was very foolish, as he should have done this from the start. With a regretful look, he realizes that he should have given her that hug a long time ago. Sometime later, Colette is already mounted on a horse, and the protagonist asks her to hide in the village of Lacus for a while, as the chaos of the war won't reach there. She must arrive at the village within 3 days. Worried, she asks if he won't go with her. The protagonist bites his lips and says he needs to stop his brother Ares and prevent the birth of the Demon King. Colette says she understands because that's what is expected of her fiancé, always doing his best to protect others. She then departs, waving her hand and saying she'll be waiting for him. Kai, smiling, says he will resolve everything there and soon meet her, and closing his eyes, he says it's a promise. But he thinks that, in truth, his fiancé is wrong because he isn't doing it for the good of everyone, but for his own good. He will save Griselda from his brother Ares before she becomes the Demon King, and start a relationship with the demons, as their help will be essential to face his future pursuers. After all, he discovered that, in reality, the battle wasn't against the Demon King. He remembers Griselda, the Demon King, furious after finally finding the enemy of her friend Sasha, while the confused hero didn't even know what he had done, leaving Griselda even more enraged. The protagonist reflects that no one would have imagined that the bringer of peace, the hero, would cause the destruction of humanity. And if he manages to save Sasha, Griselda's friend, maybe he can prevent her from becoming the Demon King. With frightening and fully concentrated power, Kai says that now his rebellion against fate will begin. Sometime later, descending a dark staircase, Ares holds a whip in his hand, saying this is the last time he will ask. With her hands chained, a woman spits blood, which was already spreading across the floor. It was Griselda, completely wounded by Ares, who commands her, kill Kai. He looks directly into her eyes and orders again that she kill Kai. The young woman, even in that situation, doesn't back down and insults him, saying she doesn't take orders from filthy scum like him. Ares then whips her once more, saying that apparently she still hasn't learned what happens when she disobeys his orders. Griselda endures the blows firmly, and noticing her shackles, realizes they are for magical restraint. She says that if it weren't for them, Ares would already be dead. Ares begins to approach her again and calmly asks what she's going to do. He looks at her with superiority and steps closer, emphasizing that she is his slave and should know her place. Extremely irritated, he orders her once again to kill Kai at that moment, emphasizing that the prophecy says the hero will arise that day, and it will probably be his bastard brother. Ares remembers Colette and Kai together, and comments that if Kai truly becomes a hero, Colette will definitely marry him. Angry, he shouts that it would be absurd, and that he will not allow it, leaving the young woman frightened. He continues, saying that Colette and the hero class must belong to him. Ares starts explaining that a hero possesses overwhelming fighting power, a light attribute chosen as the strongest by God, and being special is a hero's privilege. He can enter others' homes without permission, steal, break property, and everything classified as a hero's privilege is allowed by law. Enthralled by the idea, he asks if that isn't amazing, emphasizing that no one can oppose the only existence capable of defeating the Demon King. Excited, he continues commenting that if he becomes a hero, he can take any woman he wants. Imagining the women, he salivates, saying he really wants to be the hero. He remembers his brother and shouts that if he kills Kai, he will surely receive the hero class, and that was his last chance. Griselda listens to everything and responds that there is no honor in that, and calls him filthy for only thinking about the women he could get. Enraged, Ares slaps her hard and, humiliating her, asks if she knows why he bought her. Griselda, even in pain, responds, telling him not to underestimate her, for she is a proud vampire with the blood of the Demon King running through her veins, and she will not do what he wants, even if he kills her. Ares insults her again and says he spent all his money on her. Drawing his sword, he says that, in that case, he'll do as she prefers. He raises the sword, preparing to strike, and says he's going to kill her, while she screams in fear. She closes her eyes, awaiting the blow, as Ares tells her to regret her choice in the afterlife. Suddenly, another girl screams, begging him to stop and pleading for her friend's life, and Griselda, crying, is surprised to see that her friend Sasha had woken up, telling her to stay quiet. Sasha insists that she won't be silent, even if it's an order from Griselda-sama. She continues, saying she'll kill Kai in Griselda's place, so Ares could free her friend. Suddenly, Ares kicks her in the head and, stepping on her, asks if she's sure she'll go in Griselda's place. Mockingly, he says she's just a low-level demon, and Kai is the prodigy of the Austin family. Sasha is terrified upon seeing the sword, and suddenly, he strikes Sasha swiftly, making her scream in pain. Griselda, desperate, cries out for her friend and calls Ares a scoundrel. Ares hears this, surprised, and gives a wicked smile. He grabs Sasha by the chin and, with disdain, asks if that maid is important to her. He starts laughing, making Griselda feel powerless. He continues, saying that demons wanting to act like humans are a joke. Ares places his sword on Sasha's neck and starts commenting that his father used to do this kind of thing a lot. He makes a small cut on the young girl's neck, leaving her friend terrified. Spreading his arms, he says he'll give her one last chance, asking her to say she will obey Arisama's orders and admit that she's trash, but will be a faithful servant of Arisama. Ares emphasizes that she only needs to repeat what he said and asks if, even as a dumb demon, she can manage that. Griselda says that it's too much humiliation, and Ares, still pointing his sword at Sasha's neck, threatens to kill her dear friend. Griselda grits her teeth in distress seeing that. Ares then raises his sword, preparing the blow, but suddenly Griselda begs him to stop, trembling with fear of losing her friend. Sasha, even in that situation, tells Griselda not to worry about her. Griselda, despite this, says she needs her friend and begins to cry. With a trembling, weak voice, she says she will obey Arisama. Sasha is shocked and says she can't humiliate herself like that she must keep her pride. Griselda is moved by hearing that and continues crying. Ares, confused by the dialogue, comments to himself that those two filthy beings are ignoring him. With his sword on his shoulder, he starts talking and, with a cold look, says, "Die!" He grabs his sword and strikes swiftly, but before the blow hits anyone, a loud noise comes from the cell bars. Ares stops his strike and, looking at the cell door, can't believe what he's seeing. A dark magic takes over the entire place, destroying the cell bars. Sasha and Griselda are terrified, looking to see what was happening. Amid the dust, only a silhouette was visible, emanating powerful magic. When the dust settles, Kai appears, looking at Griselda, who was stunned to see him and to notice the mark on his hand. Kai uses his magic and shouts for Ares to stop. Ares, with his sword raised, is confused to see his brother there. Kai then prepares a powerful punch and, with dark magic in his fist, hits Ares violently, sending him flying against the wall and coughing up blood from the impact. Griselda and Sasha are impressed by the blow, while Kai remains serious. He begins to approach, and, when near the girl, says, "Thank God I arrived in time." Ares remains on the ground, almost unconscious from the force of the punch. Griselda, in shock, asks who he is. Kai notices her pointed ears and says that she's probably Griselda, asking if a little girl like her would really become the Demon King. Griselda, confused, wonders about this Demon King and asks what he's talking about. Looking at the other young woman, Kai asks if she, then, is Sasha. The young woman, nearly fainting, calls out for Griselda. The protagonist, seeing that, wonders how his brother could have done such a disgusting act. Griselda, still not understanding anything, asks Kai how he knows their names. But Kai immediately asks her to wait a bit. He raises his hand and proclaims a black healing magic. He casts the magic on Sasha, who immediately begins to heal. She closes her eyes, feeling the relief of the healing in her wounds. Griselda, in shock, exclaims that he healed all her wounds at once. And Kai, focused, says that he will also heal her wounds. Looking at her, Kai thinks that Griselda has always been his enemy, but the girl in front of him now is not the same Demon King who killed thousands of innocents. She's just a poor little girl who was made a slave. The protagonist then casts his healing magic on her, and she immediately begins to heal completely. Kai then casts the spell, Break Bonds, and all the shackles start to crumble. Griselda is astonished, as all her wounds have healed, and even the slavery magic had disappeared. Touching her face, she wonders how that was possible in just an instant. Soon, the two girls embrace, relieved to have escaped that situation, and, crying, the two shout that they are finally free. Kai watches with relief and thinks that everything is finally okay. Sasha, still very emotional and crying, comments that when her territory was taken by Elsa, the demon hunter, she thought it was the end of everything. Kai hears this and turns, asking about Elsa and if she's a red-haired arcane swordswoman. Griselda, irritated, asks if he knows Elsa, and the protagonist responds that yes, he knows her very well. The two become furious hearing that, and Sasha immediately asks if he is an ally of Elsa. Kai, also irritated, shouts that he most certainly is not. He starts explaining that Elsa invaded demon territory to destroy them with an army of adventurers, and her purpose was always money. She made a fortune kidnapping and selling demons, and since the victims were all demons, humans always supported her. And, thanks to her fame and skill, she joined the Heroes group at only 17 years old. Kai, still irritated, says that just thinking about being her ally makes him want to vomit. Griselda remains suspicious, looking seriously at the protagonist, but says she still has to thank him, as he is her savior and will have her sincere gratitude. She asks for his name, and he promptly says his name is Kai Austin. Griselda says she now understands. So he is Ari's brother. She asks if Kai isn't a hero candidate and why he is helping demons. Kai ignores the question and asks if she would accept a partnership. Griselda is intrigued by the question. Kai, lowering his head and showing the mark on his hand, says there's no place for him in human society anymore. Griselda is astonished to see the mark and points out that it's the black heraldry, affirming that he's a black mage. Sasha says she now understands why he can use black magic, but still suspicious, says it's strange. She recalls all the spells he used and comments that he can cast 2 high-level spells simultaneously, something that can't be achieved at his age. Griselda agrees, saying he's still suspicious, but he did save them. The protagonist, lost in thought, ponders his brother's actions. Sasha, with a suspicious look, calls her friend. Griselda, determined, says it doesn't matter, she trusts him. Sasha then starts telling the protagonist that Ares wanted to kill him to get the hero class. Kai is shocked to hear that, and, looking at Ares, who was still battered from the punch, wonders why he's been trying to kill him all this time. Griselda proudly says that obviously she refused to obey Ares' orders, as true demons wouldn't participate in such filthy acts, and her friend Sasha applauds her for her beautiful words. She laughs, proud of her friend, who gets embarrassed. Griselda continues, saying that if Kai hadn't shown up, she would have lost a very important friend. Kai remembers the Demon King and thinks he'll never forgive his brother and that he has finally found Sasha's enemy. He looks to the side and sees the cheerful girls. Kai realizes he finally understands everything because, in the other timeline, Ares killed Sasha and Griselda fell into despair, developing hatred against humanity, which led her to kill thousands of innocents. Standing in front of his brother, who is now on the verge of unconsciousness, Kai points out that it was all that scoundrel's fault. He looks at his brother, still sleeping like a baby, and begins casting a spell, thinking it's better to kill him now. He remembers the scene of his brother stabbing him in the back and telling him to stop being a nuisance, calling him trash, and laughing as he said he had a useless black mage as an older brother. Kai grows furious, recalling all of that. He also remembers his brother from when they were children, competing with him for Khalid's affection, while she innocently smiled. The protagonist thinks that if he kills Ares like this, his beloved will surely be disappointed. Suddenly, Griselda calls out to him, asking what he's doing. Kai closes his eyes and starts analyzing the situation, leaving Griselda intrigued. The three stand there in front of Ares, and suddenly the protagonist hits his own forehead, invoking a spell, which confuses Griselda. Suddenly, a creature forms on the protagonist's forehead, and the creature starts moving, and out of nowhere, enters Ares' mouth. Griselda and Sasha are astonished by this, and Sasha screams that the thing went into his mouth. Griselda asks if it was a curse, and the protagonist replies that she hit the nail on the head. Soon, the curse begins to take over Ares, and his face starts changing color. Griselda, curious, asks what kind of curse Kai used. Kai just watches his brother, who remains still, and says it's a curse that will turn his life into a living hell. Sasha asks about turning Ares' life into hell, and the protagonist quickly replies that she'll understand soon enough. The curse continues to take over Ares, and Griselda approaches him to get a closer look. She is impressed by the curse and says it is splendid. Sasha, a bit nervous, comments that not even demons have mastered that kind of dark magic, and that this Kai is becoming more and more suspicious. Kai feels a bit awkward and starts sweating, unable to explain himself. Suddenly, he begins to notice the girls, and when he sees Griselda's short dress and the low neckline of Sasha's large chest, he blushes and says they need some clothes. Both of them get embarrassed and start turning red as well. Kai then proclaims a dark magic called Wallach's wardrobe, and a sort of portal appears. Kai puts his hand inside and says there should be something for them to wear. He then pulls out some clothes and, showing them to the girls, says it would be better if they changed somewhere else. The two then start going upstairs. Once in a room, Griselda, with her arms raised, tells Sasha she can dress herself, and Sasha asks Kai to please wait in another room. The protagonist feels embarrassed and tells them to relax, as he won't look at anything. He turns his back and starts thinking that it's almost noon, and soon his brother will receive the hero class, and all the damage he's taken will be completely healed thanks to the hero class, except for the curse he cast. Kai begins to walk, thinking that the real problem will actually be the sacred sword. Soon, Griselda calls him, and he promptly looks. She is delighted with the dress and feels great wearing it. Gratefully, she says it's the first time she's worn something like that, and Kai, smiling, responds that she looks beautiful. She immediately blushes and shyly thanks him for the compliment. Sasha soon appears, and, disappointed, says she can't believe Kai made Griselda wear a maid's outfit. Griselda, on the other hand, excited, says that Sasha looks beautiful in the dress too, and Sasha thanks her. The protagonist interrupts the two, asking if they could give him a moment of their attention. They both promptly look at him attentively, and he says he has something he needs to explain to them. They sit down, and after the protagonist explains everything, Griselda is shocked and asks if it's true, all that he said about coming from 5 years in the future, and that she was the Demon King. Kai explains that it wasn't just that, and continues saying that he was killed by his brother in the future and betrayed by the hero's group. Completely nervous as he recalls it, the protagonist says that's why he doesn't trust the hero or any humans anymore. Sasha, remembering the healing magic she received, says that now she understands why he has those magical abilities. With a serious expression, she continues, saying that the fact that Griselda turned into the Demon King is quite credible. Griselda turns to her, surprised to hear that. With a confident smile, Griselda says that if Kai were trying to trap them, he probably would have come up with a better lie, and besides, he saved them in the first place. Kai feels embarrassed by this, and Griselda continues, asking what he's going to do now. With determination in his eyes, Kai says that now he will destroy Elsa. Griselda is astonished to hear this, and quickly asks if it's true. She begins to explain that Elsa enslaved her people and is stealing the valuable resources from her territory, and lowering her head, she continues saying that, at that very moment, her people are suffering. Kai places his hand on his chest and firmly says he will reclaim that territory. Griselda's eyes shine at this, and she asks if he can really save her people. Kai simply nods in agreement. She starts crying with relief and, barely able to speak, says she's so happy because she will be able to honor her late father. Sasha, also crying, agrees with her friend. Kai, with clenched fists, asks if, in return, they can allow him and Khalid to live there, explaining that Khalid is his fiancé. Griselda appears somewhat disappointed and comments that now she understands what he meant when he asked for a partnership, adding that if it's just that, they can live there peacefully. Kai mentions that Khalid will receive the Saint class today. Griselda can't believe what she hears and responds that if he runs off with the Saint, the Sacred Kingdom will send an army after him. Kai retorts that he will handle it alone, and in the future, if the Sacred Kingdom attacks them, he will... Suddenly, the ground begins to shake intensely. Kai quickly realizes what's happening, and out of nowhere, the house they were in starts collapsing, with debris flying everywhere. But Kai swiftly grabs the two young women and runs out before they're hit. After reaching a safe distance, he stops and looks back. The two girls, in shock, ask how he got them out so fast. Suddenly, someone begins to emerge from the flames, and the fire spreads all over the place. Kai says the time has come and asks them to stay behind him. Griselda is terrified by the situation, while Sasha holds her, trying to calm her down. Griselda, scared, asks if he was really that fast. The house quickly becomes just a pile of burning rubble, and from the midst of the flames, someone emerges with a horrifying smile. It's Ares, laughing uncontrollably, asking how Kai is doing. Kai remains serious, determined, and as he starts to prepare his magic, he greets his brother. Ares, still smiling, says his brother seems angry, but suddenly he notices the heraldry on Kai's hand and is stunned. Looking closely at the mark, he asks if he really is a black mage, and showing his own heraldry to Kai, says it's a shame. The hero candidate Kai ended up with the worst class possible, and, proudly displaying his heraldry, Ares says he received the hero class. The protagonist begins to think that this heraldry and the vital resurrection ability completely healed Ares. Ares, grinning, says he's beaten his brother, and now it's his time to shine. Griselda, outraged, says that it's unacceptable for trash like Ares to be the hero. Ares, the messenger of chaos, comments that his brother knocked him down earlier, and now he's going to return the favor. Displaying his heraldry again, he says he didn't expect to receive it. Ares then proclaims, summoning the sacred sword Durandal, and a giant lightning bolt appears in the sky, striking right on him. Ares then reveals his sword, which is enormous and powerful. He says that it is the hero's sword, proof of his worthiness. The protagonist just watches silently. The girls are in shock at the sight of the sword, and Sasha comments that she can feel an overwhelming amount of magic emanating from it, while Griselda says that perhaps even Kai isn't a match for that sacred sword. The protagonist is furious upon realizing that the sword, Durandal, is the same sacred sword that killed him in his previous life. Ares, still laughing, says that Kai can start crying and begging for forgiveness, but Kai, calmly, points out that his brother is pointing a sword at him. Ares asks if he still hasn't realized the difference between them, a black mage and a hero, and, pointing his sword, he says that no one can defeat the all-powerful sacred sword. He tells Kai to repent for challenging the absolute representative of justice, the hero. The protagonist then begins to walk toward him, telling Ares to stop the nonsense and get ready for a fight. With a fiery look in his eyes, he exclaims that he's going to show Ares what hell really is. Ares is astonished to hear that from a mere dark mage. Kai then looks at him and nods, calling his brother to the fight. Confident, he says he will break that sacred sword that Ares is so proud of, and that when he loses to a dark mage, he won't even be able to show his face in public. Ares wastes no time and exclaims that his brother really wants to die. He advances quickly, sword in hand. He attempts a strike, which is easily dodged by Kai. As he dodges, the protagonist concludes that the sword indeed possesses a lot of magic. Ares continues to attack relentlessly, while the protagonist calmly dodges, thinking that despite all the power of the sword, it is a waste with Ares' weak fencing skills. Ares then stops attacking, exhausted, while the protagonist calmly approaches him. The hero wonders why Kai only dodges and does not counterattack. While reflecting, the protagonist realizes that even though his brother is the hero, in the end, he is still at level 1. Suddenly, the protagonist hears a notification sound, and while dodging another attack, a notification alerts him that he received a hidden class in his past life called Black Star. Kai is dumbfounded by this and wonders what that hidden class is. Suddenly, Ares comes flying to attack Kai, who is distracted reading about his hidden class. The notification says that this is a special class available only to those who mastered the Dark Mage class in a life, and the Black Star class allows him to learn all dark attribute skills. Kai continues to read calmly, while his brother persistently tries to strike. The system says that if Ares commits evil acts, he will earn evil points to exchange for skills. The protagonist then realizes that he needs to be evil to get the skills. Suddenly, another notification appears, congratulating him, which surprises Kai. The system says he committed a wonderful evil act and will receive 1,000 evil points. Kai doesn't understand why he received the points, as he doesn't remember doing anything malicious. The system explains that he helped demons and turned against the hero. Dodging another blow, Kai understands why he received the points and says he's okay with that. The system then announces that it will show the currently available skills to compare. In the skill menu, summoning the demonic sword costs 1,000 points, Deathbearer costs 500, Shadow Clone 300, Dark Mind 100, Wave of Darkness 100 points, Blood Violence also costs 100, and Life Absorption also 100. Kai is amazed at the options and doesn't think twice. He uses the summoning of the demonic sword. The system alerts him that he spent 1,000 points to acquire the skill. Throughout all this, Ares was still trying to hit Kai, and annoyed, he asks the protagonist to look at him. Kai replies that he is too slow, and thus it will be difficult to hit him. Ares, even more irritated, calls him cursed. Suddenly, the mark on Kai's hand begins to emit a dark energy, and he summons the demonic sword, Tilfing, causing the ground to tremble and begin to open. Out of nowhere, a sword emerges from the crack in the ground with an absurd dark energy, leaving Ares in shock. The protagonist picks up the sword and reflects that now he understands why that sword is the favorite of the Demon King Griselda. He remembers that that sword scales the user's attack based on his dark magic, being the perfect weapon for him, who is a dark mage at level 999. Ares, frightened by all that power in front of him, with a trembling voice, asks what evil sword that was. Kai lifts his sword and looks at it closely, realizing it is absorbing his magic. The sword begins to emit a terrifying magic, and the protagonist concludes that this sword is indeed greedy. Griselda and Sasha are in shock watching this, and Griselda says that it is certainly the demonic sword of her father. Ares, scared out of his wits, wonders about that demonic sword. Kai then moves his sword from side to side quickly, leaving Ares even more confused. He, smiling, asks what the protagonist is trying to attack. With just that movement, Kai cut absolutely everything in the path of his sword, and Ares, turning around, notices that everything behind him has been destroyed. Kai, looking at the sword, says he still doesn't know how to control all its strength. Ares, astonished by all that power, begins to scream, asking what that was and what ability it was. The protagonist, looking attentively at the sword, thinks that, in fact, the sword is converting his magic into destructive power. Out of nowhere, Ares, who is scared, begins to laugh, and chuckling, says that Kai had scared him for a moment. He asks if Kai had forgotten the strength of the attributes. He explains that the attribute of the sacred sword is light, and of the demonic sword is darkness. And when a light attribute fights against darkness, its power doubles. Ares then prepares for combat, and, pointing his sword, says that there is the proof as the light attribute of his sword, Durandal, is becoming increasingly intense. Kai thinks that the sacred sword is really very powerful, Ares, confident, says he will show his brother the true power of the sacred sword. The sacred sword emits a thunderous energy, shining intensely. Kai is not intimidated and calls his brother to the fight. Ares, furious, yells for his brother to die and launches the attack using the final cut skill. Suddenly, a huge energy begins to move towards the protagonist. Sasha covers her eyes with the intensity of the glow, while Griselda is astonished by the gigantic amount of magical power and asks Kai to dodge it. The energy comes inches from Kai, and only a huge explosion is seen. When the dust settles, only the damage on the ground is seen, leaving Sasha and Griselda apprehensive about Kai. Ares sighs in relief and starts to laugh, saying that not even a piece of his brother remains to tell the story. He continues saying that from today on, this will be his era and everything will be his. Money, status, honor, and everything else. Licking his lips, he says that the women will also be his, including the wonderful Colette. Griselda falls to her knees, shaken, saying that Kai cannot have died like that. Ares looks at her and says that, by the way, they should be running at that moment. Sasha also kneels and hugs her friend, while Ares says that now it's their turn. Suddenly, Kai appears out of nowhere, thinking he was waiting for that moment. With blood in his eyes, he asks if his brother really thought he had already won. Ares almost has a heart attack, unable to believe what he is seeing. The protagonist looks at the sword, Duraldal, and reflects that normally a demonic sword wouldn't even scratch the sacred sword. But after using the final cut, the sacred sword temporarily loses its magic. He remembers having witnessed Ares frustrated with the weakness of the sacred sword several times in his past life. Kai then wastes no time and charges, saying that it's time for the hero's sword to disappear from the world. He strikes with great force, contemplating that he must be able to destroy that sword. Ares manages to block the strike, but with the impact, his sword begins to crack and breaks. Ares, flying with the impact of the blow, wonders how that was possible. He then falls to the ground so hard that he spits blood with the blow. Kai takes a deep breath and says that now he understands why it is called a demonic sword, as the amount of magic it consumes is absurd, and with that, he can only use it for a maximum of 15 minutes. The protagonist reflects that if he had used it at level 1, he would have killed himself instantly. He realizes that the hidden class Black Star he gained in this second life will be quite problematic. Suddenly, a notification sounds, and the system congratulates him for having destroyed the sacred sword and defeated the hero. The system alerts that he will receive 3,000 evil points. The two girls feel relieved with Kai's victory. Griselda screams happily that he is alive and has managed to defeat that guy. The protagonist looks at them and smiles, picking up his sword. The three go to where Ares, who remains motionless lying on the ground, and Kai comments that he is still breathing. Griselda looks confused at the hero and asks if he will not wake up anytime soon. She thinks they don't need to worry, as his vital revitalization can only be used once a day. Suddenly, the curse that Kai had placed on his brother begins to activate. Griselda, excited, screams, warning the others. The curse starts to approach the hero's mark, and the protagonist explains that every time Ares tries to hurt someone, the curse will transform the heraldry of light into heraldry of darkness. As the curse transforms the mark, Kai continues explaining that the heraldry of light is proof of a hero, and it requires honor and glory, the opposite of the heraldry of darkness. In that scene of destruction, the protagonist says that from now on, Ares will be known as a false hero, and this will also be the ruin of the Austen family's reputation. He emphasizes that this is his revenge against Ares and his father, and also against those who took his life. And with that curse and the destruction of the sacred sword, the hero Ares dies there. The day begins to dawn, and Kai comments that soon that place will become busy. Out of nowhere, Griselda approaches him, calling him Kai-sama. The protagonist is confused about the Sama, and Griselda says that now that he has destroyed the sacred sword and defeated the hero, no one can deny it. With a determined look, she says that Kai-sama is the hero of the demons, the new demon king, leaving the protagonist startled by those words. At the same time, in a calm field, Colette's horse stops to drink water, while she wonders what Kai must be doing. A small demon responds, saying that she doesn't need to worry, as he must be preventing the birth of the demon king. Colette says she just hopes he doesn't get hurt, and the demon emphasizes that no one in this world is a match for Kai-sama. With the demon in her lap, she calls him Archdemon San, and says he's right. She comments that she was surprised when she saw that he could get so tiny. The small demon begins to fly, and explains that that form is just a disguise, and he can definitely protect her fully. Colette, enchanted, says that his wings are very cute. San suddenly notices people coming down the road, and says that they are the holy knights from the capital, so they must hide. Colette asks why, and the demon explains that upon noticing that the most powerful saint has disappeared, they must have sent knights to look for her. Concerned, she says she understands. Colette lowers her head, asking in her thoughts for Kai to hurry. Meanwhile, Griselda was calling Kai the Demon King, which leaves him speechless. Astonished, Kai asks if he is the Demon King, which she promptly confirms. The protagonist pushes the young woman away, asking her to calm down, and explains that just because he can use the demonic sword doesn't mean he is the new Demon King. Griselda asks what he was talking about, and with eyes shining fascinated, she says that the invocation of the demonic sword is a skill reserved only for those with the class of Demon King, and that was proof that cannot be denied. Sasha, seriously, confirms and emphasizes that he was able to destroy the sacred sword and defeat the hero, which are feats that only the all-powerful Demon King can accomplish, and therefore, Kai-sama has earned the right to receive the title of the most powerful Demon King in history. Kai looks at the young women in front of him and reflects that now he has a problem, as apparently both think he is the Demon King. Kai starts to reflect on the matter and thinks that, in fact, the demons would accept him more easily this way. He thinks that this is a good idea. Griselda interrupts his thoughts, exclaiming that now that they know he is the Demon King, there's one thing left to do: sign a demonic subordination pact. The protagonist remains silent, looking like he didn't understand a word, and Griselda questions if he doesn't know what that means. She explains that the subordination pact is a special ability of the Demon King, and those who adhere to the pact gain special classes from the Demon King and have their power immensely increased. She continues saying that, in exchange, the demons swear absolute loyalty to the Demon King. Kai exclaims open status, and 3 screens appear in front of him. Looking at the screens, he says that apparently he doesn't have that subordination ability. Tinkering with the system, he notices that the abilities he can purchase have increased, and he finally finds the demonic subordination pact, with the condition for its use being the destruction of the hero's sword, which he has already accomplished in the previous battle. Kai then looks at the new classes that this pact can grant. The first class is that of a Demon Captain, which increases attack power by 20% and can provide 1 ability. The Demon Captain class can only be given to 16 people. The second class is that of a Demon General, which increases all stats by 50% and can provide 2 abilities. This class can be given to 8 people. The third class is called 4 Celestial Kings. It increases all stats by 100% and can provide 3 abilities, but this class can only be given to 4 people. Kai thinks that he finally understood why the leader of the Demon King's army had such extraordinary strength. It was all because of the subordination pact. Other system screens appear, and one of them says that as a result of the signing of the subordination pact between the 2 parties, the class will be transferred. The class can also be removed if the pact is destroyed. The system also makes a note that death will come to those who rebel against the Demon King. Kai becomes apprehensive after reading about this death for traitors and asks if that pact is really serious. Griselda responds affirmatively and says she will swear loyalty to the new Demon King, as that was her father's will. She opens her arms, contemplating that Kai is a good person and that she has no doubts about it. Kai closes his eyes, saying he understands. Determined, he asks if they agree. The 2 young women kneel, saying it would be an honor. Kai then makes the pact and, showing the symbol of the general class, tells Sasha that he will give her that class. Sasha becomes apprehensive and asks if he is sure. Griselda promptly touches her shoulder, saying that this is good. She explains that demon generals are not chosen just for their battle power, but also for loyalty, making it perfect for her. Sasha, however, is unsure about this and remains tense. The protagonist then asks if she accepts. She closes her eyes and, firmly, pleads for Kai-sama to grant her the glory of being a demon general, and she will give him her absolute loyalty. Kai then says, so be it. He extends his hand, transferring the Demon General class to her. Soon, the mark begins to appear on her hand, and an immense power begins to take over her entire body, making her say she is overflowing. Griselda is impressed with so much power emanating from her friend. Kai is also amazed and thinks it's incredible that with that, she has become a Demon General. Griselda, with a determined look, asks the protagonist to also give her strength to protect the demons and grant her the glorious Celestial King class, swearing loyalty to him. The protagonist looks at the young woman kneeling with that focused gaze and thinks that Griselda is different, for even if he does not give her a class, she certainly has the potential to become a Demon King, and he can expect great deeds from her. Looking at his hand, he reflects that he never imagined that he would make a subordination pact with the Demon King one day. He then extends his hand over Griselda's head and proclaims that he gives her the Celestial King class. Suddenly, a terrifyingly huge dark energy forms, visible from afar. Kai and Sasha are stunned watching it, making Kai feel a chill. Griselda's entire body is taken over by an absurd magic, filling the environment with so much power, causing the young woman to tremble. Sasha then shouts for her friend, worried, but Griselda jumps for joy, saying they did it. And now, part of the great power of Kai-sama is inside her, making her one of the 4 celestial kings. The protagonist just observes admiringly, thinking that this is expected of the Demon King Griselda. Sasha gets excited and congratulates her friend, who responds proudly that they managed to escape the hero and even became servants of Kai-sama. Sasha seems a bit upset and comments that she also hopes to be useful. Griselda promptly shouts that yes, and stresses that they will become even more powerful and will build a new world of demons with the protagonist. Kai watches the scene and concludes relieved that he managed to defeat Ares, and now the Demon King is his companion. Suddenly, he notices something. A troop was approaching in his direction, and at the forefront was his father with a furious look. Drawing his sword, he asks his son to explain the whole situation. Completely distraught, he continues asking what Ares is doing on the ground and what he is doing with those demons. Quickly steps forward, and Griselda comments that that man has a firm stance. She asks who he is, and Ares answers that he is the commander of the Order of Holy Knights, his father. Without wasting time, the knights go up to Ares, who is lying on the ground, and one of them checks his breathing, soon affirming that Ares is breathing. Kai's father, still maintaining a battle stance, points out that the protagonist did not appear at the class revelation ceremony and asks what he was doing. With a mocking smile, Kai replies that he became a dark mage. His father is taken aback by this and quickly retorts that he was supposed to be a hero. The protagonist shows the heraldry on his hand and declares that from now on, he will be striving to be a demon king. His father is terrified by those words and begins to shout, saying, "That is the black heraldry." He asks if he really became a dark mage. Astonished, he emphasizes to Kai not to joke about becoming a demon king. Out of control, he yells, asking if Kai has lost the justice that was in his heart, as he was the pride of the Austen family. The protagonist clenches his fist and, remembering the deeds of his brother Ares, responds that he has witnessed the justice of the Austen family more times than he would like, which includes tortures and threats, in addition to the fact that they hid the birth of the Demon King. Kai remembers the harsh words of his father and continues saying that he had expelled his own son from home and commanded his death, and that is the justice of the Austen family. With determination in his voice, Kai affirms that if that is being just, he prefers to be evil. The patriarch responds that Kai has been corrupted by that filthy class and that he will not escape unpunished. Kai is undaunted and says that his father does not need to worry, as he and the Austen family will no longer be of any use. He then snaps his fingers and exclaims, "Expel." Suddenly, flames appear everywhere behind the knights, leaving them terrified. Geese quickly turns around and sees flames consuming everything around him. He asks what kind of magic this is, and his subordinates inform him that the situation is dire, as the area surrounding the mansion is being ravaged by fire. A citizen yells that the flames are spreading fast and begins to flee, warning that the stable is also ablaze. The man turns to the protagonist and demands to know what the hell he did. Griselda questions Kai about when he prepared all of this, and he explains that he did it while searching for them. He details that he made sure to prepare the fire, ensuring that no one would be trapped by the flames. Suddenly, the system congratulates him for setting his parents' house on fire, commenting that it was a magnificent evil act and rewards him with 500 points. Kai thinks he got lucky, as he hadn't expected that, and concludes that the system aligns well with vengeance. The protagonist then acquires the skill Dark Attribute Reinforcement. With each level up, his dark power will increase by 1%. Kai's father, still furious, asks how he could have done such a thing. Kai promptly responds that the Austen family must be destroyed. With his gaze fixed on his father, he declares that this is his form of justice. Enraged, Geese calls him a bastard and orders his subordinates to kill Kai, saying that this monster is no longer his son. The soldiers, armed with spears, quickly surround Kai. They start attacking the protagonist, who cuts through them as if they were nothing, leaving only a trail behind. He looks back and orders the soldiers to sleep. Suddenly, his father charges at him with hatred in his eyes and sword in hand. He shouts at Kai not to get cocky, as those were just disposable pawns. Kai quickly summons his sword, Filfing, and challenges his father to a fight. The sword materializes in the protagonist's hand, and the two clash their blades, bravely testing their strength. Geese is astonished by the power of his son's sword, while Kai remains steadfast. Suddenly, his father pulls his sword back, but as he prepares a new strike, he realizes Kai is already poised for another attack. Kai strikes fiercely with his sword, brutally severing his father's arm. The man, in disbelief, screams as he sees his arm fall to the ground. He collapses, while one of his knights runs to him, concerned, holding the commander's sword. Geese wonders if the sword wielded by his son is truly the demon sword, and contemplates that his son has abandoned any trace of humanity. The man then grabs the sword with his other hand and drives it into the ground, attempting to use knightly healing, claiming this skill would restore his arm. However, he soon realizes that the ability has no effect, leaving him terrified. Kai calmly explains that the Eternal Blood skill is a magic that prevents any form of healing. He recalls that it's a high-level magic that only level 850 black mages can learn, and that he cast it the moment he cut his father. He tells his father that not even a saint could heal him. The protagonist looks at his father kneeling on the ground and states that he stopped the bleeding as a final act of mercy. Furious, his father retorts that Kai had just received that class and questions how he could cast such magic. Kai ignores the question and says that a warrior who has lost his dominant arm is as useless as a $3 bill. With a hollow gaze, Kai declares that his father's justice has no more power. Writhing in pain, Geese asks how Kai could do this to his own father. The protagonist recalls when he was forcibly separated from his beloved, and the moment of his death in the future, when Ares revealed that his father had ordered his execution. Kai closes his eyes and exclaims that his father ordered his death in the past. Geese, confused, asks what his son is talking about. Suddenly, the system congratulates him again, explaining that Kai had left his father wounded beyond any healing, and for that, he received another 500 points. Meanwhile, Geese looks at his son Ares, who is still lying on the ground, and a wicked smile forms on his face as he thinks he finally understands. And, still gazing at Ares, he realizes that Ares is the hero, not Kai. The man shouts that Ares will surely be blessed with the hero title, as St. Johann's prophecy is absolute. The protagonist merely watches the scene in silence. His father starts to laugh and yells for them to heal Ares, as, together with the hero, they can surely defeat that evil dark mage. A soldier approaches Ares, but, terrified, points to his body. Geese turns around, asking what's wrong, and is completely paralyzed upon noticing that Ares also bears a dark heraldry. He cannot comprehend how this is possible since Johann's prophecy was supposed to be infallible. The protagonist, observing this, thinks that his father is partially correct, and that St. Johann's prophecy indeed did not fail, for Ares received the hero class. However, due to the curse Kai cast on his brother, the light heraldry is being masked by the dark one. The prota then reflects that Johann is the greatest threat to his plan. He remembers the prophet saying that having an evil dark mage among the best classes, even if it was a trial sent by God, was still an absurdity. Kai considers that Johann's unique prophecy skill allows him to see fragments of the future every 7 days. Thus, he needs to get rid of the prophet as soon as possible. Kai snaps back to reality and, looking at his father, asks if he will also cast Ares out. He points out that all his father's efforts resulted in demonic classes, and that this marks the end of the esteemed Austen family. Outraged, his father screams that this would never happen, that it could only be a nightmare. On his knees, head bowed, he wonders what will become of the glory of the Austen family now. One of his soldiers asks what they should do with Ares, inquiring if he should cast a recovery spell. Geese screams that it's not necessary and calls Ares filthy. He exclaims that the Austen family does not need dark classes and would rather see him dead. The protagonist looks at Ares and thinks his father is a fool, since Ares is, in fact, a hero of light who will now lose his noble status. Kai concludes that he has finally completed his first objective and that his mission here is over. He bids farewell to his father, turns his back, and starts to walk away. With a choked voice, the prota's father asks if Kai will really side with the demons, for he is the eldest of the Austen family. Kai immediately replies yes, leaving his father stunned. Remembering the moment of his death in the past, Kai concludes by stating that, indeed, he will join the demons. He recalls Colette and concludes that she is the only human he can trust. The prota then approaches Griselda and Sasha, calling them to leave. The two look at Kai with admiration, and he reflects that they have shown him that even demons have hearts. He considers them radiant, especially for someone like him who has experienced the worst side of humanity. Kai glances once more at his father, who remains on his knees, despairing, and says, "Goodbye." Kai and the girls then leave the mansion, and as they pass through the gate, a guard asks Kai what happened inside. The protagonist tells the guard to inform his father that he doesn't need to watch him leave. The guard tries to ask what's going on, but before he can finish his sentence, Kai looks at him firmly and states that he will kill anyone his father sends after him. The guard is left in shock upon hearing this, while Kai says he's counting on him. Immediately after, Kai uses the instant step skill and vanishes, leaving the guard bewildered, unable to comprehend. Suddenly, they appear in a different place near a lake. Griselda and Sasha are completely astonished by the sudden change in location. The Prota smiles and urges them to keep moving forward. Sasha looks back, marveling at how useful that magic is, as it quickly took them far away, and Griselda approaches Kai, complimenting him for not showing any compassion, not even toward his own father. Kai smiles and thanks the young woman. With a gleam in her eyes, Griselda asks if they are heading to demon territory. He replies yes, that they need to hurry, but first, they must go to Lacus Village, where Colette awaits them. Suddenly, he has an idea and says that, just to be sure, he will strengthen the two girls. Griselda, confused, asks if they can get even stronger. Kai then extends his hand and begins using his magic, saying he will lend them the level 10 dark attribute enhancement. The two young women feel the full force entering their bodies, and Griselda comments that she feels an intense heat rising from within, while Sasha says it's far too stimulating for her. Looking at Griselda, Kai reflects that this is one of the abilities of the Subordination Pact, which allows him to lend abilities to his subordinates. He observes Sasha, who is absorbing the power, and concludes that the abilities he lends do not disappear from his list. Rather, they are being shared. Sasha then collapses to her knees, exhausted, and thanks the Prota, while Griselda can barely stand. Seeing this, Kai apologizes and suggests that they should rest a bit. The two young women were worn out. They sit on fallen tree trunks to catch their breath. Putting his hand in his pocket, Kai wonders if Colette is okay. He then takes out the bracelet and, looking at it, thinks that although this gift is broken, it still emanates powerful magic. Suddenly, he remembers the item analysis skill, which allows the user to see attributes and use any item. This skill costs 500 evil points. He uses the skill on the bracelet, and the information revealed is Time Bracelet, a bracelet that responds to the prayers of those who wish to see their loved ones again. It contains the magic of the Saint of Time. This item has already lost its time control magic, increases the wearer's magical defense by 5%. Kai then understands that, just as he suspected, it was thanks to the bracelet's power that he was granted a second chance. He remembers when Colette gave him the bracelet, and with tears in her eyes, she said they would meet again. The Prota grips the object tightly and thinks that the Austin family and everyone who separated them have been destroyed, and now the future will change. Kai then ponders about the Saint of Time and wonders if Colette has a hidden class, just like him, for she was not just a saint. Regardless, he needs to reunite with Colette as soon as possible. Suddenly, Griselda interrupts his thoughts, asking if there's a problem. Kai responds that everything is fine, and that they can move forward cautiously. With determination, he silently asks Colette to wait for him. Elsewhere, a servant reveals information to his superior. The mysterious man thanks him for the information and praises him for his good work. This man is Prophet Johann, who with a wicked smile declares that he has finally found the Saint of Time. Sometime later, in a small village, several people are tied up while the prophet's subordinates interrogate them. Soon, several of them approach a bound man, and seeing a sword approaching, the poor man begins to tremble with fear. Then, Johann says that he has already triangulated the location of the Saint Colette, so there will be no need to interrogate them any further. He thanks everyone in the town for their cooperation. Johann then asks one of his subordinates to use the forgetting magic on them before releasing them, which he promptly agrees to, while the bound men become scared, asking about the forgetting magic. One of them, screaming, says that this magic is dangerous, as he heard it drives people insane. Johann, losing patience, says that the man is quite stubborn, and if he insists on resisting so much, he will make an exception for him. He then orders his subordinates to obliterate the man, and asks if anyone else wishes to oppose the forgetting magic, causing all the other men to fall silent. After no one objects, the prophet smiles, and says that it's a good thing it was only one person. Moments later, only screams can be heard, scaring the birds in the area. Meanwhile, Colette runs through the forest, fleeing from the prophet's men, and despite being exhausted, she continues without looking back. At the same time, Johann, raising his arm, says that this is the will of the Pope and welcomes the saint, for by receiving her, they will be saved. However, the only thing on his mind is his own salvation, as he doesn't care about demons or the Demon King, only desiring the power of the second loop of the saint, reflecting that the time of the saint is the only thing that makes this possible, and she should not think she will escape the prophecy. Meanwhile, she keeps running tirelessly. Then, one of the church warriors asks the prophet why the saint is fleeing from them, and he replies that this is strange, and since it is already night, she may have confused them with thieves. However, he knows that she probably sensed something with the power of the time of the saint. After a while, Colette stops, and looking back, says she won't be able to escape. She quickly sees the warriors approaching, and the archdemon laments not having noticed earlier. Realizing there is no other way out, Colette says it's fine, and she is sure he will understand if they talk. Not long after, the prophet approaches. Reverently, he says, "It's a pleasure to meet her." He then looks closely and notices the mark on the saint's hand, concluding that it is indeed true. The time of the saint is real. She then asks why he prepared such an extravagant reception, and he replies that, to be honest, a prophecy informed them that the demon king will be born, and they need to protect her because only she will be able to protect the royal capital with the barrier she has. Colette is stunned to hear this, and before she can say anything, Johann says that this is her duty. Still with her fist clenched, she says he shouldn't worry about it, because the birth of the demon king was prevented by the true hero, Kai. Upon hearing this, Johann is shocked. She continues, asking if it wasn't prophesied that the demon king would be born today, and half the population would be killed, arguing that since this hasn't happened yet, it must have been Kai who prevented it. Hearing all this, Johann is intrigued and asks how she knows about his prophecy. The saint then responds that Kai told her, and even though the prophet doesn't believe it, Kai returned from 5 years in the future, and on that day, he saved countless lives, so he is the true hero. Johann is even more surprised by these words and bursts into laughter, asking what happened and saying that now he understands, affirming that he is witnessing living proof of the second loop. With a malicious look, he asks if the Kai she is talking about is the son of the Austen family, which she confirms. Then the prophet says that he is sorry to inform her, but he used the terrifying power of the abyss to almost kill his own brother, then rebelled against the Austen family, and even set fire to the family's mansion before fleeing. This shocks the saint, who asks if that really happened, claiming she doesn't believe this story. However, Johann, with a bizarre smile, says that his prophecy is absolute, and Kai Austen is the new demon king. With that, he questions whether the saint will really ally herself with the demon king, and comments that he can see that the saint is losing composure. He then gestures with his hand, and the prophet's warriors quickly advance toward Colette, while he asserts that she has left them no choice but to capture her. Johann reflects that Kai Austen from the second loop is a terrible threat to his plans, but sees that he has a special connection with Colette. So, if he takes the girl hostage, Kai won't be able to act against him, and he might even be able to extract some information. He also reflects that the time of the saint is indeed the key to the second loop, and the day when he will rule sovereign over the world is getting closer. But suddenly, the archdemon, who was previously in a cute form, returns to its original form in a terrifying way, making all the warriors stop immediately. Terrified, they watch the beast, and even the prophet is shocked to see that huge demon. Without hesitation, the archdemon charges at the warriors, attacking one of them ferociously. Soon, one of the men sees Johann fall to the ground in terror and calls for him, but Colette, with the archdemon behind her, says that she had thought they could resolve this by talking, but now she realizes that everything Kai said was true. The prophet then calls her foolish and says that this is an archdemon. The saint, in a serious tone, tells him that he is the source of corruption and orders him to repent immediately. Seeing there was no escape, Johann says that he is sorry and that she is right, and from that moment on, he will be at her command. But the archdemon, furious, asks if he really thinks he can get away with such a shallow lie, and says he will make sure he never lies again. But before the archdemon could do anything, Colette asks him to wait. Then, the prophet, kneeling, says that the Pope forced him, and it wasn't his will to do this. But if no demon king was born, he now realizes that he has little reason to go after the saint. Colette, hearing all of this, becomes suspicious and asks if he is really telling the truth, and the archdemon, hearing that, tells her to stop. However, she ignores him and listens to the prophet, who swears by God that he is telling the truth. With that, she asks everyone to drop their weapons and surrender, and Johann agrees, but says he has one request first. He claims that her demon injured his men, which she agrees with, saying she will heal them. However, Johann says that she doesn't need to worry because it was their fault. Hearing this, the archdemon remains extremely suspicious, while the saint just watches and says it's fine. Johann then takes a potion and places it in the mouth of one of his subordinates, claiming it's a healing potion. He quickly makes the warrior drink it, and with a smile, Johann says it's very sweet. Out of nowhere, he starts laughing, saying that she is indeed a very sweet woman, while the warrior falls to the ground feeling something strange and asks what is happening to him. Colette, seeing all of this, is confused. Then, the archdemon, noticing something wrong, prepares to attack and asks what the prophet is planning. Suddenly, the warrior of faith starts screaming in pain, and his clothes begin to tear, leaving the saint terrified. She sees that the man has transformed into a sort of white Hulk and blocked the archdemon's attack with just one hand. Also watching the scene, Johann smiles and asks if the warrior likes the level boost and how it feels to be at level 800, which the warrior, completely delirious and transformed into a beast, says is unbelievable, as he can even rival an archdemon. The beast, observing this, comments that he really had a card up his sleeve. Then, it starts preparing magic with its other hand, saying that he should not be underestimated. As the battle intensifies, the prophet notices that the saint is defenseless, so he takes advantage of the moment and starts using magic, saying that now he will need to hurt her to prevent her from escaping. Then, subtly, he uses the miracle of light, holy arrow, attacking Colette, who can do nothing but watch the attack rapidly approaching, and, realizing she won't be able to dodge the holy arrow, she tries to defend herself using her arm. While using the magic, Johann smiles maliciously. However, before she is hit, the archdemon steps in front of the saint and is struck by the magic. Colette, seeing this action, is devastated and worried, while the demon screams in pain from the powerful attack. The prophet's men are also astonished by the scene, and Johann, adjusting his glasses, says that a high-level demon reduced to a guard dog is truly pathetic. With that, he tells his men that this is the chance for the Holy Knights. Then, they quickly use light reinforcement magic, and one of them says they are on the side of justice, calling everyone to attack with him. They then charge fearlessly, while the prophet thinks that this is pure elemental advantage, as light is stronger than darkness. Soon, the archdemon falls to the ground and is relentlessly attacked from all sides, which he, bleeding, says is too much even for a demon like him. Angry about this, Colette starts shouting, saying that this was cowardly, and stating that Johann should be ashamed of declaring himself a saint. He, smiling, says that he was entrusted with a sacred mission, so he is the embodiment of good and justice. Hearing this, the demon becomes outraged, commenting that humans are filthy, but soon falls to the ground again due to the blows, unable to react. As he takes more extremely powerful attacks, he asks Colette to flee. Moments later, he is completely obliterated, leaving the girl paralyzed, unable to believe what she is seeing. But soon, the White Hulk, with a sword in hand, says that it's finally over. However, he feels something strange again, and his veins begin to bulge until suddenly, they all begin to burst, making him look like a ketchup packet being popped. Suffering, he kneels desperately in pain and says that it hurts so much. Then, he screams for Johann to save him. However, the prophet, with disdain, tells him to stay away and calls him a filthy being. This makes him even more terrified, thinking that this would be his end, until suddenly, the saint places her hands on his arm and, staring him in the eyes, begins to heal him, saying that she will not abandon him and will heal him immediately. With these words, the man becomes emotional and starts crying. As he sheds tears, the saint continues trying to heal him. She concentrates, giving everything she can in that situation. However, the man says he is sorry and dies suddenly, staining the saint, who looks at it in disbelief. The prophet then approaches, saying that this is filth and they need to clean it up now. Colette, trembling with fear, asks if he already knew this would happen, which he confirms, emphasizing that they managed to improve the strength of that magical potion several times. But Colette interrupts him, crying uncontrollably, and on her knees says that, despite Johann calling Kai the Demon King, the true Demon King is actually him, acting against humanity. However, Johann simply closes the book, saying that it's a pity, and approaching the saint, says that he thought this would be fun for her as well. Hearing these words, Colette cries even more, outraged and furious with everything happening, while the prophet turns and tells his men that there is an emergency, explaining that Colette had a subordinate of the Demon King as a bodyguard, and her mind has undoubtedly been corrupted. He then looks back with a bizarre smile and uses the holy bonds, sacred chains, to bind the girl, saying that she should listen well, because the Demon King Kai is their true enemy, and from now on, she is forbidden from acting for his benefit. The girl, desperate, simply screams, and he continues, saying that if she breaks that restriction, the chains will tighten, increasing her suffering. Completely immobilized, she falls to the ground, claiming that Kai is not their enemy, which makes Johann say that the rumors that she really loved him are true, and that's beautiful. However, he wonders how long that love will last, because soon all that love will turn into nothing but pain. Hearing these words, Colette simply closes her eyes, thinking of her beloved, and while the prophet smiles, one of his subordinates approaches, saying that this is an exaggeration because the saint had mercy on them before. Johann listens attentively, and without hesitation, strikes the man with power before he could do anything. Immediately, the paladin falls lifeless to the ground, while the prophet says that another heretic had appeared. After witnessing the scene, Colette says that this is too much cruelty, and emphasizes that God is watching this evil behavior, and at some point, he will be punished. He responds by saying that it was God who gave him the title of saint, and he is justice, and asserts that she will be judged by the heavens. Colette, completely surrendered, says that this couldn't have happened, and that's why she is sorry, and this makes the chains tighten even more. Johann laughs upon hearing that, and says that with the saint in his power, even the second Demon King will not be a problem. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Kai wonders if his beloved has made it to the village safely. Watching the village still distant, he continues carrying firewood until he finally reaches a cabin. Upon entering, he is informed that dinner is ready, and while the girls serve the food, he says that this is amazing. With a smile, he comments that it looks delicious, and after using so much of the shadow step, he's starving. But suddenly, he feels something, and the heraldry on his hand begins emitting powerful energy, making him drop the firewood he was carrying. This leaves Griselda worried, and she asks if he is okay. Kai observes his hand and notices that this is actually the magic he had allocated for the archdemon, which has now returned. This makes him worried, wondering if the demon had been defeated. He then concentrates and telepathically calls for the archdemon, who soon responds, saying that he is there. Kai asks what happened to Colette, and to his surprise, the archdemon says he is sorry and informs him that she has been captured. Minutes earlier, Griselda was commenting to Sasha that Kai is a very skilled hunter and can catch food in the blink of an eye. Sasha then says that he mentioned having traveled alone for a long time, and Griselda responds that it really makes sense. With a sparkle in her eyes, she says that Kai even knows the habits of the forest rabbits by heart and remembers when he had taught her how to hunt. She comments that Kai is able to catch one of those rabbits with great ease. Observing the girl's excitement, Sasha says that Griselda seems so different when she talks about Kai. This makes her embarrassed, asking what Sasha is trying to say, but the blonde, smiling, says that it's nothing. Then, noticing that Kai had dropped the firewood, they hear him say that Colette has been captured, leaving them confused and worried. Immediately, Griselda asks if something happened, and he responds that the archdemon who was protecting her has been defeated, which the girl doubts, as he was a high-level demon and would only be defeated by an army. Intrigued by all this, Kai reflects that when a summon is defeated, it can only be summoned again after 24 hours, and that means his beloved is completely alone at that moment. He recalls the powerful demon apologizing and saying that it was the Saint Johann and his knights who attacked them and captured Colette, which intrigued the protagonist and made him question why Johann was after Colette. But the archdemon only said that the prophet had called Kai the traveler of the second loop. Remembering the entire conversation, the protagonist becomes even more confused, wondering how Johann knows about the second cycle, until Kai remembers that, in fact, Johann possesses the ability of prophecy. And if that's the case, then he was already after Colette in the first cycle, and with that, he wonders what the prophet's goal is. Maybe to go back to the past or something like that. But soon, the archdemon informs the protagonist that Johann said that Kai was the demon king, and then used, without hesitation, the divine chains to bind the saint and strip her of her free will, forcing her to become an enemy of Kai. Shocked by the information, the protagonist reflects on this so-called enslavement magic and tells the demon that he understands everything, and now he can rest. He then looks outside, deep in thought, but soon Griselda approaches and asks if he is okay, pointing out that he suddenly became very serious. Meanwhile, trembling with rage, he says to himself that he will never forgive Johann or the damn church for all of that, and that he will make them all pay a price worse than death. He affirms to himself, determined, that he will take his revenge. Until, suddenly, someone starts using magic and hits Kai in the back, surprising him. But when he turns around, he sees that it is Griselda, and he asks what the hell she is doing. With a smug smile, she asks if it hurt and says that she is strong too. Hearing that, Kai is completely lost, not understanding what she is trying to say. Then, visibly irritated, she says that he is carrying too much weight on his shoulders and shouldn't forget that she and Sasha are here too, questioning if they are his precious companions or not. The protagonist, still a bit shocked, listens to her saying that the three of them will rescue Colette as a team, and this makes him reflect that in the first cycle, the two were his enemies, Griselda with her army, and Ares, who was supposed to be his ally, and even his whole family, all enemies, and now he has come to understand everything. Kai then, with a smile, thanks the two of them, who immediately smile back, while he wonders if he has finally gained true allies. The protagonist then thinks for a moment and says that soon a powerful barrier will cover the royal capital, and this is a powerful magic that will prevent anyone without permission from passing through, so crossing it will be nearly impossible. Even Griselda, the strongest demon of the future, failed miserably multiple times, which shocks the girl, who says that that is impossible. She then asks what they could do, and the protagonist, in a serious tone, says that they will infiltrate an informant into the capital, leaving both of them even more incredulous. Kai then explains that the barrier is strengthened by sacred artifacts inside the castle, so if they destroy them, the barrier should weaken, and he will take care of that. Sasha then says that they will have to find an informant and asks if anyone will agree to help them. to which Kai doesn't respond, just flashing a smile, leaving Griselda excited, asking if he already has a plan in mind. He confirms and emphasizes that even if they get past the barrier, the three of them still won't be enough. So, first, they will reclaim Griselda's territory, which leaves the girl even more surprised. She then asks about Colette, and the protagonist says that although he doesn't like the idea of leaving her with them, he needs to make sure they have the strength to save her, and with that, they will certainly have the necessary help. Thoughtfully, Kai tells himself that Johann made the worst mistake of his life because he just created a much worse demon king than Griselda, so the prophet better be prepared. Suddenly, something starts heading toward Kai at high speed, and with incredible reflexes, he manages to dodge a dagger that would have hit him squarely in the head. After dodging, he becomes irritated upon realizing that the prophet had already sent hunters. It doesn't take long before the man who threw the dagger enters the cabin, and, in a sinister tone, the hooded hunter asks if he is the demon king Kai Austin. Soon, more eyes start appearing, saying they are the church's sword, the purifiers, and they order Kai to repent for his sins. They quickly charge at him, making the girls jump in fear, and Griselda asks who those people are. The protagonist, dodging an attack, says they are from the hidden side of the church and eliminate anyone who gets in their way. In a quick movement, one of the hunters throws several daggers at the protagonist, who immediately realizes he won't be able to dodge, until Sasha heroically jumps in front of Kai and, with a plate, manages to block the attack. Slightly, Griselda also charges forward, showing excitement and motivation as they are members of the church. In the blink of an eye, she kicks them out of the cabin with precise strikes, and one of the hunters, looking back and seeing his fallen comrade writhing in pain on the ground, finds himself surrounded by hunters outside the cabin. Griselda and the others remain undaunted, and she says that even though they are outnumbered, Kai doesn't need to worry because he is not alone. He reflects that he also fought against the purifiers in his first life. As the hunters advance, he continues to remember that those are the elite force of the Holy Church, and he had a lot of trouble against them because they give everything in a battle. So, he uses the Black Lightning, destroying everything and anything around him, concluding that he is much stronger now than he was back then. And, moreover, he still has his companions by his side. Immediately, Sasha starts throwing plates at the advancing hunters, and, kicking one of the plates, she uses the Dinner Storm. One of the hunters, noticing the attack coming toward him, is shocked and takes the hit directly to the head, being thrown backward. Watching the scene, one of them notes that they are fighting powerful opponents, but before he could think of anything, Griselda also starts using her powers and attacks with the Blood Whip, hitting precisely 3 of the hunters, who didn't even have time to think of a reaction. After the attack, she asks if that's all they can do and points out that she is just getting started. Observing the effect of Griselda's attacks, Kai is surprised that the church members aren't even able to react, and with that, he tells her not to let her guard down, and comments that they are like forest rabbits. Hearing that, she gets confused and wonders about them being like rabbits, but soon remembers that days before, Kai had explained to her that when rabbits are cornered, they hide and usually use shadows to conceal themselves. After seeing that really happen, she understood what the protagonist meant. Returning to the present, with a smile, she stays alert with her powers ready, while the church knights hiding behind bushes don't realize that she is still on alert and wonder if she has run out of energy. They then prepare to ambush her. At the same time, Griselda lowers her head and, concentrating, manages to feel that their enemies are behind the trees. It doesn't take long before the hunters charge at high speed, but as they pass through an energy hole in the ground, one of them is surprised, and before they could do anything, all of them are caught by traps that cruelly impale them like meat skewers. Watching the scene, Griselda smiles, proud of her work, while Sasha congratulates Kai for his teachings and his companion for the execution. Then, Griselda affirms that it's all thanks to the Pact of the Celestial Kings, which Sasha agrees with, also saying she feels much more capable than before. After all the hunters are completely obliterated without much difficulty, Kai tells himself that it helped a little, and is surprised that they have come this far, as he apparently underestimated the potential of the girls. Sasha then approaches with one of the warriors and informs that they captured him, asking what they should do with him. The protagonist says that this is perfect. He tells the man that he was waiting for them to come after him, but didn't expect them to arrive so quickly, and the man, trembling, questions if Kai was already expecting them. The protagonist ignores the question and orders the man to make a pact with him, the new Demon King, and become his familiar. This leaves Griselda completely confused, remembering when Kai made the pact with Sasha. She then asks why Kai would make a pact with someone like him. The protagonist then makes a simple gesture for her to stop and tells the church member that he is not in a position to refuse. But he, reluctant, says he would never do that, asking why a devotee who has lived his whole life for the church would make a pact with the Demon King. The protagonist then turns to Griselda and asks her to transform the poor man into a zombie using her vampiric powers. This terrifies the man, imagining what that would be like and asking if Kai plans to turn him into an immortal monster, begging him not to do it. Kai then says that he already knew he would say that and asks what his name is. The man then closes his eyes, tense, and answers that his name is Mateo. The protagonist then warns that if Mateo betrays him, he will lose his life, which he responds by saying that he understands and that they should proceed with the pact. With that, Kai says it's fine and begins to make the pact, stating that he will give Mateo the class of Demon Commander. Moments later, the faithful man begins to feel something and says that he feels like he is overflowing with power. Watching the scene, Griselda gets irritated and asks Kai why he is doing this, pointing out that he is a human and, moreover, an enemy. He then, with a smile, says that Mateo has just become their spy and will be sent to the village to infiltrate. Hearing this, Griselda becomes extremely excited, affirming that this plan is brilliant and asking why he didn't explain it earlier. The protagonist then calls for Mateo and says that he will take the following message to Johann. The Demon King has an item that is the key to the second loop, and the Demon King went to the south. With a determined look and without hesitation, Mateo says he understands the message. The protagonist then explains that more spies are needed besides Mateo, because when Johann finds out where he is, the prophet will definitely send more pursuers, and when he defeats them again, he will make a pact with them to infiltrate them. Looking at his own insignia, Kai reflects that it would be much faster if Johann decided to come to him personally, and when the time comes, he will use the spies to break the barrier. Shocked by the plan, Griselda comments that it is incredible, while Sasha says that Kai-sama is truly a natural strategist and has everything to be the strongest demon king of all, because he is both wise and bold. Hearing the praise, Kai becomes embarrassed and asks them to stop exaggerating. Then, suddenly, a notification arrives, congratulating him and informing that he defeated the purifiers and turned one of them into an informant, and for that, he received evil points. The protagonist, pleasantly surprised, asks if that also counted as an evil act, and reflects that if things continue like this, he will end up gaining more than just spies, and might even acquire resources to use in the future, but he needs to rescue Colette as soon as possible. Suddenly, Sasha calls for him, and he asks what's wrong. She then shows him a fallen, wounded being, and comments that a demon is hurt. Immediately, Griselda runs to the demon and asks what happened. Desperately, she screams for him to be healed immediately, and the demon, in his last moments, says that the demon territory is lost and they need to flee from them. Griselda then shouts for him to hold on and asks what he is talking about. Intrigued, Kai just watches, shocked, and the demon, almost passing away, says it was Elsa. Sometime later, elsewhere, the protagonist says that they are close to the former demon territory, and since the sun is already setting, they should rest in the village that night. However, he thinks to himself that he will definitely save his beloved and hopes she is okay at that moment. Meanwhile, watching a beautiful blue butterfly, Griselda also thinks about Colette and says that they need to resolve this quickly, while the wounded demon, approaching, greets the three of them. He thanks them deeply for getting him out of that critical state, which makes Griselda say that it was nothing. With determination in her eyes, she says that she will not allow her people to perish, which the demon, bowing, says is admirable. She then asks him to hide until they can retake the demon territory, and the demon, agreeing, emphasizes that their territory is in terrible condition under the command of Elsa and her faction, as they are Machiavellian and use any means necessary to achieve their goals. She then asks him, please, to be careful, while Kai, after thinking that, unlike Ares, Elsa will not be an easy opponent to deal with, says that they need to gather information. Hours later, in a tavern, loud laughter is heard, seemingly mocking demons. Hearing all of this, Kai remains silent, as does Griselda, while they hear someone saying they can crush demons with just one hand. The man, holding his beer mug, comments that invading that place was easy and fun. This catches Kai's attention, who hears the bald man saying that Elsa will finally gain the title of nobility, making the protagonist pay even more attention to the conversation. The scarred guy then comments that this makes them servants of a noble, which will be great. Griselda becomes extremely irritated hearing all of that, but Kai asks her to control herself. Then, everything continues normally in the tavern, and the protagonist says that she doesn't need to worry, because Elsa's reign will be short-lived, and soon they will crush them. He reflects that he needs more information about Elsa's faction, so if they can get a little more from her servants, that would be great. Suddenly, a plate arrives at their table, making Griselda's eyes light up, and she comments that she loves omelets. This makes Kai smile and comment that anything pleases her. Sasha promptly starts serving a glass of wine for Kai, which he thanks her for. Observing that, Elza's servants comment that he must be a noble and begin to laugh. Observing the clothes of his companions, the protagonist comments that it's time for the two of them to find new outfits. He says that he wouldn't like to say it, but the two of them are standing out quite a lot in that environment. It doesn't take long before one of the men approaches, greeting Sasha and asking her to serve him as well. She asks what he is talking about and says she refuses to do that. The man laughs at her response and asks if she knows that he is from Elza's faction's vanguard, so she should leave that annoying noble alone and serve him. Meanwhile, Kai thinks that his plan is working, and Griselda is still celebrating that she will finally eat her omelet. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the man kicks the table, sending everything flying, and asks if Sasha is deaf. Seeing her precious omelet flying, Griselda is paralyzed, unable to believe what she is seeing, while the bald man drinks excitedly at the situation, and others are stunned. Griselda watches the omelet on the floor, and, with tears in her eyes, calls the man insolent. However, the man isn't concerned with that, and smiling, calls Griselda a vampire, and asks if the blonde girl is her slave. He comments that she seems well-trained and desires to possess her. Kai, observing the situation, steps in front of the man, saying that that's enough. Promptly, the bully observes the protagonist's insignia carefully, raises his bottle, and calls Kai a brat, saying that he is very brave for being just a C-rank black mage. He turns around and comments that it's the class he hates the most, asking if he should eliminate him right there. The protagonist, unfazed, says that he should first pay for the omelet, leaving the man even more surprised, as he was showing his hand to Kai, trying to intimidate him. He comments again that Kai is very brave for not running away after seeing the dragon gauntlets, but the protagonist remains on alert, thinking that this guy is from the warrior class and seems quite confident. He then says that he has a few questions for the man, and the bully responds that, unfortunately, the questions will go unanswered, as that conversation will be very short. Immediately, he charges at Kai, preparing to attack with the gauntlets, and saying that he will just eliminate that brat and take the two girls. Watching the scene, the bald partner gets excited, while the others become worried and scared. However, Kai Austin, focused and calm, just watches intently. The man then delivers the blow, breaking everything in front of him, and after the attack, smiles proudly, saying that the brat chose the wrong opponent. However, before he could say anything else, he feels an immense pain that makes him bleed from the mouth. It's none other than the power of a punch from the protagonist, which makes the bully fall to his knees, and after a few moments, he falls completely lifeless. After the blow, Kai holds his own fist and asks if he overdid it. While observing the scene, the people present are completely stunned and incredulous, except for Sasha and Griselda, who are celebrating, commenting that it was very satisfying. The bald man, who also witnessed everything, says that it's impossible for a black mage to have defeated a member of the Vanguard, and with that, Kai identifies them as Elza's subordinates as well. He then turns around and explains that, in fact, this happened because he is level 999, leaving the two men even more shocked, saying that there's no way that's true, to which he responds, saying that he is stronger than an ordinary warrior, and now it's time for them to start talking. The two members of the Vanguard begin to tremble and sweat with fear, and the one with green hair asks why he is after Elza. Displaying his powers, the protagonist responds that he doesn't want to spoil the food, so they will talk in the back of the establishment, and emphasizes that black mages have a vast arsenal for torture. Promptly, the two men, scared out of their minds, say it's fine, and that they will tell everything. Outside the tavern, Kai, with his arms crossed, says he understands everything, and asks if the economy is doing well, also questioning if they are making money with demon slaves. Hearing this, the two thugs just think that they are completely screwed. Moments later, Kai returns to the tavern with a smile on his face. With a bag of money in hand, he tells everyone there that he will pay for everyone's bill, which makes the men smile and celebrate happily, while Griselda comments that Kai is really generous and will spend the two fools' money, Elza's subordinates. However, Sasha doesn't show the same excitement, and asks if he shouldn't spend it on something better, to which he responds by saying it's fine, and points out that if the trouble continues, Elza might notice and become cautious. And after everyone eats and drinks, he will cast a forgetting spell on everyone there. He also notes that drunk people are more susceptible to that magic. After hearing all of that, Griselda becomes worried and informs the protagonist that the forgetting magic is usually dangerous. While casting the magic at the door, he again reassures her that everything will be fine, as it is a high-level magic and there is no risk, and when everyone sobers up, they will forget about them. Looking at the money on the floor, the vampire then asks what he will do with the leftover money, and he replies that after paying for the damages to the tavern, he thinks it's best to use it to cover the expenses they'll have on the trip. Meanwhile, outside, the bully continues to be oblivious, while the other two cry over the lost money. Inside, Sasha says that this will be fun, while Griselda, once again with her omelet, says that they will buy new clothes afterward. Kai says that's a good idea since they are entering enemy territory and can't look suspicious. As they eat and drink, someone hooded starts to leave the tavern. It's the girl who had been watching everything closely earlier, now showing an interested look. The next morning, the church soldiers are marching tirelessly, their faces blank. Soon, Elsa's two henchmen notice this and wonder what is going on. As they approach the soldiers stop, and the big guy asks why so many holy knights are in that village. Indeed, there were many knights. One of them, probably the leader, shows an image of Kai to the man and asks if he has seen a criminal named Kai Austin. Immediately, Elsa's subordinate recognizes him and, shocked, recalls what happened the previous night. He responds to the soldier that he hasn't seen him and adds that, besides, he ran out of money the day before, but could provide information if he received some change. However, the leader tells his men that Kai wasn't in that village and asks if they should move further south, to which the warriors agree. He then says that the village will no longer be useful. From a distance, Kai watches everything unfold and signals that they have finally arrived. Sasha, also observing, points out that they came with many warriors, and that flag indicates they are holy warriors from the church, estimating that there must be about 300 of them. Watching closely, she states that they are the sacred elite. This makes the protagonist uneasy, commenting that it's exactly as the archdemon had said. He recalls when he instructed Mateo to send the message and notes how quickly they acted after Mateo delivered it. He had asked Mateo to notify Johann that the Demon King holds the key to the second loop, and also remembers the archdemon mentioning that after the hunters were sent, they would also send 300 holy knights. This makes him reflect that, with this many men, the entire church must be mobilized, not just Johann's personal desire. This leaves him even more thoughtful. Suddenly, Griselda tells Kai not to worry, as they will manage to drive them away. Kai is surprised by these words and thinks it's truly reassuring, agreeing with Griselda. However, to himself, he thinks that he has no intention of forgiving the Holy Knights and letting them go, as the moment they laid a finger on Colette, their fate was sealed in hell. Just recalling this makes him angry, but still, he controls himself and calls for the girls, telling them he has a request, to which they ask what it is. With a serious look and a dark tone, he asks them to completely annihilate all those knights. The girls listen attentively without saying a word. However, Kai asks them to do so without causing any damage to their bodies. Griselda is immediately surprised and asks why, while Sasha, on the other hand, says that if Master Kai is asking, there must be a reason, though, against such a number of elite soldiers, especially with the disadvantage of the light attribute. Kai interrupts her, saying it's fine because they've defeated purifiers under worse conditions in the past, and emphasizes that the two of them are extremely strong. This leaves both of them completely stunned, but soon, Sasha says that she trusts what he is saying, and Kai emphasizes that they should use the best of their attributes. With everything planned, he says they should begin. Focused, he notices the nearby bushes moving and making noise, thinking that those soldiers must be receiving supplements, but it shouldn't be anything serious. After some time, not far from there, the paladin leader comments that the two guys they found really didn't have a scent, and he hadn't thought that chasing the Demon King would be so difficult. However, if they consider the fools to be heretics of God, they can loot at will, which is a great deal. After looking at the two idiots on the ground, the leader notices something ahead, the silhouette of a man. Upon closer inspection, he recognizes Kai Austin. Promptly, he draws his sword and asks if Kai has stopped fleeing, saying that appearing like this in front of them is quite an arrogant gesture. The protagonist ignores him and simply asks if Colette is okay, which infuriates the old man, who starts to say that it's none of his business, and that Colette will live and die for the Holy Church. Hearing these words, Kai says that the old man is done for and that it's enough. Immediately, the church warriors are brutally attacked, many of them at once. The commander, turning around, notices that his men are being taken down without even having time to react. Attacking the men, Sasha moves like the wind, striking them with a smile on her face. She moves like a true ninja, leaving the men paralyzed. Watching the scene, the old man becomes irritated and asks what the hell is going on. The soldiers, terrified by the massacre, only hear the commander telling them to capture the enemies. However, one of them is completely immobilized and being suffocated by magic, leaving the others even more stunned. In the blink of an eye, Griselda eliminates him with a sudden and precise move. The leader can't believe that those men from the church's elite are being wiped out in such a manner, while Kai, mocking, says that apparently he won't need to interfere in this battle. Sasha continues defeating the soldiers, even using knee strikes like John Jones, while Griselda, with her powers, easily controls them, leaving only their bodies on the ground and walking calmly through the battlefield. Before he could do anything, the leader is overpowered by Sasha, who, pointing a knife at him, asks Kai what she should do with him, as he is the last man. Kai, realizing this is the commander, wonders if they should use him instead of just sending him to hell. He looks at the man with a serious expression, making the old man even more terrified, thinking that this is really the end for him. Suddenly, Griselda approaches and says that she has gathered all the knights' bodies, which, despite being lifeless, are in perfect condition. This makes the protagonist smile and say that they did a great job. Hearing this, both girls feel a bit embarrassed and smile proudly. Moments later, while rummaging through the bodies, Griselda finds it strange that these men possess expensive belongings, and Sasha comments that the corruption of the Holy Church seems worse than she thought. Meanwhile, Kai, observing one of the bodies, is pleased that they are intact because this means he can test a magic. Out of nowhere, Griselda calls the protagonist and asks what he will do with these men, and when he says they will turn them into allies, it leaves both girls shocked and confused. Kai then begins to use the magic, remembering that it is a forbidden black magic called Rebellion Against God, and, thinking it through, remembers that in his past life, he had never used it. Watching that, Griselda is stunned, commenting that this is really something huge. And, with the entire area filled with the protagonist's black magic, the soldiers begin to receive it into their bodies, and, moments later, they start to come back to life, until finally, after some time, all the church knights are resurrected with that powerful black magic. Griselda, shocked, wonders what the hell that is, recognizing it as high-level necromancy. Still incredulous, she says that Kai managed to use it on such an absurd scale, and now understands why the protagonist asked them not to damage the bodies. Among the soldiers, the commander, also present, is in shock. Then, Kai explains that they have perfectly synchronized command, with courage and bravery in battles, and with the original bodies of elite knights, equipped with high-level heavy armor, they form an unmatched battalion, a true zombie army. Shocked by all of this, the commander says that Kai will never be forgiven by God, which makes Kai reflect for a moment and ask if he is really referring to God, because remembering his beloved, who is trapped in the capital, he says that if God exists, there should be salvation, and if he chose not to extend his hand to a saint, then it is he who cannot be forgiven. These words leave the old man even more shocked, and Kai reflects that to rescue Colette, he will do whatever it takes. He then asks the commander his name, and the man, trembling with fear, can barely speak, prompting Kai to offer him two options. The first is to become a subordinate of the Demon King, and the second is to be a zombie. Suddenly, the system congratulates the protagonist again, informing him that he defeated 300 holy knights and made their commander surrender, earning him 1,200 points. Immediately, the archdemon appears and informs that he has taken care of the enemies who fled and ensured Johann will not hear of them. Surprised by the appearance, Griselda asks what that creature is, and Kai explains that it is an archdemon, leaving the girl even more confused and asking if that is what she heard in the rumors. Meanwhile, the little devil asks Kai about the other matter they should take care of, and Kai, somewhat suspicious, says that they will handle that as well. In the bushes, trying to hide, the hooded girl from the tavern is noticed by the protagonist. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ares walks through the forest, completely lost and confused, wondering what the hell happened to him. It doesn't take long until he remembers that the cause of all this was his own brother, and, weakened, he collapses to the ground, unconscious. Moments later, a carriage passing by notices the young man lying on the ground. Ares then wakes up to the noise and begins to try to speak, and inside the carriage, a gentleman and a beautiful lady are shocked to see the young man in that condition. Hours later, at dusk, Ares, eating noodles, celebrates life, saying that this time it was a close call. Meanwhile, the young lady, with a shy smile, says that it's really good to see him well and safe, and she never expected to have the honor of meeting a hero. As she speaks, Ares devours the noodles like a hungry dog, and the blonde, still smiling, asks why he was lying there in such a remote place. Upon hearing this question, Ares quickly becomes irritated. 3 days earlier, in front of the Austin family estate, Ares had tried to convince the guards that he was the second son of the family and begged them to let him in. Showing his heraldry, he asked them to take a good look, as the emblem of light meant that he was the hero. One of the guards then replied that this proved nothing, but if he showed the holy sword, they would inform his father. This irritated Ares, who, shouting, said that the holy sword had been broken, which made the guard retort, saying that this was impossible. Ares, even more enraged, attempted to punch the guard, but the guard, with extreme ease, blocked the punch using only one hand. However, it was at this moment that the guard noticed something and promptly said that Ares had now revealed who he truly was, claiming that he was from a dark class with attributes of darkness. This confused the young man, but as he noticed the heraldry on his own hand, he was shocked, wondering why the hell that symbol had changed. The guard, doubting everything, said that he was actually pretending to be a hero, and ordered the other guards to make sure that the kid never came back there and teach him a lesson. Immediately, the other guards began to approach Aries to beat him up, and he, frightened, begged them to wait a second. However, one of them, with an evil smile, said that he had a grudge with Aries for a long time, and now he would pay for everything he had done to him all this time. Hearing this, Aries became even more desperate, pleading not to be beaten and saying that it was all a misunderstanding. But without hesitation, the guards began to hit him. Moments later, they threw him to the ground, and one of them commented that it should be enough, to which another responded that they would never see that worm again. Returning to the present, Aries becomes irritated remembering all of that and thinks that he will never forgive them and that one day he will have his revenge. The girl then questions him about being the hero, to which he disrespectfully says that it's none of her business. Still, the girl apologizes for asking and comments that he must be tired, so he should rest well that night. This makes Aries pay attention to the young lady, and soon he notices that she is actually quite beautiful and has some wonderful curves. With this in mind, he wonders how far the privileges of being a hero go. Soon, the beautiful young lady interrupts his thoughts, saying that she is tired from the trip and will retire, but Aries could feel free to stay. Hearing this, he gives a mischievous smile and comments that he will certainly feel at home. After leaving the dinner, the young lady walks with her servant, who tells her that heroes are nobles, so she could rest easy, to which she responds, saying that she will let him take care of things while she sleeps. With that, she closes her bedroom door and wishes her servant good night. Moments after this, Aries bizarrely appears, asking the servant to hand over all the money in the mansion, which leaves the old man completely shocked. As Aries searches through the mansion, he asks what the young man is talking about. The arrogant young man then tells him to stop stalling and warns that anyone who doesn't cooperate with the hero will be annihilated. This scares the old man even more, who says that this is madness and that what he is doing is robbery. However, Aries argues, saying that the noble lady said he could have whatever he wanted there, which takes the servant by surprise. Observing the heraldry on his hand, the rejected hero notices that the symbol is still glowing, and although he thought it might be a curse, apparently everything is fine now, and as long as he has that heraldry, he can do whatever he wants. With this in mind, he says that now he will truly start feeling like a real hero and orders the servants to bring him women, the most beautiful ones. This irritates the old man, who starts shouting that this is a sick request and that it is impossible for a hero to act like that, so the guards should take him away. Promptly a guard appears, saying he will do it, but as he approaches Aries, he hears the boy telling him to pay close attention. He says that challenging a hero is risky, and if he doesn't want his entire family to be executed, he must obey the orders he receives. This makes the man anxious and unsure of what to do. Then, Aries starts laughing and orders those idiots to bring all the money and all the women available in the mansion. It doesn't take long for them to bring all the money to the ridiculous hero, but upon hearing all the noise, the young lady steps out of her room and asks what is going on. She quickly notices the bags of money on the floor and everyone present. Shocked, she can't believe what she is seeing, as she sees two of her beautiful servants and all the money offered to Aries. Immediately, the old man appears, asking her to please return to her room. However, Aries pushes him away and says that the lady herself is gracing him and that he would like to go to the bathroom with her. This infuriates the young lady, who asks what the hell he is talking about, and he, pointing to the mark on his hand, asks if she is contradicting the hero. However, upon seeing the symbol, the girl says that the symbol doesn't belong to a hero, neither here nor in China. Realizing something is wrong, Aries looks at his own hand, desperate and confused, wondering why the heraldry had transformed into the symbol of darkness again. While he tries to understand what's happening, everyone in the mansion glares at him, completely furious. Before Aries could do anything, the lady orders her guards to capture the idiot, which they promptly do, running after the false hero. Running as if there's no tomorrow, Aries can't understand what happened and keeps saying that he is the hero, the best of all time. Sometime later, in the middle of the night, Aries is again walking through the forest, wounded and with an arrow stuck in his back, commenting that those guards really tried to take his life. Irritated, he says he doesn't understand why that symbol is changing, as he thought it was supposed to be a permanent curse. Seeing a village ahead, he concludes that for now, he needs to leave the Austin territory and regroup, as there are still many people who probably don't know what's going on. Meanwhile, in the village, several people are looking at a poster pinned to the wall. Shocked, they wonder why the second son of the Austin family is being hunted. The poster reads, "Wanted criminal, Aries. A reward will be given for his capture, dead or alive." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Kai is talking to Sasha while the girl hides behind some bushes. Astonished, she comments that those people are very strong, as neither Elsa's subordinates nor the Holy Knights were a match for them. This makes her wonder who those people are. unaware of a magic approaching. She is taken by surprise by Griselda, who, standing next to her, asks what her objective is. Seeing the threatening magic close to her eye, the girl becomes even more frightened, and Griselda asks if she is an agent of the Holy Church, warning her to think carefully about what she will answer. The girl, completely terrified, just closes her eyes and begs Griselda to stop. Then, Kai also asks the vampire to stop, which makes her question him as to why. Kai then explains that apparently, this girl has no ill intentions, and that he had been observing her for some time. This leaves the young girl even more shocked, asking if he really noticed her nearby. The protagonist confirms again, saying he saw her leaving the tavern. He also claims to know that she is a demon. With this, the young girl removes her hood, revealing her rabbit ears, and still says she is shocked that Kai noticed all of that. Griselda is stunned by the whole situation, apologizes for scaring the girl, and takes the opportunity to ask why she was doing that. The purple-haired girl then introduces herself, saying her name is Merle, from the Cat Ear tribe, and asks if they are pursuing Elsa, which Griselda promptly confirms. Merle then lowers her head, and tears begin to fall. She says that she needs to ask them a favor, and Griselda asks what it is. Merle hesitates for a moment, but soon says that her sister and everyone else were captured by Elsa, and she would like them to save them. Kai listens silently as Griselda, intrigued, asks her to explain what happened. Sometime later, walking in a dark place, in the mithril mine on the territory of the former Demon King, several demons are working, while men beat them to make them work more and more. Watching the scene, Griselda is upset to see so many demons being enslaved, and says that this is unforgivable. Kai then asks Merle if she was also a slave there, which she confirms, but points out that she was lucky. She explains that when the mine collapsed, many demons were buried, but she survived the incident, and with that, escaped from Edgar. Listening to the story attentively, Kai asks who Edgar is, and Merle informs him that he is the supervisor there. The protagonist is surprised that there is a supervisor there, and imagines that he must be one of Elsa's high-level subordinates, which makes this Edgar a rather formidable guy. Then he asks if Merle knows anything about him, maybe his fighting style or characteristics of this Edgar. The girl, a little hesitant, informs him that his class is Supreme Mage. This makes Kai nervous, as he knows that it could be a problem, just like Griselda, who also becomes anxious and asks if she really said Supreme Mage, because that will definitely be a problem. Merle just nods in confirmation. With that, Kai reflects that Griselda is right, as a Supreme Mage is one of the strongest of all mages, and underestimating him would be very dangerous, so they need to come up with a plan. Suddenly, Sasha calls out to Kai and informs him that she has returned from the patrol she was doing, and upon seeing her, the protagonist asks if something is wrong, as she looks pale. Indeed, Sasha, whiter than a palm tree, says that she was seen by the enemies and had to use magical energy to fight. The protagonist becomes even more worried upon hearing this, but says that at least she is safe, and remembers that he asked her to patrol because she knows that area well, but consecutive battles would drain anyone's magical power. He then starts interacting with the system, reflecting that he isn't carrying recovery potions because he trusts his own energy reserves too much, and wonders if he had an appropriate skill, it could help. Soon, he finds a skill in the system called Drain Magical Power, which steals energy from others, and with that, he smiles, concluding that this skill will be useful. He acquires the skill and immediately starts using it on Sasha. After the procedure, he explains that he shared one of his skills with her, and she asks what kind of skill it was. Kai then says that it's called Magic Power Drain, and with it, he can transfer magical energy to her. This leaves her shocked, upset that he is giving his power to her, but he explains that with this skill, she could drain magical energy, but it can also be used carefully on allies to only share a little. So, they will use it to recover and use strategically, stressing that he trusts her to do this. However, to himself, he thinks there's another purpose behind this decision too. Sasha then takes a deep breath and soon starts draining the protagonist's energy. Quickly, she says that her magical energy is returning to normal and that she already feels completely recovered. While her energy is being drained, the protagonist notices that, at his level, it barely affects him and tells her that everything is fine now. He then asks how her patrol went. This grabs the attention of Griselda and Merle, who listen attentively as Sasha says that she found a caravan on the road near the mine, and in the caravan, there were many demons in cages. She says it seemed like they were being transported to be sold as slaves. Hearing this, Griselda becomes furious, saying that they need to rescue them immediately. But suddenly, Merle shouts for them to wait. She informs them that the caravan Sasha mentioned must be from Edgar, and taking action without a plan would be very risky. The vampire then places her hands on Merle's shoulders and calmly says that she doesn't need to worry because Kai is someone she can truly trust. And as a former demon lord, she guarantees that she will save her sister and everyone else. This excites Merle, and she asks if that is true. However, she soon stops to think better and wonders what Griselda meant by a former demon lord. Shocked, Merle asks if this is really Griselda, but the vampire ignores her and simply tells Kai that they need to rescue the demons quickly. He confirms, emphasizing that they will rescue all those who are imprisoned, and this is enough to calm Griselda and Merle. However, he says that before that, he starts using powers on Griselda, saying that he will share the skill with her as well. Griselda, receiving the skill, says that it will be really useful. After the procedure, Kai affirms to himself that they are finally ready to face the Supreme Mage. Observing the caravan, he reflects that to save Colette, he will need allies, and it will be good to help all those enslaved demons, as he can free the oppressed and make them strong allies. Meanwhile, pulling the caravan, a young demon is barely holding on, and one of the men orders her to speed up, smiling and belittling the poor slave, who can barely stay on her feet. As the caravan continues its journey, the slave pulling it falls to the ground, exhausted. The slave is Merle's sister, who hears the Supreme Mage Edgar asking why she is so lazy, and she, almost at her limit, simply apologizes. The mage then prepares a spell and asks if she would like to receive a bit more of that magic, and with a smile, he shoots the spell at the girl, shouting for her to hurry, while the poor thing only screams in pain from the shock caused by the magic. With that, she collapses to the ground again, completely debilitated, and Edgar, with a bizarre smile, says that if they don't reach their destination by nightfall, he will sell her younger sister. This immediately motivates the girl, who says that she will make it and will hurry, begging him, please, to leave her little sister alone. Then, once again, she resumes pulling the caravan, which slowly begins to move again, causing Edgar to smile slightly. He thinks to himself that Merle has probably already lost her life when the mine collapsed, but this is serving to threaten the young demon, to make her obedient, and even if something happens to her, he can sell her for a good price. While he laughs to himself, someone inside the caravan asks him to be cautious. He then asks what he's talking about and calls him Walter. Walter then asks if his plan isn't to transport the slave demon safely, pointing out that Elsa is cautious about the supposed demon king, so it's possible they'll encounter him along the way. This irritates Edgar, who tells him to stop talking nonsense, as they are part of Elsa's group, and no one would be stupid enough to cause trouble with them. Edgar also takes the opportunity to mock at the fact that Walter mentioned the Demon King. With that, Walter and the other two men remain silent, just listening, while Edgar continues, explaining that, in addition to everything, they are under the protection of his unbeatable magical barrier, so no one can get near them. Therefore, as guards, they are just backup for backup, and should stay quiet for the rest of the journey. Hearing all of this, Walter gets irritated but says nothing and simply closes his eyes. And so, the journey continues through the barren land, but it doesn't take long for Merle's sister to feel exhausted again and begin breathing heavily. With that, Edgar prepares another spell, threatening her, asking if she wants to be beaten again. However, her magic starts to dissipate slowly, leaving him completely confused. Intrigued, he wonders why the magic disappeared and starts shaking his arm in a pathetic attempt to activate it again. Suddenly, one of the guards inside the caravan calls him and, with his head sticking out, asks what happened to the magical barrier that disappeared. This leaves the Supreme Mage even more shocked, now sweating cold with fear. He asks if the magical barrier really disappeared. Quickly, he looks around, reflecting that this is a bad sign and that everyone should stay alert. However, Walter, kicking the caravan door, asks what's happening and, irritated, tries to figure out what's going on. The fat man is surprised to see Walter leave the caravan, and completely out of nowhere, he starts feeling the carriage shaking. He becomes completely paralyzed, and before he could do anything, he is thrown out of the vehicle and crashes into a tree. This leaves even Merle's sister completely terrified, and Edgar, feeling a terrible pain in his arm, screams, asking what the hell is happening. Immediately, Sasha appears and, lifting the caravan with just one hand, asks if he is the one called Edgar. Seeing the girl practically destroying the caravan with one hand, Edgar begins trembling with fear and asks what kind of absurd strength that is, questioning if she was the one who attacked the caravan. He reflects that being attacked just when he can't use magic is really bad luck. Soon, one of the guards arrives, saying that something bad happened, warning that all of his magic has been completely drained. Hearing this, the fat man becomes even more terrified, thinking that he is really screwed. And while he says that this would be impossible, since he has a vast reserve of magic, something passes by him at an impressive speed, which almost makes him piss his pants. It's none other than Griselda, who passed by him carrying Merle's sister in her arms. With a smile, she says that apparently everything worked as planned. Seeing the entire scene, the poor demoness is speechless. while Edgar, irritated, wonders what else is coming and why the hell they are taking the slaves. Soon, Kai appears, and in a calm tone says that now they just need to finish this and leave. Meanwhile, Griselda tells Merle's sister that she is safe now. Not understanding any of this, Edgar is surprised to see a young man there as well, and tells the guards to stop them, as he hired them specifically for this. However, one of the guards hesitates and says that despite him saying that, Edgar is incapable of using magic, which makes the mage think that the only one who can fight without using magic is Walter. And so, it doesn't take long for Walter to begin approaching Sasha with a massive sword in hand. He then apologizes and says he will do this just for business. Immediately, he moves and attempts a surprise attack against Sasha, who skillfully manages to dodge. But even so, she acknowledges that this man is indeed very fast. And, looking at him, she notices that, even though he's so fast, he attacks with a lot of force. While Walter, annoyed that his strike was dodged, asks if she will be able to dodge the next one. Immediately, he attacks again, and this time, Sasha seems unprepared. Seeing the scene, Edgar thinks that this time she won't be able to escape the strike, and that's exactly what happens. She just watches her end approaching with Walter's sword. However, in the last second, Kai blocks the attack using his sword with ease, leaving Walter impressed, asking how he managed to do that and who the hell they are. Kai just listens in silence, with the same look my wife gives me when I open another beer. Still impressed, Walter notices that this is a sword of the element of darkness, and asks if this kid in front of him could be the Demon King. Immediately, Edgar starts shouting, telling Walter to eliminate the boy quickly, and saying that he's way too soft for a knight. But before he could finish, he is pulled by Griselda's magic. She then tells him that it's over and that he should pay. With that, he orders Walter to surrender, which he promptly does, dropping his sword. Kai then turns to Edgar and says that now he will. But before he could finish the sentence, Edgar, desperate, asks him to wait and questions what he wants. He says that Kai can take the slaves if that's what he wants, and that he will do anything Kai asks, begging to be spared. The protagonist then agrees and comments that he has no personal issue with him. However, he will let the slaves decide what to do with Edgar, asking if Edgar is with him or not. The slaves hear everything, silently and with worried expressions. Shocked, he looks at the slaves, saying he's sure they are grateful to him. After all, he took very good care of them. With a wicked smile, he comments that he took very good care of them every night and asks if everything he did to them wasn't good. Griselda observes the slaves' reaction closely, and they quickly decide they want the fat man's death, with one of them highlighting how incredulous she was at his words. Hearing this, Edgar is completely stunned, speechless, while the protagonist says that, therefore, his fate is sealed. The fat man lowers his head, reflecting that this will indeed be his end, and thinking that there were still many things he wanted to do, including never being able to be with the cat ear tribe. Suddenly, a sinister hand touches his shoulder, and a terrifying demon appears, holding him by the shoulders. Moments later, only the lifeless body of the fat man falls to the ground, and with that, the skull demon begins to disappear slowly. While the protagonist watches everything, he comments that watching Ares gave him a bad feeling. Moments later, Griselda, excited, calls for him and, with a smile, says that the plan was a huge success. Kai then responds, saying that it was all thanks to her and Sasha. Sometime before, after using one of his abilities, Kai asks if the skill sharing worked, which she confirms, pointing out that now she is able to drain magical power. The protagonist then says that they will proceed immediately with the plan, and, considering that the enemy is of the Supreme Mage class, confronting him head-on in a state of alert would be too risky, so they will use the power draining. Immediately, Griselda gets excited, saying that they will steal their magical power and pointing out that a Supreme Mage without magic is just an ordinary human. However, Sasha shows concern, explaining that Supreme Mages have vast amounts of magic and questioning if it wouldn't take too long to drain all their power and if they wouldn't realize they were being drained. Kai, with a smile, says that Sasha is right, but they should trust him. It isn't long before they notice Edgar passing by with his caravan full of slaves, and with that, they immediately start using the magical power stealing skill all at once. They focused and worked as a team to drain everything quickly, and when Edgar noticed he was completely powerless, he was horrified. Back in the present, Griselda laughs, commenting that Edgar's face was hilarious, and that they drained everything in the blink of an eye. Remembering when Edgar realized the magical barrier was gone, Sasha comments that the idiot mage wouldn't be able to do that without the barrier, and that the other guards, except for one, also didn't seem capable. Kai says that with the two of them, he feels it would be impossible to lose to anyone, which Griselda confirms, while Sasha says that, actually, she's not even close to his level. He then starts thinking to himself and reflects that those two girls are indeed strong, but Johann must already be expecting this, knowing the power of the second loop, and that to defeat him and save Colette, he will need even more strength. Then he looks at the caravan and says that now they can free those demons. With that, they begin to free them. And after some time, all are free, though visibly weakened. Griselda then asks Sasha if everyone was really freed, and Sasha confirms. Observing the slaves' expressions, she comments that they all look exhausted and asks what she should do. Suddenly, one of the tied-up guards asks about the weapons, and the other responds that they took everything, taking the opportunity to ask if his partner couldn't use his thief skills to get them out of those restraints, which he denies, saying he doubts they can escape this situation. This irritates his companion, who says that this means, sooner or later, the two of them will end up eating grass from the roots. Suddenly, Merle appears, asking if it's safe there, and commenting that Kai asked her to stay hidden. And seeing the young demoness, the bandit smiles, thinking he can get something out of that little brat. Moments later, the protagonist begins to use his magic, saying that everyone there needs healing, and immediately starts healing the demons, making them feel the strong healing power taking over them. While using his magic, Kai thinks that he should look for stronger demons than those, but he needs them as allies to help him rescue Colette. Suddenly, Merle starts shouting, saying that she is happy that her three companions are safe, and upon hearing that, her sister quickly recognizes her and calls out, "Happy." However, the bandits, taking advantage of the opportunity, manage to free themselves from the restraints using skills, and promptly, one of them surprises Merle from behind, trying to silence her while she tells her sister that they will soon be together. She looks at the bandit, scared, and fears the worst, just like her sister, who starts sweating cold upon seeing the situation. Immediately, Griselda and Sasha also shout for Merle, upset. Meanwhile, the bandit smiles and says that with a hostage, they have an ace up their sleeve. However, Kai, with his powers already prepared, asks if the bandit is sure of what he is saying. He ignores the question and simply tells the protagonist that if he cares about the life of that young woman, he should let them escape. Meanwhile, the young woman's sister, irritated by that, quickly rushes at the bandit, hitting him and making ketchup spurt from the bully, leaving Griselda proud, celebrating and highlighting that Merle's sister managed to catch them easily. After observing the scene, Kai is also impressed with the swift movements and recognizes that there is more to her than meets the eye. Sasha watches everything in silence, while the bandit reflects on that dormant power, noting that one should never underestimate the cat ear tribe. And Merle, seeing that her sister saved her, sighs in relief and runs to hug her, apologizing and explaining that she came there to save her. But in the end, it was her who saved her. But the young woman says, it's okay, as long as she's safe. Kai then smiles and says that he is happy they could reunite. Then, the one with pointy ears tells the protagonist that she doesn't know how to thank him, and her sister adds, also thanking him from the bottom of her heart. However, Kai says that they should be grateful to Griselda, and she, confused, asks what he means, pointing out that now it's time to show everyone the new Demon King. Hearing this, Kai is shocked for a moment, but quickly says that she's right. The protagonist then asks for everyone's attention and says that according to the teachings of the Holy Church, beings and demons with dark attributes are considered evil, treated as monsters without love. Immediately upon hearing this, everyone is surprised, wondering if it's really true. Then, Kai, opening his arms, continues saying that those who have hearts and who love, in truth, are the ones here. Merle and her sister are also impressed by his words, and he goes on, saying that he will create an ideal nation in the demon realm. The bandit is confused about this nation talk. However, Kai says that this will be where beings with dark attributes and demons can live without discrimination, and that there, he will be the Demon King. Completely shocked, the man asks what the hell he's talking about, while Griselda gets excited. He then concludes, saying that the next step will be to recover the mithril mine. Everyone present starts to get anxious, while Kai says that those who can fight should prepare because they will liberate the demons and recover the nation. Not believing what he's hearing, the bandit starts shaking, shocked, while Sasha says that this is a beautiful prophecy from Kai, and Griselda, absolutely emotional, tells Sasha that she is truly happy. Then, the protagonist looks to the side and tells Walter that it's time to punish him. He then takes a deep breath and says that he won't beg for his life, so Kai can take it quickly, which makes the protagonist say that he is really direct and that it's already decided. Until suddenly, Merle's sister appears, placing herself between Kai and Walter, asking him to wait a little. Then, with a serious look, she asks if Kai could spare that man's life. Surprised, he asks if Melty is really defending Walter, to which she angrily confirms, explaining that he helped them. Melty says that Walter secretly gave food to those who were hungry, and even treated the wounds of some, and sometimes even protected them from Edgar's cruelty, and for these reasons, she doesn't see Walter as a bad person. Hearing all this, Kai asks Walter why he, a human, helped demons. Walter then starts reflecting on this and says that all of this is a pity, leaving the protagonist confused. He then says that it's a pity that demons, just by being born, are discriminated against. Melty gets emotional with these words, still in front of the protagonist, and Walter continues saying that it's ridiculous because no one chooses how they're born, which is disgusting. Shocked, Kai then asks if his class is Black Knight, and he says that a darkness attribute is despised. For someone like him, who was expected to rise in the ranks of the Sacred Knights, it was the worst class. And because of this class chosen by God, someone precious to him, Kai begins to get emotional upon hearing the entire story. Walter continues, telling that once a visibly powerful man asked him if he really thought he could become a perfect knight just with skill, even possessing the darkness attribute, commenting that it was very presumptuous. Laughing mockingly, he said that if Walter just stayed quiet, that woman wouldn't need to die. Walter became extremely furious hearing this, and the bald man continues, asking if the blame for that death didn't fall on him, which made the knight even angrier. Back in the present, the protagonist asks who that woman was that he mentioned, and he, with his head lowered, answers that she was his fiancée. With that, Kai immediately remembers Colette, and now understands that Walter is exactly like him. He then asks if Walter would like to serve him, to which he, suspicious, questions if Kai is asking him to betray Elsa. However, the protagonist says that, in fact, he's asking him to betray the Holy Kingdom. Immediately, Walter begins to remember the protagonist's speech, saying that he would build an ideal nation in the demon realm, where those with darkness attributes and demons could live without discrimination. And, with that, he thinks that if such a place exists, it will be wonderful. Then, he accepts the proposal, and immediately the protagonist cuts the ropes binding him. Sticking his sword in the ground, Walter says that he, a knight of darkness, swears loyalty to the Demon King. This makes Melty happy, saying that this is great because Walter will definitely be a strong ally for Kai. But the protagonist just says that he will also grant Melty the class of Demon General, surprising the young woman. He then explains that, to recover the Mithril Mine, he will need significant forces, and she will be part of that force. Observing the scene, Sasha begins to get excited, and the protagonist concludes by saying that he will use the subordinate demon contract to amplify Melty's strength. To himself, he thinks that, with the help of those people, the battles in the mine will be more favorable, and since he's already secured his trump card, everything is prepared. Meanwhile, a legion of warriors from the King's Church begins to appear, and Melty, excited, says that for those who were rescued and to repay Kai's generosity, she will prove her worth. Kai then notices something that catches his attention, and after promoting Melty and Walter, he asks if they are both ready. Immediately, Melty says that for the lives he saved, they are ready, while Walter, with determination in his eyes, says that a soldier loses his life for those who recognize him, and that his sword belongs to the Demon King. With that, Kai concludes by saying that the contract is made. Sometime later, at the Mithril Mine stronghold, the knights, archers, and spearmen are on alert, and soon a carriage begins to approach the stronghold's gates. Pulling the carriage, Melty is visibly tired, while Walter asks the guards to open the gates because something terrible has happened. Immediately, one of the guards asks someone to open the gates, while another asks Walter what happened. Two of the guards observe attentively, and the one with a mustache orders the gates to be opened. With that, the gates begin to open. Walter and Melty observe carefully, and then begin to enter the stronghold until the head of the guards notices something, and, after observing the caravan carefully, asks them to stop immediately. With that, Kai and Griselda quickly go on high alert, and the head, suspicious, asks where Edgar is. However, Walter does not answer, and just closes his eyes and sighs. The head then says that this is rather suspicious, and asks the guards to look inside the carriage. Immediately, one of them offers to do this, and, somewhat afraid, begins to open the door slowly, commenting that everyone there is part of Elsa's faction, and, at this point, no one would dare mess with them. However, upon opening the door, he notices the three of them, which shocks him, and Kai, with a fixed gaze, says that the operation begins now. Immediately, the guard is thrown away by one of them, and as he passes by, spitting blood at the head, it leaves him incredulous. He quickly starts shouting, saying that Walter betrayed them and asks the troops to join forces and stabilize the barriers at key points. Thus, immediately the troops begin to approach, with spearmen and archers ready for battle, and the head, without thinking twice, orders them to eliminate all the traitors. However, Walter, in an absurdly fast movement, passes by him, leaving a deep cut without the commander being able to react, and seconds later, the head falls to the ground, lifeless. The soldiers are shocked, commenting that the captain was defeated in the blink of an eye, and Walter, showing his own insignia, tells the Demon King that he will resolve things there. Kai responds that he trusts him and will let him handle the situation. With that, he begins running alongside Griselda and Melty, with the guards chasing them and saying they must stop them from reaching the prison. But suddenly, appearing out of nowhere, Sasha joins Walter and says she will take care of the rear, which excites him, saying he'll count on her for that. Together, the two say that no enemy will be spared. Meanwhile, the three musketeers quickly begin approaching the prison and, upon arrival, notice something is wrong. Melty is surprised because the place is protected by a magical barrier, and brute force won't work in this case. However, drawing his sword, the protagonist delivers a powerful strike to the barrier, which immediately begins to completely dissipate. This leaves Melty impressed, unable to believe what she is seeing, while Griselda comments that this is to be expected from Kai, who is more than extraordinary. Kai then, in a serious tone, says that he and Melty will take care of the perimeter, while Griselda advances to the prison. Hearing this, she feels hesitant, but says nothing. The protagonist then turns to the soldiers, who, upon seeing him, are terrified. However, one of them, more courageous, tells Kai not to get cocky, because even if he manages to free the slaves, the main forces from the mine will soon return from the demon hunting expedition. And with many ground troops, there is also the Dragon Master, a rare class. After saying this, he starts smiling and says they will arrive soon, as the main forces have over 1,000 men in the troop, and soon Kai will be exterminated. This makes Kai conclude that they must already be preparing. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the troops notice that a fire signal for reinforcements was sent from the mine, so they need to move faster and prepare for combat, and since the Dragon Master is already ahead, they must follow him. Meanwhile, Kai, recalling what was planned, already anticipated the main forces from the mine, so they shouldn't have any problems. Suddenly, the sacred knights that Kai had converted appear, and he remembers positioning 300 zombie soldiers with heavy armor onto the route to the mine. It doesn't take long before one of the soldiers notices something wrong and immediately starts shouting, telling the others that it's an ambush, while another wonders where it came from. Observing one of the zombie soldiers, they realize that those were from the Sacred Church's elite forces, and that these bodies have mastered combat techniques they learned in life, and now, as zombies, that combat power is immeasurable. While thinking about this, he is quickly attacked with no chance to defend himself and eliminated by one of the zombies, whose red eyes show no mercy. Thus, an intense battle begins. One of the soldiers, defending himself, hears another commanding them not to face them directly, as each of them is strong. He then turns and says that it's fine, as they are outnumbered and if they cut off the zombie's limbs. However, he cannot finish the sentence, as he immediately receives a fatal blow that makes him fall lifeless to the ground. Shocked by the scene, another soldier asks if that comrade lost his life with a simple cut. This happened because Kai, before releasing them, made sure that this zombie army acquired the skill Grim Reaper's Touch, which gives each strike a 5% chance of causing instant death. Back to the battle, the soldiers start running desperately, commenting that they have no chance here and need to retreat. Back at the stronghold, Kai, unaware of a dragon approaching, reflects that at this point, the reinforcements must be on the verge of collapse, and now it's time to deal with the Dragon Master. Then he turns and sees that the dragon has already arrived, while Walter, in the shadow of the beast, notices that it is heading straight for the prison, so he hurries and goes back to defeat the enemies. At the same time, Melty reflects that Griselda will do everything for the demon's liberation, and, looking at her own heraldry, she concludes that she is also stronger now because of Kai's contract, until suddenly, she is stunned as the Dragon Master is already on the roof of the prison, furious and ready for battle. The dragon begins to get more and more irritated, and the Master, smiling, tells him to turn that young demoness into ashes, which he promptly does, spitting fire in her direction. However, Melty quickly manages to jump and dodge the attack, taking the chance to mock the dragon, asking if he is blind. But when looking at the destruction caused by that attack, she is shocked, wondering what kind of power that is. While the Dragon Master, smiling, says that slaves should know their place and stay quiet. He continues attacking, launching fireballs in all directions, and Melty, running, tries to dodge the attacks. Fearfully, she says that it's impossible to deal with that flying creature that spits fire. Then the protagonist calmly says, "Abyss of the endless depths, swallow my enemies." And with that, a black hole begins to form. Soon, another hole forms, as Melty continues to flee from the attacks. Then she stops and looks back, startled, noticing that the black hole is swallowing the dragon's attacks. Also observing that, the Master is shocked, trying to understand what is happening. Meanwhile, the protagonist continues to create an even bigger black hole, which makes the Master quickly realize that it is Kai who is doing this. So, he promptly starts descending towards the protagonist, saying that he will exterminate him once and for all. Melty then calls out to Kai, saying that the dragon is very dangerous and that they should retreat for now. However, he, with full confidence, asks about retreating, questioning if they're not there to rescue the slaves. This leaves Melty paralyzed, tears in her eyes, while the master, descending at high speed, says that apparently the young man hasn't been intimidated yet, so he will test him with a charge. He then accelerates even more with the furious dragon. Meanwhile, in the prison, Griselda holds a handcuff with both hands and easily breaks it, releasing a demon wolf who, impressed, ponders how she broke those handcuffs with her bare hands, recognizing that her power is incredible. After freeing all the slaves, Griselda raises her arm and orders them to start running until they notice the dragon outside flying fast. Griselda immediately recognizes it, saying that Elza's dragon master returned faster than expected. One of the demons, also watching the scene, says they won't have a chance to escape, to which the others agree, saying they're doomed. However, Griselda demands silence, irritated, and says that they're there to reclaim the demon nation, leaving all the demons there completely shocked. She continues, saying that the time for submission is over, and it's time to reclaim the freedom that is rightfully theirs. Meanwhile, Melty outside watches the Dragon Master who keeps advancing until completely out of nowhere, a fireball appears right in front of him, but he swiftly dodges it. Looking down, he sees more of those fireballs coming. Then Kai says that this will be the counterattack, using the Hellfire Barrier, which hits the dragon directly, causing an explosion. He watches closely and sees that the dragon felt the blow, and with that, the beast begins to descend uncontrollably in freefall. The master begins to despair seeing what is about to happen, but before he can do anything, Melty passes by him, attacking in an extremely fast movement. The dragon, now more out of control, crashes to the ground like a sack of potatoes, while Melty manages to land smoothly. Impressed with what she did, she looks at her own hand, and then sees the Dragon Master lying lifeless on the ground, which makes her question whether she was really capable of doing that. Suddenly, Griselda appears with the slaves, celebrating, and her eyes shine when she sees what Melty did. The MC then starts walking toward the young woman, and, with a smile, says that now, everyone is free. Then she looks back and sees everyone together, including Griselda, who waves smiling, saying that she did a good job, which makes her extremely happy, commenting that everyone is safe. They get closer, and soon Kai receives a notification congratulating him. He looks around and is notified that, for freeing the demons from Elza's faction, he received 2,000 points. And, while the demons celebrate their freedom, and with the master and the dragon fallen on the ground, defeated, Melty feels grateful that all of this happened. Watching everything, Walter gives a slight smile and asks what Elza would do if she found out about everything that happened, to which Kai replies saying that Elza is definitely... Suddenly he stops and, looking closely at Walter, says that that is a great idea. Then he says they should provoke Elza, leaving Walter surprised and confused. Sometime later, elsewhere, Elza is taking a bath, and a soldier informs her that there is news. He says that the messenger from the Holy Kingdom reported that not only will her noble title be guaranteed, but she will also be recommended to join the hero squad to defeat the Demon King. Hearing this, Elza smiles, and lying in a bathtub with a fortune in gold around her, says that everything is going as planned. Playing with the coins, Elza, an ultra-rare class magic swordswoman, also says that she can't stop smiling. She also points out that she has developed a special fondness for that castle, which, by the way, is far too grand for Griselda. Then she gets out of the bath and asks a bunny girl what she thinks about it, making her uncomfortable. With a mischievous smile, she points out that even a useless demoness like the bunny girl must understand what that means. And, seeing that the young girl says nothing, she grabs her by the ears, demanding an answer. With that, the bunny says she agrees, stressing that the castle is perfect for Elza. Then Elza, still smiling, says she's glad she agrees and absolutely out of nowhere grabs her by the arm, activating a spell, making the poor bunny girl writhe in pain. However, Elza tells her to be quiet and asks if she changed her mind, while the bunny begs her to please stop. Elza, however, continues, laughing more and more. Looking at the bunny and seeing her suffering, Elza concludes that it's very fun to torture little girls like her. After some time, the young slave collapses to the ground, and the Demon Queen says she feels very powerful, pointing out that since she obtained the rare class of Magic Swordswoman, everything has been going right. Moments later, she leaves and, with her sword in hand, says that with her noble status and being part of the hero's party, defeating the Demon King will bring her unimaginable rewards. And soon, she will have all the power and money the world can offer. Her servants celebrate upon hearing all this. Then she says they should throw a party to celebrate and get the finest wines. After grabbing one of the bottles, she says that a glass of that wine costs more than the salary of any of those animals she calls servants, so they should be grateful just for being able to look at it. Suddenly, a loud noise catches them by surprise, causing concern, leaving Elza puzzled, asking what that is. until a guard appears saying they have a problem. Desperate, he says there are monsters there, but before he can do anything, something bursts through the castle wall, throwing the servants away. Immediately, Elsa grabs her sword, wondering what kind of monster it could be, until a colossal dragon appears in the hole left in the wall. This shocks Elsa, who wonders if that is really a zombie dragon, as she didn't know such a monster existed in that region. Then the dragon starts talking, introducing himself as Kai, the Demon King, and informing them that he has conquered the mithril mine. Hearing this, Elsa begins to panic, and Kai continues, saying the dragon, now without a master, serves him. At that, one of the servants promptly recognizes the dragon, while another, in shock, asks if the dragon rider master has been exterminated. Kai, controlling the dragon, doesn't respond, and simply says that Elsa stole his life and, moreover, the woman he loves. And for that reason, he will take everything she has. She then replies that she doesn't know what he is talking about, and irritated, claims that she loves taking things from others, but despises when something is taken from her, and she can't wait to see what will happen. Gripping her sword even tighter, she says Kai will regret making her angry. Immediately, Kai begins to use an ability that emanates from the dragon's mouth, saying he can't wait for this. Then, he attacks using a dark power, stating that Elsa will suffer endless pain. Quickly, the cursed breath ability heads toward Elsa, who, realizing the attack, notices she won't be able to dodge or defend, because if the attack hits her, she'll be cursed. With that in mind, she grabs one of the servants, who instantly panics, and cruelly uses him as a human shield. Taking advantage of the dragon still attacking, she flanks, and, increasing her sword's power, uses the Crimson Flame Slash, delivering an attack that destroys and burns everything in its path. With the dragon in flames, she watches closely and wonders if the Dragon Master and the mine really were taken. Remembering that the dragon said he was the Demon King, she decides she won't wait to join the hero's party because she'll eliminate him herself. Meanwhile, the servant who was attacked, lying on the ground, says it hurts a lot and asks why Elsa used him as a human shield, but she just tells him to shut up, saying he should be grateful to still be alive. Confident, she starts walking and orders all troops to be gathered. The men promptly start grabbing weapons from the arsenal, hearing Elsa say they will head to the mine immediately because they can't let the enemies prepare, as the Demon King is certainly celebrating victory. And looking at the man on the ground, she also comments that Kai must be thinking he cursed her. Outside the castle, they notice that during the dragon's attack, all the wines that were there were stolen, and she, thinking about it, starts trembling with rage, commenting that that bastard is taking everything that belongs to her, and for that reason, she will never forgive him. Sometime later, galloping at high speed, Elsa keeps saying to herself that she will not forgive that. With her subordinates, she advances quickly. Passing by the bodies of her fallen servants on the ground, she continues until she reaches the gate of the mine. Furious, she rears the horse, wondering how that bastard dares to take the mine from her hands. She thinks she will annihilate that so-called Demon King, Kai Austin. Suddenly, a noise is heard coming from inside the gates, and one of the subordinates, startled, asks what that noise is. He turns to Elsa and asks if they are really having a party in there. That makes Elsa even angrier, questioning how long those idiots will keep mocking her. Then, she draws her sword engulfed in flames and orders her troops to exterminate everyone inside. Immediately, they break down the gates. Advancing to attack, she orders them to spare neither women nor children, and to make those wretches pay with blood. However, to her surprise, only 2 young demons are there, playing instruments. That leaves her paralyzed for a moment, not understanding anything. Before she could say anything, the demons start running desperately, leaving the instruments behind, which confuses Elsa even more, until out of nowhere, Walter attempts a surprise attack, jumping with his sword and commenting that Elsa really had the guts to come there. While he was still in the air, inches from landing the attack, Elsa realizes it's a trap and manages to defend herself effortlessly. Intrigued, she turns to see who attacked her and quickly recognizes Walter, while he, smiling, says he already expected her to defend the attack. With a quick movement, she throws Walter back, catching him by surprise. With several skills activated, she reflects that she is always underestimated and, with a harsh look, asks how much the Demon King paid him to do that. However, Walter does not answer, as he is astonished by all the skills Elsa possesses. The swordswoman then wastes no time and, using her skills, disappears from where she was in the blink of an eye, quickly appearing behind Walter. With a wicked smile, she says he already knows what happens to traitors, leaving him in shock. She activates the Crimson Flame on the sword to attack. However, when she turns, she comes face to face with several zombie knights. Observing them more closely, she is shocked, wondering if the fort's guards also betrayed her. Seeing that they are falling apart, Elsa questions why the hell they became zombies. Soon, she and her subordinates are forced to defend against the attacks. Suddenly, more soldiers begin to approach, and the redhead servants, seeing that, inform her that a large army has prepared a trap. Also observing the zombies, Elza's subordinates quickly recognize them as former allies. While Walter, on his knees, hears Elza comment that he exterminated almost all her subordinates, she concludes with a smile that, nevertheless, he shouldn't think for even a second that those crippled zombies would be able to stop her. However, suddenly, a magic circle appears on the ground, pulling her arm. She soon realizes she is trapped in a skill called Poisonous Swamp. Surprised, she looks to the side and notices that her men also fell into the trap. She hears the screams of soldiers warning everyone to stay alert, because if they are not careful, they will sink into it. Soon, they start to become even more terrified upon noticing that the zombie soldiers don't care about it and keep advancing. One of them, almost messing himself in fear, notices he's starting to be swallowed by the swamp. Watching the scene, Elza can't believe what she's seeing. Suddenly, Kai appears, commenting that Elza was quick to notice the trap and emphasizing that it's a paralyzing poison. Even so, she is undeterred and angrily asks if he's the Demon King, saying she's surprised he's a demon. Confused, she wonders if it was really him who created the poisonous swamp and concludes that his class is probably that of Supreme Mage. Meanwhile, her men start getting massacred by Kai's army and the soldiers scream, asking for permission to retreat. However, the swordswoman remains firm and orders them to shut up and deal with it like men. Still, thinking to herself, she gets irritated by the zombies getting in the way and considers that maybe she'll have to turn everything into a sea of fire, including her own subordinates. Determined, she tries to use her powers but quickly realizes that nothing happens, which makes her even more irritated, wondering why she can't use magic. Shocked, she ponders if it's because of the poisonous swamp, but soon changes her mind and thinks it must be something else. Then, she manages to see Sasha using a skill, and even from afar, she understands that the blonde is draining the magic points from the entire area. More and more nervous, Elza comments that one problem after another keeps coming up, but she will end everything all at once. Then, noticing the soldiers being massacred and sinking in the poisonous swamp, she realizes she'll have another problem, because now, all the zombie soldiers are heading toward her. Even so, she grips her sword tightly, and her heraldry begins to shine. Then the MC calls her and says that whenever she's cornered, she always reacts the same way, using the limit cancellation, questioning if that's right. This leaves the redhead completely shocked, wondering how he knows about the ace up her sleeve. In a serious tone, Kai asks why she doesn't try using it, and she, with a smug smile, says fine. Suddenly, one of the soldiers starts screaming, warning that the enemies keep approaching. However, she ignores him and tells him to shut up. Then Elza activates her ability, saying that Brat will regret provoking her, and the soldiers, watching in shock, beg her to please stop, because everyone there will burn in the marble of hell if she does that. Nevertheless, she ignores them, and, raising her arm, uses the limit cancellation. With that, noises begin to emerge, until suddenly, a powerful shockwave is released, throwing everything and everyone far away. Resisting the enormous pressure, Walter asks what the hell is happening, and Elza, with a determined look, faces Kai and continues to emanate an increasingly strong power. Kai watches the scene closely and notes that Elza's highest level enhancement skill triples all attributes for 5 minutes. And, with that, she soon starts moving quickly, saying she will show the difference between her level and Kai's. She stands face to face with the zombies, staring them down, while her subordinates scream for her to stop, because they'll be screwed too if she continues. Even so, she coldly says she doesn't care, and with a single sword strike begins cutting everything in her path, including her own servants, without mercy. Even from afar, it's possible to see the powerful blow delivered by the redhead, and the MC, analyzing the scene, concludes that the new magic attack was completed. He fixes his eyes on that powerful attack, impressed and paralyzed, until an explosion hits the place where he is, leaving Walter and Sasha worried, shouting for him. It doesn't take long for the dust to begin to settle, and to their surprise, Kai remains intact even after the attack. This leaves Elza equally impressed, wondering how he was able to remain standing after that powerful blow. But the MC just looks at her as if nothing had happened. Incredulous at it all, Walter asks Elza if she really landed that strike, and Kai, still with his hand extended after defending himself, comments that apparently the redhead is still in her growth phase. Meanwhile, sinking into the poisonous swamp, one of the soldiers, soiling himself in fear, says he's witnessing a battle between real monsters. Looking at his own hand, Kai reflects that even 5 years from now, even with all his power, he might not be able to stop Elza. However, he knows what her weakness is. He remembers that, in his past life, he had asked if she was okay, thinking that since her limit cancellation had ended, all her stats would be halved for 24 hours. However, she simply told him to shut up and stay away, calling him trash. Back in the present, Kai crouches down, unconcerned, and asks if she shouldn't hurry, as a minute had already passed, and she, still determined, retorts by questioning how far he can go. But completely out of nowhere, one of the soldiers calls for the Demon King and, together with his companions, trembling with fear, announces that he is surrendering, emphasizing that they can't go on with that crazy woman, and immediately his companions begin to say the same. This makes Elsa angry, calling them ungrateful bastards. And the MC, seeing that, says it's fine, but warns that they will have to prove whose side they are really on, which they promptly agree to without hesitation. With that, the swordswoman notices another problem has arisen, and before she can say anything, the soldiers charge at her to attack together, but she manages to dodge. Elsa then grabs her sword firmly and, irritated, asks if they really think she will allow them to join that scumbag. However, surprisingly, one of the soldiers grabs her by the neck as she can no longer move due to the swamp's poison. With that, Kai approaches, commenting that apparently she managed to resist it with her poison resistance skill, but now, finally, the swamp is taking effect. Fearing what might happen, Elsa begins to feel afraid upon hearing Kai say that now she is no longer a threat. Then, promptly, he orders the soldier to release her, and thus, the redhead falls face first into the poisonous swamp without showing any reaction. Seeing that scene, the MC reflects that this poisonous swamp might also be useful in real combat, and says he never imagined he'd see Elsa crawling so pathetically. He remembers when she humiliated him and stepped on his head, and continues watching her slowly agonize under the swamp's effect. Suddenly, she lifts her head and looks at the MC completely possessed by rage, and, supporting herself on the ground, she gets up already grabbing the sword, saying she still has some magic left. This catches the MC by surprise and makes him reflect that the redhead is really hard to take down. Then, she raises the sword to attack, and without thinking twice, delivers the blow with multiple movements toward Kai. Irritated, she claims to be the strongest, and, not only that, also a super rare class chosen by the gods. Completely consumed by fury, she screams, emphasizing that she is a spellblade. However, Kai simply raises his arm, showing the heraldry to her, and, using a magic circle, says she probably never imagined she would be defeated by a mere dark mage. Elsa is completely shocked when faced with that, and, with no time to react, is attacked from all sides by the Hellfire skill that Kai used. And, as a result, Elsa has her body completely pierced, looking like a sieve. Gravely wounded, she starts coughing up blood and writhing in pain, but still trying to hold on. She places her hands on the ground, still feeling sick, and in disbelief, asks what the hell Kai really is and what his problem is with her. He simply replies that he made a promise, and Elsa, smiling, says she has no idea what he's talking about. Even trembling, she manages to stand up, almost exhausted, and says that despite all of this, one thing has become clear: the fact that she cannot defeat him. This leaves the MC confused, not understanding what she is trying to do. And the redhead, after wiping her bloodied mouth, throws a piece of clothing to the ground. She begins to walk toward Kai like a model, and with all the charm in the world and a seductive look, Elsa asks Kai to make her the woman of his life. Hearing those words, the MC is paralyzed, unable to react, while Walter and Sasha, visibly irritated, comment that that woman is truly shameless. Even her former subordinates are surprised by that attitude. Kai remains unresponsive, silent, and Elsa continues, claiming to be strong and beautiful, and that for that reason, the Demon King should take her. However, something starts to appear beside her, and soon a small explosion hits the warehouse behind Elsa. She turns, startled, to understand what's happening, and the MC, after creating that explosion using his abilities, tells the redhead that it's better if she doesn't mess with him, because next time she will be the target. Moments later, Griselda begins to approach, telling Elsa that for a moment she thought Kai would exterminate her, but it was he who decided to keep her alive for now. Immediately, Elsa recognizes Griselda, and she, with her arms crossed, says she's surprised Elsa remembered her, because she thought it would be easy to forget the face of a slave. However, the swordswoman smiles, saying she remembers Griselda because she was sold for a good price, and, provoking, asks if she's there to be sold again. But Griselda just stands with her arms crossed beside Kai, and with that, Elsa is shocked, asking why she is there, and if she is really working with the Demon King. Griselda says nothing, and just watches coldly. Then the redhead gets even more irritated, saying that now she realizes that it was Griselda who planned everything. Immediately, she grips her sword tightly, preparing herself, and charges at Griselda, saying she will annihilate that slave. Watching the scene, Walter and Sasha become worried, shouting for Griselda and asking how that demoness is still able to move. Also watching the dust rise from their fight, Kai reflects that even wounded Elsa in limit cancellation mode is a formidable opponent, but Griselda is no longer the same as when she was captured by her. After all, Now she is one of his 4 celestial queens. The redhead is completely astonished by Griselda's current powers, and soon hears her saying that normally she would like to take Elsa's life with her own hands. But suddenly, a spell appears at a terrifying speed. It is none other than Griselda, restraining Elsa with her powers, while Elsa, completely bound, asks how that slave got so strong, to which Griselda responds that she merely swore loyalty to Lord Kai. Shocked by this information, Elsa can't understand what it means. Then she begins trying to break free but fails miserably and concludes that her limit cancellation is wearing off. With that, Griselda makes a simple gesture, closing her hand, and the magic she is using begins to strangle the redhead, who can't react and starts to panic. Distressed, she begins to say that she swears loyalty. Then MC tells her that he will give her all the fortune he possesses, asking if she understands. And she, being strangled and angry at the same time, surrenders and says it's fine. A few hours later, that same night, Griselda celebrates by shouting, saying they really made it. With a glass of wine in her hand and sitting on the throne next to Sasha, who is crying with emotion, she says she never imagined she would sit on that throne again. Walter then approaches and asks if it's really right for someone so short to act like the Demon King, which makes Griselda irritated, and she asks him to repeat what he said. Sasha, also drinking wine, says it's okay because if Griselda is there, she will serve as Lord Kai's representative splendidly. Meanwhile, a little farther away, Elsa arrives startling Merle and, calling her Kitty, asks her to explain what needs to be done to break the contract she made with the Demon King. However, to her despair, Merle only replies that she doesn't know. Then Kai approaches, asking the redhead where she thinks betrayal begins. This catches her by surprise and frightens her. Then MC extends his hand over her head and seals the pact, saying he grants Elsa the rank of one of the 4 celestial kings and queens. With that, the heraldry on her hand changes. But even so, she smiles and says that Kai should enjoy it while he can, because someday she will tear his head off. This irritates MC, so he says he will make it very clear, stating that this is a contract of servitude, and if she betrays him, she will die. This leaves Elsa absolutely shocked, nearly having a heart attack. Frustrated, she throws herself on the ground grumbling, leaving Merle and Melty watching, intrigued. With that, the Demon King begins to walk away, tired of it all, and, remembering Colette, he reflects that to rescue her, and unfortunately, he will need Elsa's limit cancellation. He also recalls the nearly impenetrable magic barrier of the capital of the Holy Kingdom. Even Griselda, as a demon queen, won't be able to break it, and if she manages to destroy just that, he can handle the rest himself. Shedding a tear of longing, Kai thinks to himself that the time is almost near. Suddenly, Griselda appears, interrupting his thoughts, informing him that the envoys from the Red Scorpion's mercenary group have just arrived. This surprises MC, who says he didn't expect it to be so soon, and commenting that it's a negotiation with demons, takes the opportunity to ask if she would also like to join. Griselda is moved by the invitation and says it would be an honor if he doesn't mind, but asks if, once the talks are concluded, he will leave immediately, which he confirms without hesitation, pointing out that he must depart as quickly as possible. This moves her even more and makes her comment that he must really care a lot about Colette. MC is surprised by that comment, but covers it with a smile, saying yes. Griselda then turns dramatically and, anguished, says she will proceed with the plan and wait for him. As she walks away with her head down, Elsa comes running, agitated, calling for the Demon King. And, as they talk on the castle balcony, a man watches from below. He is a member of the Holy Church, who says he is in disbelief witnessing all of it. Observing the conversation between Elsa and Kai, he wonders if the redhead was really defeated by the Demon King, and concludes that he needs to report it to Lord Johann immediately. But suddenly, the creepy dragon starts descending toward the man, and, approaching him, asks if that man is one of Johann's subordinates, commenting that by order of Lord Kai, he will also help them as an informant. Then the dragon extends its claws toward the man, who is shocked, asking if that is a high-ranked demon, but unable to react, he is easily captured by the frightening demon. Meanwhile, elsewhere, observing a dress, Johann tells Colette that she is very well dressed, and looking the beautiful young woman up and down, he calls her Lady Colette, the saint. Observing the mark on Colette's neck, Johann smiles. A few days earlier, in the capital of the Celestial King, 2 maids present clothing to Colette, and soon one of them, finishing dressing the saint, says she looks wonderful. However, Colette, shaken by being trapped there, just lowers her head and says nothing. She remembers when she was captured by Johann and said she would not return to the capital because she was with Kai, which made Johann, mocking, say that in fact she was referring to the Demon King and pointing out that she would never see him again. Left her worried. Sometime later, in the capital, on a quiet night, Johann observes the saint attentively, smiling while the maids continue adjusting her clothes, adjusting his glasses, and with that evil smile, Johann says that she is truly beautiful, worthy of a saint, and a perfect match for him. This immediately catches Colette's attention and makes her ask what he means by that. Suddenly, a blonde young woman appears, opening the door and calling for Colette. She approaches the saint and says she was very worried about her because she heard she was kidnapped by the Demon King. Colette is equally surprised to see that young woman and calls her Princess Angelica. Angelica then says that must have been terrifying and asks if the Demon King did anything to her. And Colette responds that it wasn't like that and that she must have misunderstood things. Meanwhile, Johann just observes the interaction, and soon a man appears, asking Colette if she is unharmed. This shocks Colette because that is her father. Promptly, Johann bows, calling the man His Majesty Marquis Valm, and he explains that unfortunately, it seems Colette was brainwashed by the Demon King, and moreover, is now suffering from a curse. This leaves Angelica and Valm shocked and worried, but Colette immediately says that is a lie, emphasizing that Kai would never do that. However, as she says this, the chains of the curse Johann used begin to tighten around the saint, who feels intense pain. Johann, observing the scene, merely smiles faintly while Angelica is shocked, commenting that this is the curse. However, even while suffering, Colette, with a trembling voice, says that Kai is a hero who saved everyone. Immediately, Angelica approaches her and hears her saying Johann's name. Widening her eyes, the princess asks what she is trying to say about Johann, and, absolutely tense, seems to have realized what Colette meant. However, the prophet interrupts, saying that Angelica shouldn't listen to what the saint is saying, as it is the effect of the curse of the Demon King Kai. Even gasping for breath and in pain, Colette does not lower her guard and looks angrily at the prophet, and he says it's better to leave her there for a while until she calms down, asking Angelica to return to her chambers. With a threatening look, he affirms that he will take care of Lady Colette and ensure that she rests. Then the princess says it's okay, though still worried, and as soon as she leaves, Johann approaches Valm, saying that he is witnessing the curse with his own eyes. The Marku watches his daughter, stunned, and hears her begging, please, for him to listen to what she has to say, reaffirming that Kai is not a villain. Valm begins to get nervous about the whole situation, unsure if he can believe it or not. Then, Johann intervenes, saying that it's unfortunate and commenting that it must be very painful for her. Watching all this, Johann's servants are equally stunned and nervous about the situation. Then the prophet, with a bizarre smile, concludes that it's unfortunate she was deceived, brainwashed, and the worst of all, ran away with the wicked Demon King. But she retorts, saying she wasn't deceived, to which he responds that it is impossible to believe that she is mentally well to say such things. While they argue, Marquis Valm observes everything closely and soon hears Colette calling him, saying she swears she wasn't deceived. However, he, incredulous, tells Johann that, as discussed earlier, he would like to proceed with what was agreed upon. This makes the prophet pleased, and with a smile, he thanks Valm. Not understanding what it's about, the saint asks what they are talking about, and Johann, approaching her, explains that they are talking about the marriage between them, leaving the saint even more terrified, sweating cold. Then he says that, as the celestial saint, he is destined to be with Colette, the saint, from the very beginning. Her father also takes advantage of the situation to say that this is the right thing to do. For someone like her, being contaminated, this will be the best thing possible. Colette is outraged by all of this and starts screaming, denying everything that was said and reaffirming that she is with Kai. However, Valm gets angry and asks what she is saying, because Kai Austin fell into darkness and attacked his own father, so it's better for her to regain her senses. Hearing this, the saint only lowers her head in complete silence. Johann then approaches Valm and says he appreciates those words, and also asks to be alone with the saint, which immediately happens. Then the prophet tells Colette that he has authority over the entire church, and that if she is thinking of helping the Demon King, she better be careful with what she plans. Colette then asks if a saint is resorting to threats, and he responds saying that if it is necessary for justice, threatening is natural, and that, thanks to her arrival, he was able to set up the Grand Barrier. Johann explains that this prayer room works only with a saint and a holy relic, and so he would greatly appreciate her cooperation. Observing her kneeling on the floor, he also takes the opportunity to say that she is truly beautiful, and that living life with her by his side will not be so bad. But anyway, he wants everything she can offer, and obviously, that includes her power as the Saint of Time. With a bizarre smile, Johann tells her not to worry, because even in the next loop, she will continue to belong to him. Hearing all this, Colette begins to feel oppressed, but thinks that this will definitely not happen. With tears in her eyes, she thinks that she just wants to be with Kai. She looks fixedly at Johann and loudly says that she would rather die than be with him, leaving the foolish saint shocked. She remains firm, saying that if Johann forces her to obey any command, she will choose to take her own life. The prophet says that this is ridiculous, and grabbing her by the dress, says that if she does that, the Demon King, however, she interrupts him, saying that Kai will never lose to a farm chicken like him. Even irritated, Johann tries to control himself and simply says fine, because he has all the time in the world. Suddenly, Mateo appears at the door, and approaching the prophet, says that he needs to report something urgent. Angry for being interrupted, Johann asks what it's about, and Mateo, seeing that the saint is there, says it's better to talk in another place, leaving Johann even more irritated. Even so, he begins to leave the room while Mateo takes the opportunity to approach Colette with a book in hand, saying that this is a document entrusted to him by one of her personal maids, who asked him to deliver it when she had some time alone. Still shaken, the saint takes the document, and Mateo leaves the room, closing the door and leaving her alone. After a few minutes, still alone in the room, Colette wonders what she should do. Holding the document in her hands, she wonders if Kai even knows that she's trapped there. Blaming herself, she reflects that if she hadn't lowered her guard, even the archdemon wouldn't have died. Then she decides to read the document and soon finds a note between the pages. Immediately, she picks it up, and after smelling the note, she immediately recognizes that it came from Kai. She begins to read the note, which says, "I know about your situation through what the archdemon informed me, and I am gathering our allies right now. I apologize for leaving you alone, but I will be there to help soon. Signed, Kai." Colette closes her eyes after reading and, with a hint of hope, says that she will be waiting. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Mateo bows before Johann, who, angry, asks what Mateo is thinking, as the purifiers are from the darkness, and he should refrain from such actions. He asks if this is about the Demon King subjugation mission, and comments that, this time, he just wanted to see how the other side would respond to this. The prophet also says that the enemy is in the second round, and even if they escape, he was expecting it. However, Mateo says no and claims to be the only survivor, stating that the mission was a complete massacre. Hearing this, Johann is absolutely shocked, wondering if those purifiers were defeated, which makes him think that this so-called Demon King will truly not be an easy enemy to face. With this in mind, he asks Mateo to increase the alert level and reorganize the purifiers, which Mateo promptly acknowledges. Thus, Johann leaves the room and heads to another place. In a sacred temple with several men apparently important to the church, the man seated on the throne tells the prophet that he did well in reporting all that. Johann simply lowers his head in respect, and the old man asks for the candidates for the heroes group, including Johann, to be gathered and assigned to the protection of the Holy King's capital. With a serious tone, he affirms that the Demon King will be dealt with by the Holy Church. After hearing the orders, Johann says he will do as commanded and reflects to himself that this will be a colossal battle, definitely the end of the Demon King. Meanwhile, in the Demon King's castle, Mateo enters a room and greets the protagonist, who responds saying he is glad to see him again. Mateo then informs him that he delivered the letter to Colette, and worried, the protagonist asks about his beloved. Mateo responds that she is safe, but with the tight security she is under, escaping will be impossible. Kai replies that he had imagined this, and thanks Mateo for his work. Clenching his fist, he thinks that he needs to hurry up. Then Mateo shows him some documents, asking Kai to take a look. He explains that these are good pieces of information about the defense of the capital. Surprised by this, the protagonist says that, apparently, besides the barrier, there are also powerful magical weapons, which makes him wonder if they also have equipment that forcibly drains magical power, which is bizarre. Observing the weapons drawing, he notices that they've placed it around the entire capital wall. Kai reflects that, just as they managed to create this tactic to drain magical power, the enemies also succeeded, and even if they break the barrier, they will be forced into a fight without magical power. Pondering the matter, Kai deduces that this will definitely be a problem. He then tells Mateo that he can go back and continue with the preparations, and returns to thinking about what he could do, but quickly has an idea. Meanwhile, elsewhere, an axe nearly hits Elsa, who, holding a bottle of wine, asks what the hell that is among the smoke. A colossal figure appears, asking if she is Elsa. He places the axe on the ground, which immediately starts to break, and Elsa, shocked, looks to the side and realizes that the tower behind her is also splitting in half. Moments later, the tower begins to collapse. Watching the scene, the redhead comments that this power is truly incredible, and while the tower falls, the giant says that he is there to take the Demon King's territory. Elsa then leans on her sword and, rising, smiles, and informs him that the territory has already been taken. The giant is shocked by the information and asks if it was the demons who were responsible for it. The redhead, incredulous about that question, replies that in fact it was the humans. This enrages the being, shouting that now he realizes nothing has changed, and he will first exterminate that idiot and then deal with those humans. However, Elsa, with a smile, simply says that he is a very big guy. Suddenly, Walter appears, accompanied by Sasha and Griselda, asking if that is an enemy attack and if that is a demon. The giant then looks back, and Griselda is astonished by the scene in front of her. She sees Elsa using her full skill improvement and asking why the monster is looking away, stating that she will charge forward. Her sword starts to catch fire, and she quickly attacks using the flame slash. Instantly, the giant tries to react by defending, and Griselda, still shocked, recognizes the being. Meanwhile, Elsa's strike is about to hit the opponent, but suddenly both attacks stop before colliding, leaving them both confused about what is happening. Watching his attack being stopped, the giant cannot understand what the hell is going on, until amidst the powers, Kai appears, holding both with little difficulty and a not-so-friendly look. He says that he is here, and upon seeing him, Elsa cannot believe it, just like the giant, who is shocked and trembling, asking how that guy managed to stop the attack. Kai then says that he is causing a lot of chaos there and asks who the hell he is. The giant responds by stating that he is Balrog. Immediately, Griselda recognizes him and points at him, smiling, and he, also smiling, says he is glad to see her alive and calls her princess. Watching the scene, everyone is absolutely confused, including the protagonist, who doesn't understand why he called Griselda princess. Balrog then begins to laugh, thanking God that everything is fine. He also comments that she has grown a lot, and while he shows absolute happiness, Elsa asks if Griselda really knows that man, commenting that he has a powerful voice. The young demon then approaches and tells Balrog that it has been a long time since they last saw each other, asking where he has been all this time. The big guy then says that he was on a warrior's journey, but when he heard that the Demon King's castle was taken, he decided to return. As he speaks, Kai remembers having heard that name before, until the big guy notices something, and looking at Kai's sword, asks if that is really... Griselda confirms that it is the sword he's thinking of, and introduces the protagonist as Kai-sama. However, Balrog doesn't recognize him and murmurs the protagonist's name. Everyone watches in silence, still stunned, and with that, Griselda says that apparently, she will have to explain everything that has happened so far. Sometime later, inside the castle, Kai and Balrog face each other, and the protagonist, observing him closely, reflects on the fact that he is an ogre, and remembers that ogres are the strongest race among demons, possessing insane power. He observes Balrog's muscles and veins. However, Walter interrupts him and informs him that the preparations for the operation are almost ready, and Kai responds that he will join them soon. Intrigued by all this, Balrog asks the protagonist what he is planning. Suddenly, Griselda appears, and seeing the big guy angry, she tries to disguise it, telling the protagonist that she will introduce the strong man again. She explains that he was one of the 4 sacred kings, according to the prophecy of the former Demon King, who was her father. This information immediately surprises Kai, who remembers meeting him in his past life, and that man was very strong, and even now, 5 years later, he remains a strong opponent. Balrog then comments that he doesn't understand what is happening, and asks if humans and demons are joining forces. However, everyone remains silent, not saying a word. Then, Balrog lowers himself, calling for the protagonist, and asks why he has that sword, which belongs to the Demon King. The protagonist then remains silent for a brief moment, and soon affirms that it is because he himself is the Demon King, leaving the big guy absolutely shocked, and asking him to repeat what he just said. At that moment, the protagonist reflects that it's natural that Balrog doesn't accept this, as it's hard for him to understand that a mere human is suddenly declaring himself as the Demon King. Griselda then calls the big guy's attention, asking him to stay calm, as they owe their lives to Kai, who saved them, and Sasha adds that not only that, but he also fought for the liberation of the demons, and they all swore their loyalty to Kai-sama from the bottom of their hearts. Balrog then looks at everyone present, still suspicious, asking if they are really loyal to a human. With just one hand, he crushes one of the castle's pillars, and with a vacant look, he asks Sasha if she has forgotten the Demon King's last words. The blonde gets uneasy at that, and Balrog concludes, telling everyone there to pay attention because he doesn't know any of the nonsense they are talking about. And now that the Demon King is gone, his daughter, Princess Griselda, needs to exercise her right to the throne. She only hears all of that, and the big guy continues, saying that a human being the Demon King is impossible. However, Griselda intervenes, saying that she understands what he is saying, but Kai has the qualities and strength of a true Demon King. Still irritated, Balrog grits his teeth in anger. Then the protagonist calls him and says that they are about to launch an attack on the Holy King's capital, so Balrog can decide whether to recognize him as the Demon King or not. Hearing these words, the big guy is astonished, and lowering himself, he asks if Kai is really serious. He highlights that this place has been resisting demons for centuries, and that's why he is questioning if Kai really believes that a mere human will be capable of such a feat. The protagonist responds that it's not just humans, but humans and demons together. Again, Balrog says that this is ridiculous and nothing but a fantasy. However, Kai, irritated, says that, anyway, this is not the time to be discussing this, and asks Merle to start preparing for the journey ahead. He asks her to inform everyone that they will be leaving the next morning. Suddenly, Balrog grabs his axe, irritated. But when he looks at Griselda, he immediately becomes paralyzed and listens to her asking him not to stand in Kai's way. Still, Balrog remains unwavering and asks why she is allying herself with a human. Griselda then says that he can ask anyone there, as the vast majority of them were saved by Kai-sama. The big guy then looks at everyone there, the cat-eared sisters, and the various demons, and says that it cannot be true. Frustrated, he cannot understand all of this. He then goes to the palace door and, outside, wonders who the hell that human is, as the late Demon King's wish was for his daughter to take the throne. But then he notices something, and looking ahead, he sees two other demons. One of them asks if Balrog is running away alone again. Balrog then says that they are late and asks where the others are, and the chubby one answers that the rest are still at the fortress. Moments after saying that, some nearby bushes begin to move, making noise. Realizing this, Balrog says that they have apparently been followed. The two other demons are shocked by these words, and even without looking, Balrog notices that the holy knights are behind the bushes. He comments that there must be about 10 of them there, and asks them to stop hiding immediately. One of them calls the big guy an idiot, and without hesitation, charges at him with his spear to attack. However, Balrog easily dodges the attack. The knight then prepares to attack again, frustrated. But immediately, the big guy grabs the knight's spear and breaks it as if it were a child's toy, making the knight nearly wet himself, incredulous at the scene. Without thinking twice, Balrog then charges at the knight, grabbing him and saying that to him, those spears are just toothpicks. The big guy then crushes the knight cruelly in front of all the other knights, leaving them absolutely terrified and shaking with fear. Balrog warns that he won't leave any of them alive. Sometime later, at the Ogre Tribe's forward base, a man sitting on the ground tells Balrog that he has already investigated the human named Kai Austin. Excited, the big guy asks what kind of evil deeds his companion discovered that Kai has done, and he, a bit nervous, reports that everyone he asked said that Kai was a noble human acting for the good of the demon tribe. Hearing this, Balrog says that he doubts this is true. However, he begins to question whether a human is really helping the demons, pondering that there might be some kind of scheme behind all of this. He then asks his companion what's going on there, and so, the companion continues reporting everything. Sometime later, Balrog goes to another room with a man held hostage and another ogre wearing a mask. He looks at his companion, who gives him a thumbs up. Then Balrog takes the man's hood off and asks if he is ready to speak now. The man says yes, and begins to say that the role of that man is to lure the demon tribe to the Holy King's capital. Pretending to know nothing, Balrog asks which man and what he is talking about. The man continues, saying that he is the son of a captain of the Holy Knights, and that it's impossible that he is an ally of the demons. The ogre is shocked hearing all this, and the man, desperate, screams that Kai is a traitor among humans, as he was one of them, the knights. Immediately, Balrog grabs the man by the head, making him even more terrified, and in the blink of an eye, ends the man's life. Stunned, he says he understands everything, and asks the ogres to join him immediately. Sometime later, elsewhere, Griselda informs that, with the zombie army of the Holy Knights, and the demons that were enslaved in the mines, and in the Demon King's castle, they have about 1,000 warriors. She says that the Holy King's capital has many more, maybe even 10 times that number of soldiers. And in addition, they have the powerful magical barrier and weapons. Uncertain, she says that this will be... Suddenly, Kai interrupts her, saying that difference seems colossal, and because of that, the invasion seems impossible. Confused, Griselda asks what he means by seems to be, and he, with a smile, says it's fine. After all, they are all here, just like he is, and the individual quality of each of them will be the differential. Observing the capital, the protagonist says that they will destroy it all and save Colette. With this, Griselda gets excited and says she is ready for action, but suddenly, one of the demons approaches them, saying to Kai that a messenger from Balrog is here, and that is enough to make the protagonist worried. Moments later, Kai hears the messenger apologizing profusely. Observing the ogre's expression, Kai reflects that this is not the right way to apologize, and the ogre, kneeling, says that Balrog wants to apologize for the previous day and asks Kai to accompany him to the ogre village as they have prepared a feast for him. The protagonist then says that inviting him to apologize is somewhat selfish. Intrigued, He wonders what's behind this sudden change of behavior, since Balrog doesn't seem like the type to change his mind overnight. And with that, he says he will accept the apology, but he is busy at the moment. Hearing this, the ogre takes a deep breath and, standing up angrily, asks if Kai knows what it means to refuse an invitation from the ogre tribe. Thinking to himself, the protagonist reflects that it will be an additional problem if the ogres are enemies, so he has no choice. Observing the situation, Sasha calls out to Kai, who responds saying it's fine. He turns to Walter and asks him to lead everyone forward. He also asks if Sasha and Griselda will accompany him, which they immediately confirm. With that, Kai turns to the ogre and asks if he can guide them to the ogre village. Sometime later, after the journey, they finally arrive at the village. Upon entering, Griselda comments that this is the first time she's been there. Impressed, she remarks that everything there is huge, and so the three of them stand still for a while, waiting for something. Then Kai asks if there is nothing there that resembles a house. The ogre, confused by the question, says that they don't need such things, as they have no enemies to challenge them. Kai, looking discreetly, notices the giant's heavy armor and asks why he wears that armor if there are no enemies. The big guy then stands up and says that actually, it's a coincidence, as they are returning from a battle. Hearing this, the protagonist remains suspicious, realizing that something is wrong. Moments later, feeling an aura, Sasha, frightened, calls Kai telepathically, and he responds that he understands that something is wrong there. The ogre then asks if the protagonist has more questions, and he, observing, reflects that ogres shouldn't possess magical power and wonders why he is sensing such power there. The big guy then says they must hurry, as Balrog is waiting for them. Moments later, they arrive at a grotesquely large cave, and the ogre immediately says they can enter. With that, the protagonist deduces that someone must be waiting for them just ahead, and the ogre, with a bizarre look, tells them to enter. Observing the big guy with his hand extended, Kai begins to think carefully about it, but still enters the cave, following the big guy. Looking around, he notices that the cave seems to be the center of the ogre village, and probably has some kind of trap prepared to catch them. Moreover, noticing the presence of magic, he deduces that there must be more than just the ogre tribe there. With this in mind, he asks his allies to stay alert. After walking a little more, they reach an entrance covered by a curtain. Undaunted, Kai enters the place and is soon greeted by Balrog, who welcomes him. And with a smile, he also welcomes Griselda. Intrigued, Kai is surprised that there are only ogres there. Then, he says he is in a hurry and would like to leave without taking too long. With this, the big guy comments that Kai is being a bit cold. However, he says that it's fine, and they will have another meeting in the future, and Kai can enjoy the feast. Thus, the protagonist sits at the table, accompanied by Sasha and Griselda, who asks if it's okay if she also enjoys herself. With the food set, apparently delicious, Kai remains suspicious, while Griselda, excited, says that it is delicious. Immediately, the two begin to indulge in the dishes, saying that this banquet has several delicacies, and that each dish is better than the other, while Kai remains silent, not eating anything. Balrog then says that he is happy they liked it, but asks if Kai isn't going to eat. Looking at Kai with a plate in hand, still without tasting it, the big guy asks what the problem is, to which he responds saying it's nothing. Then, he takes a bit of food on a spoon and slowly puts it in his mouth. Balrog watches the scene intently, not blinking, and after tasting it, the protagonist says that it is delicious. The ogre then says he is happy that he also liked it. Meanwhile, the other ogres, also observing, exchange glances and smile as if the plan had worked. Suddenly dropping the food, Griselda feels something is wrong, and Sasha, calling out to her worriedly, also feels that something is wrong. But before the two could do anything, both faint under the table. Instinctively, Kai asks what happened to them, and Balrog calmly says that, as expected, she should be the Demon King, and for that, he apologizes to Griselda, emphasizing that this is the will of the late Demon King, and his will is the ogre's will too. He also tells Kai that a human like him cannot fulfill this. Holding Griselda in his arms, the protagonist asks if he poisoned the food, to which he responds, explaining that he only put a light paralyzing potion for them, but for Kai, it was a lethal poison. Almost without reaction, Kai asks why. The big guy then bangs his axe on the ground, saying that he doesn't intend to be cruel, but he knows that Kai is trying to massacre the demon tribe, and he needs to stop that foolish plan. Surprised, the protagonist asks who told him that, and Balrog replies that it was one of Kai's allies, and he also takes the opportunity to ask why he is so calm. Really calm, the protagonist just smiles and tells his companions that everything is already over. Immediately, they get up, saying that it was quite a performance. Seeing this, Balrog's two subordinates are incredulous, asking if they pretended to be poisoned. Kai then says that dealing with poisons is the specialty of a black mage. Moments earlier, looking discreetly at Griselda, he had used a detoxifying magic hidden. Stunned by all of this, Balrog asks if they already knew about the plan, which Griselda confirms. And, after reminding them of everything they had planned, she says that she is surprised they thought it would work, as it was a very obvious trap. Hearing this, Balrog looks at his subordinate, almost killing him with just a look. Then, Griselda says that just by the way he spoke earlier, it was clear that something was being plotted. Suddenly, the big guy starts shouting, furious, and with the axe in hand, says that if the poison didn't work, he will face Kai mano a mano. Overcome with anger, he says that he will make the protagonist understand what he is trying to say by pounding him. Immediately, Kai draws his sword, saying that he can feel free to try. Seeing the sword, Balrog promptly recognizes that it is the magical sword Tri-Fing. Immediately, the two also prepare for combat. Alert! However, the protagonist asks them not to interfere in the fight. Thus, Balrog doesn't waste time and soon tries to land a blow with the axe. But it is easily blocked by the protagonist, who still notices that, as expected, the impact was very strong. Astonished, Balrog asks how he managed to stop that attack and comments that he isn't the son of the Knight Commander for nothing. Surprised by those words, the protagonist asks why he is saying that, but Balrog ignores him and just claims that he won't be influenced by the Holy Knight's plan for Kai. Completely shocked, the protagonist realizes that Balrog is thinking something completely wrong about him, but with no time to retort, he just dodges another powerful blow from the ogre, who, impressed, asks how he is managing to dodge like that. However, Kai also doesn't waste time and uses the ability to walk in shadows, and with that, he begins to move quickly. Balrog is impressed with that ability, and Kai, after noticing this, immediately uses a magic circle above the ogre's head, catching him by surprise. He then extends his hand in the center of the circle and begins to use Black Thunder magic, leaving the ogre without any reaction. Moments later, Balrog becomes completely unconscious, his body smoking from all sides. Taking advantage of the moment, Kai returns to the ground while his opponent suffers the consequences of the ability that was used. Watching the fight, Sasha and Griselda are impressed by everything that has happened, while Balrog's subordinates grow worried, calling out to him. Kai then says that this should be enough, and the big guy, after regaining consciousness, can barely speak. Suddenly, the protagonist notices something strange, and moments later, the big guy's body begins to be pierced from the inside out, emitting lightning in all directions. As a result, the other ogres there are decimated by the powerful lightning, which pierces them easily. However, the protagonist reacts quickly, using the wall of darkness to protect himself and also shield the girls. Impressed, he asks what the hell that is. Meanwhile, Balrog's subordinates continue being massacred by the lightning, and they wonder where it came from. Seeing this, the big guy worries about his allies. But when struck, Balrog doesn't even suffer a scratch. He then turns around and hears the protagonist saying that now he understands where the magical presence he felt earlier is coming from and asks what he is feeding the ogres, questioning his father. To everyone's surprise, Kai's father, along with his subordinates, greets his son by pointing his sword with his new cyborg-style arm. Smiling, he comments that the fact that Kai survived a fight against Balrog was expected from someone who managed to sever his arm. While the ogres agonize from the attacks they suffered, Kai's father's soldiers take over the entire area. The captain of the knights then starts to speak, saying that he expected Balrog to be destroyed after the fight. But in the end, demons really have a poor intelligence, and it's pathetic that he couldn't eliminate even a single black mage. Kai is surprised to hear all of this, and asks if he really deceived the ogre tribe just to eliminate him. The big mustached man replies that fools believe what they want, and Kai, irritated, asks if he is also planning to massacre the ogres. He looks at Balrog, completely out of control, and says, "For sure." The protagonist says that he understands, and simultaneously, Balrog and the protagonist start shouting, saying they will never forgive that damned old man. Quickly, Kai charges at him with his sword, while his father calls him a fool and asks if the young man really thinks he's there unprepared. He then opens a container and drinks a kind of green potion. Observing the scene, the protagonist is intrigued, asking what that is. And soon the old man, feeling the potion taking effect, says that it's a secret elixir that guarantees power equivalent to that of a hero. And, while his body starts to transform, becoming more muscular than Ronnie Coleman, he concludes by saying that it was Johann who gave him that. The protagonist can't believe it and is completely paralyzed in shock. Facing his father, who has transformed into a muscular monster, Kai wonders if he really has the power of a hero. Still shocked, he reflects that he thought it was impossible for a potion to do that. Suddenly, Griselda says to the protagonist that the ogre tribe can't fight after the last attacks they suffered. Then, she says that Sasha and she will take care of the Holy Knights. Suddenly, Balrog leaps to attack Kai's father, and while still in the air, grits his teeth in hatred for the old man. Kai watches the scene, as does the old man, who prepares for the fight. And with the strike, Balrog destroys everything in front of him, throwing rocks in all directions. The ogre messenger then tells the other ogres to run from there, as in their current state, they will just be a burden to Balrog. The holy knights also begin to act, using the holy barrier to protect themselves from the flying debris. One of the men says that, for now, they should protect themselves with the barriers and then exterminate the weakened ogres. But observing everything, he wonders why Kai allied himself with the demon tribe. Meanwhile, in the fight, Kai defends himself using a magical shield, while Griselda approaches the soldiers protected by the barrier, and one of the men, upon seeing her, almost soils himself, as the princess used the blood lance to break the barrier and, moreover, also managed to annihilate the men who were protecting themselves. Manipulating her powers, she comments that the cave will collapse soon, so it's better for Sasha to evacuate the ogre tribe quickly. Meanwhile, Sasha uses martial arts to also avoid being hit by the debris, but informs that she understands her friend's request. At the same time, Kai's father charges at Balrog. Overcome by the mutation, he comments that the rocks there will turn to sand, and this is the power of a hero he always dreamed of having. However, Balrog manages to defend the attack skillfully and tells the old man to stop talking nonsense. Nevertheless, feeling the pressure from the big mustached man, he wonders what kind of colossal power that is. The old man, attempting to penetrate the ogre's defense, asks him what the problem is, and if his face is contracting. Taking advantage of the moment, he manages to land a sword strike, piercing and severely wounding Balrog, who immediately starts feeling excruciating pain. However, as the old man drives the sword into the big guy's chest, the protagonist appears, flying using the blood bond ability. He uses the bond with Balrog, who quickly realizes Kai is helping him. However, the protagonist's father manages to dodge the magic, moving slightly to the side. Irritated, he asks if Kai really thought he would be hit by that, calling him a tired black mage, and says that he will exterminate him too. Even wounded, Balrog thinks of something to counterattack, and before the cyborg can strike, he starts running at an absurd speed. Still, the old man attacks with a sword, commenting that Kai is a fool for challenging his own father, being from such a useless class. He continues attacking, moving the sword quickly, and saying that this was absurd. Kai, while dodging the attacks, comments that it really is absurd. Moving at insane speed, he hears the old man say that his technique and power are first class, and it's a pity that Kai and Ares couldn't become a hero. Ignoring all of this, the protagonist manages to get close to his father while dodging, and this surprises the big mustached man. He then says that he will see the hero now. The old man, in shock, realizes he's in trouble. However, with no time to react, he is affected by the shadow wall and with the blood bond, leaving him with no escape route. Kai then gestures with his fingers, making shadow arms appear, and without hesitation, he completely restrains his father using powerful magic. Immediately, the old man starts screaming and coughing up blood, suffering from pain. Watching it all, Balrog remains silent, with a serious expression. Then the protagonist tells his father that apparently he was also deceived, so he will clarify that this isn't a secret elixir, but rather a battle booster, where the user dies in a few minutes. The old man becomes even more terrified hearing these words, and tears begin to flow. And Kai, staying calm, continues saying that the old man was just a disposable pawn for Johann, and he truly regrets that this happened. Desperate, the old man feels the agony of knowing that the end is seconds away and can do nothing, until he finally collapses to the ground, his body collapsing from the inside out. Moments later, his body explodes, spraying ketchup everywhere. Kai, upset, just stands there, annoyed that he couldn't prevent this. Suddenly, Griselda approaches him, asking if he's okay, and he, smiling, says that she doesn't need to worry about him. Looking at the ogres around, he reflects that at the beginning, Johann used Ares to try to eliminate him, and now he set up this failed trap. Noticing his deceased father's mechanical arm on the ground, he thinks to himself that all of this is his fault. Observing that war-torn scene, Griselda becomes scared and asks Kai why his father exploded out of nowhere, and he responds by explaining that Johann made a level booster that can make a person stronger, but the side effect is that death occurs in a few minutes. Balrog then approaches the protagonist, carrying 2 other severely wounded ogres, and asks him if his father was the captain of the Holy Knights. Kai confirms that yes, but says that since he came here to eliminate him, he doesn't care about that. Balrog then takes a deep breath and tells Kai that they should cancel the meeting for now, as everyone there is injured, but tells Kai to wait a moment. Immediately, he begins to use healing magic on the wounded ogres, and says that with this, they should be fine. It doesn't take long, and the ogres who were injured start to rise, confused as to why they are no longer hurt all of a sudden. Also being healed, Balrog is impressed and admires Kai's gesture. The ogres immediately begin to thank the protagonist, taking his hand and greeting him. Then, Balrog calls out to the protagonist, who turns and says that he tried to kill Kai, yet he helped him, and moreover, he must have mercy on the ogre tribe and wants to know why. The protagonist stares at him and, in a serious tone, says that saving his tribe was a promise he made to Griselda. Balrog listens attentively and smiles, saying that now he understands why the princess cares so much about Kai. He also says that he will leave the princess with him for now, so Kai should protect her well. The protagonist nods, replying that he will, and Griselda asks Balrog if he will not accompany them, as it would be important for them to be together from now on. However, the big guy says that he cannot go, as his lord is alone. Hearing this, Kai is intrigued and asks Balrog if they will be able to meet again after he attacks and conquers the sacred capital. The ogre is surprised by the question, and before he can answer, Kai concludes by telling him not to worry, as he, Kai Austin, as the Demon King, will take care of the demon tribe, and that is a promise. Impressed, Balrog simply listens in silence, and the protagonist finishes by saying that when they meet again, he will prove that everything is fine, and they will talk until the ogre is convinced of everything he is saying. Balrog says that he is an interesting guy, and will arrange another meeting between them so he can sincerely apologize next time. Hearing the whole conversation, Griselda gives a contented smile, as do the other ogres. Then, Balrog, excited, says they will certainly meet again, which Kai confirms by nodding. Thus, he continues his journey with Sasha and the princess. Along the way, Griselda comments that she wishes the ogres could come with them, but Kai says that unfortunately, that won't be possible, and they must hurry to find Walter and the others as quickly as possible. Suddenly, a knight appears, visibly wounded, calling for Kai. This startles the protagonist and Griselda, and she asks if that holy knight followed them there. Noticing that she is about to attack the knight, Kai asks her to wait a bit. He then asks who that man is, and the knight responds that he can't accept that someone as intelligent as Kai Austin would betray humans and demands an explanation for that. Upon hearing this, Griselda recognizes the knight, as does Kai, who says that this is Vice Captain Gallard, his former sword instructor, and comments that it's been a long time since they last met. This comment leaves Gallard intrigued, asking what he means by, "It's been a long time." The two girls wait for an answer, attentively, but Kai remains silent, thoughtful. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Walter and the other demons march to war. Then, Elsa calls out to him and asks if they aren't heading straight for the sacred capital. Walter explains that if they camp directly in front of the enemy, it will clearly be a disadvantage, as the enemy has a vast army and many weapons. Therefore, they need to set up a base in a nearby village or an abandoned fortress and wait for Lord Kai. Hearing this, Elsa gets irritated and says that it's a pathetic strategy, and Walter retorts by saying that it's called caution. Suddenly, a giant creature starts approaching, flying, leaving Elsa shocked and asking what the hell that is. However, as the demon gets closer, she is even more stunned. Then, Walter explains that she shouldn't worry, as that is an archdemon, a messenger of the Demon King. The archdemon then informs them that he received a message from the Lord, and he said that the direction is changing. Walter then asks where they should go, and the small demon responds that they should head to the Guardian's fortress near the sacred capital, the Austin Fortress. Hearing this, Elsa's eyes widen and she starts screaming, saying she is sure Austin is the name of the Demon King, which Walter confirms. She says that if they attack the Demon King's family, it will be an act of rebellion, and asks if he has forgotten the contract they have with Kai. Hearing the redhead scream, Walter simply lowers his head, confused and irritated, but the archdemon says that they don't need to worry and should go quickly. Thus, they continue their journey, quickly arriving at the Austin Fortress. Still in front of the gates, Walter asks if this might be a plan from the Austin family, questioning if they should really trust a demon like that, and the little demon responds that everything will be fine, or at least should be. It doesn't take long, and the gates start opening slowly, and with that, Elsa begins to scream, asking if there could be strange traps in there, which Walter confirms without hesitation. Observing the holy knights opening the gates, Walter, in a serious tone, says that it's very likely that this is a trap, but as soon as the gates open, Gallard, accompanied by other soldiers, asks if that is the Demon King's army, and Walter, suspicious, says yes. Then, Gallard, shouting, orders them to lower their weapons. This leaves the demons scared and agitated, not knowing what to do. Walter simply watches with a serious expression, while Elsa gives a wicked smile. Promptly, the two get ready, with the redheads shouting and asking what they should do now, and Walter ordering everyone to form a battle formation. However, surprisingly, the weapons are lowered, catching them both off guard. The commander says they shouldn't misunderstand the act of lowering their weapons, as they truly were supposed to be there. With conviction, he states that he is surrendering, leaving the redhead absolutely confused. Walter begins to put away his sword, saying he doesn't understand. while Elsa asks what the hell is going on. Someone starts approaching, and the captain promptly looks. The MC, with a smile, says they're late. He claims to be just joking, explaining that he used magic to get there first. Walter is surprised to see him, as is Elsa, who asks why and if that isn't betrayal. Kai says that obviously he already knew, so he spoke to the vice captain of the Holy Knights. And since Gisi is already dead, that man is probably the commander now. The man says that as a Holy Knight, he cannot cooperate. However, they are prisoners now. All of the MC's allies are completely shocked. The commander informs them that they will now follow Lord Kai, which he promptly thanks him for. The commander then kneels, showing respect. Kai remembers to explain to the commander that Johann was using him and asked him to cooperate with his army in exchange for saving the survivors of the battles. The MC also took the opportunity to talk about the first cycle, but is not sure if he believed it. Elsa then says she heard rumors that the Demon King set fire to the commander's family home, questioning how he could forgive that. However, the commander says he did not forgive and explains that, aside from Lord Ares and the late commander, there were almost no casualties at that time, and only a few houses were destroyed. With that, he asks Kai not to make him regret trusting him. The MC looks at him and, taking his hands, says that he can trust him. The commander then closes his eyes. While Griselda, observing the scene, finds all of it strange, she simply asks if the food is ready. Immediately, the others also say they are hungry, and the MC, smiling, says they can take a break and calls for Sasha. She promptly responds, saying to leave it to her. Moments later, elsewhere, the demons eat and drink cheerfully. Griselda, making a toast, says that tomorrow it will all be over, so they should enjoy eating a lot. With that, everyone raises their glasses to toast, celebrating happily. The young demon girl says it's quite exciting, and Sasha agrees, saying that seeing smiles like that is increasingly rare. Griselda also says that it's all thanks to Lord Kai. Elsa soon notices her expression, as does Walter, who shows concern and asks what's wrong with her. Smiling, he says she doesn't need to worry, as things will get easier now. And thanks to Kai, they're even well-equipped. However, Griselda says she's not worried, surprising the big guy. Suddenly, Elsa shows up hugging him and, with a mischievous smile, says that the Demon King is going to help another woman. With that, Sasha, bothered, asks what she's talking about, leaving the redhead flustered. Even so, she starts to speak and says that Griselda is in love with Kai. This immediately irritates Sasha, who starts shouting, while the little demon girl just watches until Sasha calls her attention, ordering her to do something about it. Then Griselda promptly curses Elsa, who quickly runs away. Holding her drink, she thinks she shouldn't care about that, until suddenly, the blonde asks if she's really in love with Kai. That leaves the small one completely embarrassed, and, looking at Kai, she starts to get even more nervous, breaking into a cold sweat. Then suddenly, one of the cat ears calls her, saying the Lord is calling for her. Still flustered, she asks if it's true and starts walking, saying she's already on her way. As she walks, the others just watch her in silence, and Walter asks if she's really okay. Moments later, in another place, Griselda arrives at the door and says she's coming in. She approaches with her head down, and Kai promptly notices her arrival. A demon who is also in the room asks if the mission was a tactical distraction against the Holy Kingdom's army, which Kai promptly confirms. Surprised, Zelda asks who that is over there, and the MC introduces him as Gale. Gale takes the opportunity to introduce himself as the leader of the Red Scorpion mercenaries. Griselda says she understands and asks if he is a... However, the big guy doesn't let her finish the sentence and simply confirms that he is. Kai then says they'll now talk about the plan. He reflects that those guys are a group of humans and demons, and he heard they accept any job as long as they're well paid. However, Gale says they don't need to talk about the plan, leaving Kai surprised. He states that he'll use the connections he has with the Paldea Empire, and that he already understood almost everything Kai is aiming for. He says that if the Paldea Empire, an enemy nation, has troops on the borders of the Holy Kingdom, the capital will have no choice but to send the army there. Then they, the mercenaries, will pretend to be Paldea troops, and with that, they'll be able to draw the attention away from the Holy Kingdom's capital. Intrigued, Kai asks if they'll really be able to advance that quickly, which Gale confirms, saying they're always prepared. However, out of nowhere, Walter appears in the room calling for Kai. He informs that a massive enemy army is approaching, which catches the MC completely off guard, while Gale, calm, says they finally moved. Walter and Griselda become tense with the situation, just like Kai. However, Gale, confidently, tells Kai that the negotiation will now begin while the enemy army is on the move. Gale comments on the tens of thousands of troops from the capital, and says that they, the Red Scorpions, lured them out right after their messenger arrived. Not understanding what's happening, Kai asks what he's trying to do, but the mercenary tells him not to worry too much, since he already said this is a negotiation. He also questions such a large army going there without properly preparing. Gale asks if they'd really go toward the Paldea Empire's border for a war that doesn't even exist. With that, he explains that they are the ones who can change the course of the battle, asking what Kai prefers. After hearing all that, Kai, irritated, asks if that's a threat. To which Gale responds by saying that those who hire his services are always in a weaker position, and he'll use that to gain a slight advantage. Reflecting on the situation, the MC thinks Gale is really clever, since he managed to execute the bait plan successfully and took them down, so he has good skills. However, he wonders what Gale will ask for now. The big guy then raises his fingers and asks what Kai thinks about paying 30 million in gold. That makes Griselda furious, saying that not even selling that mansion would get them that amount. And Gale, smiling, asks what's more important, life or money? Also irritated, Walter says that if such a large army surrounds that place, they'll be wiped out in an instant. However, Griselda insists, saying they can't afford 30 million. Paying attention to the conversation, Kai smiles, while Gale tells him to act carefully, as he probably won't have much time to think. Then, suddenly, Kai raises his index finger, leaving Gale surprised. Then, the MC, with his finger raised, smiles, and asks what the big guy thinks about receiving 100 million. This leaves Gale completely astonished. And, watching the MC smiling, he asks if he misheard or if he really offered that. Kai then asks if that's not enough, which Gale denies, but questions if Kai can really pay all that amount. Griselda then approaches the MC, whispering in his ear that not even the National Treasury can cover that amount. However, he tells her not to worry. He explains that Elsa has an absurd fortune with hundreds of millions, so it's all good. This leaves both Walter and Griselda absolutely shocked, while Elsa, still at the banquet, feels a chill, as if she knows something. Hearing the proposal, Gale becomes wary. Then the Demon King says that with the money he's offering, he politely asks him to avoid other unauthorized actions, which the big guy agrees to, saying that with that amount, there's nothing to complain about. However, he says he has one more question, and asks about that war, because he heard it's because of a woman, and wants to know if that's true. Both Griselda and Walter feel awkward hearing that. However, Kai doesn't hesitate and immediately confirms, leaving the young demon somewhat uncomfortable. Gale is surprised to hear that and suddenly starts laughing. He hugs the MC, saying that's amazing, and extending his hand, says he trusts him more than those people from the Holy Kingdom, who are a bunch of greedy bastards. Kai is happy to hear that and shakes Gale's hand. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Holy Kingdom, the soldiers advance, commanding the 3rd Division to the East Gate and reporting that the Paldea Empire has a vast army on the kingdom's border. Giving orders, Johann requests immediate reinforcements for the 3rd Division. Intrigued, he wonders why the Paldea Empire would attack so suddenly, as this is a bad time, and they still haven't resolved the situation with the Demon King. However, he observes the barrier, and thinks that should be enough for now, as it's better to be safe than sorry. Johann then continues giving orders, asking them to prepare their weapons and also the MP drain, as there is a possibility the Demon King might attack the capital, so they must stay alert. All the soldiers listen attentively, and Johann reflects that they have 12 members selected as candidates for the Demon King subjugation group. In addition, they also have the secret weapon, the level booster. Adjusting his glasses, the prophet thinks that there really are no problems for now. However, suddenly, one of the soldiers starts shouting, catching Johann's attention, who immediately sees his men throwing Ares to the ground, tied up. Irritated, Ares starts swearing, and the prophet asks who the hell that guy is. The soldier then explains that the man claims to be the hero named Ares, who was captured the day before, and would like to know how to deal with him. Johann says that self-proclaiming oneself a hero is quite bold, but soon realizes that his name is Ares, and remembers that he must be from the Austin family. He then observes Ares, and sweating nervously, asks him to show the heraldry he possesses. Johann recalls the prophecy that a hero should emerge from the Austin family. However, the young man, irritated, says Johann is acting like he's God, and asks who he thinks he is. Johann just watches him, irritated, and promptly a guard appears, roughly holding Ares. The man knocks the young man to the ground, ordering him to stay quiet there. But at that moment, Johann realizes something. He is shocked, because he can see that the young man truly possesses the heraldry of light. This leaves him perplexed, reflecting that he was so focused on the Saint of Time that he let it go unnoticed. And if Kai Austin is not of the hero class, his brother definitely is the hero. Johann remembers that with his special saint ability, prophecy, he can receive information from the future every 72 hours. And, even though it's a bit vague, he recalls reading that the capital will be invaded by an army, and that the written events will certainly happen. Regarding Ares, when compared with the prophecy he read, he is undoubtedly the hero. Meanwhile, the arrogant young man on the ground yells, telling Johann to stop the nonsense and claiming to be the best in the world, so Johann should untie him and bow before him. The soldiers become irritated hearing that, and one of them again orders Ares to be quiet while the prophet says he will begin the interrogation. He asks for Ares to be taken to the military. This makes Ares furious, saying that he already saw the heraldry and affirming that Johann will regret this. However, the prophet ignores him and tells them to hurry. Suddenly, another group begins to arrive, and a young man tells the prophet that he brought the candidates for the heroes group. The one with the mustache, stepping forward, says that if the capital is attacked, he will fight as well. One of the men with him simply watches everything discreetly, and the young man states that all 12 candidates are elite warriors, well tested. Everyone there looks annoyed, and the soldier continues saying that they have combat power comparable to Elsa, and that they are of extreme value against the Demon King. Adjusting his glasses, Johann says those men can be called the Heroes Subjugation Group, and that he is counting on them. The knight then kneels and questions whether, during that emergency, the sacred artifact of the Great Barrier might be poorly protected. Johann immediately agrees with Matteo and says he entrusts him with that task, asking him to reinforce the artifact's guards, which he promptly confirms. The prophet also states that this is an important mission, so they must not fail, as the perfect barrier needs both the saint and the artifact. Hearing all of this, Matteo, still kneeling, says that Johann can count on him for everything. Then the prophet goes elsewhere, and after descending the stairs, arrives at the prison where Ares is. He is shouting, asking if Johann really thinks his father will let this go unpunished. But the guard soon scolds him, ordering him to be quiet. Ares then becomes intrigued upon hearing Johann ask the guards to leave the two of them alone, and with a smile, he continues saying that the two of them will have a little chat. This makes Ares nervous, telling Johann to say what the hell he wants. Johann calmly asks if it's true that he is one of the sons of the Austen family, which he confirms, stressing that behind him stands the strongest of the commanders of the Holy Knights. However, the prophet simply informs him that his father, Gisi, is already 6 feet under, leaving Ares absolutely shocked. Trembling, he says that's a lie, but Johann confirms, explaining that the Holy Knights verified and reported it. He also says he is very sorry for it, but informs him that, in fact, Gisi was killed by his own son. This leaves Ares even more astonished, asking if his brother really did that. With a smile on his face, the prophet asks who is really behind him. At that moment, the young man begins to sweat cold, completely desperate and shocked, while Johann, cold and calculating, simply watches. After a few seconds, he starts laughing, saying that apparently Ares has no one he can count on. Laughing, he comments on how Ares is always shouting that he's a hero, questioning who would believe such nonsense. Still shocked, Ares again confirms he's a hero. However, he can't believe all of that is happening. Happy with the situation, Johann keeps smiling. He leans down and puts his hand on Ares' head, saying he believes he really is the hero. This scares the shoppy hero, who immediately backs away from the bars. Terrified, he watches the prophet smiling, and Johann, approaching again, says that thanks to his saint, he's able to see the truth. Observing closely, he notices a mark on Ares' forehead and says that apparently he's cursed to hide his own class. This surprises Ares even more, until he remembers the moment he was beaten by his own brother and cursed. Shocked, he can't believe his own brother did that, and concludes that he really was cursed that day. Johann says he clearly noticed that, and seeing the young man's nervousness, asks if he's not thirsty for revenge. Trembling, Ares remembers all the humiliation he has endured, the curse, and everything else. Then he confirms that yes, he will definitely take Kai's life. This makes Johann smile like a child, and Ares, excited about the idea of revenge, asks if he really is a saint and begs him to break that curse. Hearing this, the prophet gets annoyed, mentally calling him a bastard, but says it's fine. The young man then celebrates that he will finally be free. However, Johann proposes a condition to break the curse, which makes Ares worried again. Johann then explains the condition to Ares, and after a few seconds, looking straight into his eyes, hears the young man agree. Moments later, he's free from the cell, ready for revenge, and smiling, asks for a woman with big breasts and a presidential suite. Everything that is the best, he wants it. Hearing this, the guard gets irritated, but Johann says it's fine. He can have whatever Ares asks. So Ares leaves smiling, while the prophet wonders if that really is a hero, because it's hard to believe. However, even with that personality, that idiot will be useful in the future. The mustached man watching the scene asks the prophet if he really is the hero, and comments that either way, they've now gathered more combat strength. Johann says he agrees, until a guard arrives saying loudly that he needs to report something about Saint Colette. Immediately, he asks the knight to speak more quietly. However, Ares, even a bit far from there, turns and asks if Colette is really there too. Sometime later, the guards at the outposts comment that orders were given to reinforce all positions and for everyone to stay alert, and one of them, laughing, asks who would be the fool to attack the Holy Capital's defenses. Meanwhile, atop the trees, Kai observes everything, determined to carry out his plan. He then jumps from the tree and moves forward. Moments later, while all troops are moving, Sasha informs Griselda that she received an urgent message that the capital's forces are mobilizing to intercept the Empire's forces. However, Griselda says it's fine, and that they shouldn't struggle to deal with that. With a smile, she says it's all thanks to Elsa, which catches the redhead's attention, who asks what she's talking about. Griselda, remembering that the MC paid Gale with the redhead's treasures, tries to cover up, saying she didn't mean anything, leaving Elsa even more confused. Walter then stops his horse and calls everyone's attention, warning that behind that forest it will be dangerous, as there are 5 well-fortified outposts protecting the Holy Capital. However, he emphasizes that the Demon King has already prepared the entire strategy, and for now, they must remain positioned. One of the demons, confused, asks what he means, and another, equally confused, asks where the Demon King is at the moment. Meanwhile, further ahead, Kai advances using his absolute powers to completely dominate the Holy Knights, who can do nothing. One of the guards on top of the tower starts shouting that there is an intruder there. In disbelief, he notices that Kai is using magic without even casting, and looking around, he is astonished by all the magical energy, asking if that is the Demon King. He observes the MC even more attentively and notices that he is interacting with magical system screens, which leaves him even more shocked. With that, he says the Demon King hasn't noticed them yet and orders the archers to shoot immediately. Promptly, all the archers fire their arrows, which go straight toward the MC. However, to everyone's surprise, all the arrows break upon colliding with Kai's magic, who continues interacting with the system calmly. Watching the scene, the guard is in shock, wondering if he really shattered the arrows without even looking back, while Kai, seeing the arrows breaking and using auto-casting, realizes it is working. He thinks he managed to save his troops from casualties and that he can take that outpost alone, and by doing so, he can gain a massive amount of EP. Looking closely at the arrows being decimated, he reflects that the auto-casting costs him 2,000 EP, but it was definitely worth it, as it allows him to use skills without having to cast them. He also reflects that it automatically protects him from any creature or projectile that tries to approach. And even though it consumes a lot of mana and attacks anything nearby, it is a skill against surprise attacks and gives him a great advantage. And, above all, suddenly, the guard starts shouting, confident that the next attack will work, and calls the magic squad to attack. With that, the mages begin their attack, and watching Kai surrounded by magical attacks, the commander shouts that it will be impossible for him to block that. However, immediately, Black Thunder and Shadow Barrier are activated, as the auto-casting can trigger multiple skills and spells. With that, he manages to block the attacks easily. Seeing the scene, one of the mages alerts the commander that he is already out of mana, which makes him irritated, questioning how it ran out so quickly. Realizing that, Kai uses MP Drain, and that leaves the knight even more incredulous, wondering how he can use so many high-level spells in a row, seeming to have infinite mana. Meanwhile, on the ground, Kai advances relentlessly, using his spells, and with that, the commander realizes that he is draining mana from the enemies and using automatic spells to annihilate them, which makes the Demon King an unstoppable advance machine. This makes the commander even more desperate and unable to react. He, like everyone there, is easily defeated by the MC. Determined, Kai continues advancing and disables the auto-casting, as apparently there are no more enemies at that outpost, until suddenly, the system congratulates him, catching him by surprise. The system informs that he annihilated the Holy Knights of the first outpost, and therefore earned 500 EP. This makes Kai satisfied, thinking that everything is going well, and that he will invest those points in slash enhancement. Flying above him, a demon comments that Kai is a true warrior of immeasurable worth, and the one who said that is actually the Archdemon, who surprises the MC by approaching, making him comment that he could have reported everything through telepathy. However, the little demon says he's actually there as his bodyguard, though apparently it wasn't necessary, and that makes the MC ask what he wants. The Archdemon gets a bit upset, but says he received important information, and, after a few moments, informs that, to everyone's shock, Johann got engaged to Colette. This leaves Kai absolutely stunned, and, losing control, he begins to release a terrifying aura. The little demon then calls Kai's attention, and he soon starts to calm down. With his head down, he says he understood, and asks the Archdemon to inform everyone that they will take the Holy Capital before the moon sets. The little demon says he understood and will go immediately. Meanwhile, nearby, the Archdemon soon reaches the rest of the troops, approaching Walter and Elsa, who are looking ahead, shocked. Observing the war-torn scene before them, they wonder what happened there, as theoretically there were supposed to be multiple enemy outposts at that location. All the other demons are also shocked, wondering what the hell happened. Soon, Sasha says that the Demon King passed through there, and that this is indeed the path. Also excited, Griselda says that Kai cleared the way for them, and that they should advance, making the demons feel relieved. As they move forward a bit, they soon spot Kai ahead, with a colossal aura and power. He is focused until he looks back, and Griselda calls out to him. Walter, tense with the situation, says the moment has finally come, and so does Elsa, who, also shocked, points out that Kai is really doing it. All the troops look at the MC, who in a serious tone tells them to take their positions. He states that there will be no casualties among the troops. He closes his eyes for a moment, and soon everyone begins to advance, determined to fulfill the mission. Meanwhile, inside the capital, at the west gate, everyone is on alert, but one of the guards starts complaining, saying that the fog appeared out of nowhere, which another agrees with, stating it must be some enemy magic. Soon, they begin to see a radiant figure in the middle of all the fog, and it is none other than the MC, who advances with a dark gaze. The guards begin to get nervous, fearing what is about to happen, while Kai, focused, stares at them coldly. But suddenly, one of the knights notices and shouts, informing that he is the Demon King. This makes everyone get ready, saying that he really arrived and that they must annihilate him. They command to attack with magic and defend with shields. And the commander also says there's a division waiting at the east gate and that they should surround the enemy and wait for reinforcements. Promptly, all the knights prepare, forming a combat formation, and the captain says he must have gone through all the outposts to get there, and until suddenly, he notices something and gets scared. He sees that around Kai, there are some glowing spots and a loud noise. Intrigued, he asks what the hell that is. Out of nowhere, the sounds and lights begin to intensify, and suddenly, Kai's zombie knights appear from the fog, charging to attack. This makes the commander crap himself in fear, shocked, and before he can do anything, one of the zombies is already attacking him viciously. Kai, just by moving his finger, commands the entire zombie army, and with that, they charge madly toward the enemies. Soon the massacre begins, with the zombies eliminating the knights, and a brutal fight starts to unfold. Observing the enemies, one of the holy knights says they are hiding in the mist, and asks if those are the holy knights' armors. But looking more closely, he realizes they are zombies who, when alive, were part of their own troops. Noticing they are being defeated, he informs that their defensive line was broken in the blink of an eye. He watches his companions being easily defeated and soon starts running, shouting for everyone to retreat to the barriers. However, drawing his sword, one of the 12 candidates for the hero's party tells them not to retreat, calling them cowards. Accompanied by the others, he asks if he should cut the throats of those cowardly knights and says they are joining the battle. Both the guy with the hat and eye patch and the guy with the Catholic hat just watch in silence. And the mustached man emphasizes that no one will return inside the barrier until they emerge victorious. Shocked by this, the knights freeze, and before they can say anything, the zombies attack them cruelly, making heads fly. Then Mr. Satan jumps in front to fight and asks if those zombies have ever experienced a light attribute. With that, he immediately uses Lightning Slash, wiping out the enemies with absurd ease. The knights are shocked, saying that it's truly worthy of someone chosen for the hero's party and commenting that the zombies are being decimated. Moments later, the zombies begin to fall, absolutely dead, and Mr. Satan says that the dark attribute is not worthy of being feared, as it can be easily neutralized by the light attribute. Suddenly, the guy with the hat notices that his staff started to shine, as well as all the armors and weapons of the holy knights, which are blessed by the light attribute enchantment. One of them, shocked, says that this power is insane, and the mustached man, charging forward, asks if now they will be able to obliterate the Demon King. Thus, the battle begins again, this time with the advantage on the Holy Knight's side. Kai, watching, realizes that even the Demon Hunter group has entered the field, and that apparently, he will need more than just the zombies. Cleverly, he retreats to a rooftop, further away from the battle, and realizes that his mana is being drained even from that distance. And apparently, the weapons that use MP drain are long range. This makes him think that if they try to force their way to the barrier, they will be attacked by concentrated fire from the magical weapons. So he needs to reduce the forces stationed near the barrier first. That's the only way. Meanwhile, in a sword fight, the mustached man continues relentlessly, charging forward, eliminating the zombies with no difficulty, until suddenly, a flash is seen from inside the barrier, catching the attention of Kai and even the hunter group, who wonder what that is. Suddenly, that light explodes, creating a giant flash throughout the area, as it is resurrection magic. Suddenly, something starts happening with the holy knights who had been eliminated, and out of nowhere, they come back to life. Watching the scene, Mr. Satan can't believe it, as all the soldiers who were in limbo began to rise. Suddenly, Johann appears among the soldiers, and the mustached man comments that apparently the prophet's reputation is well-deserved. Johann then adjusts his glasses, smiling, and asks if the one in front of him is really Kai Austin. The MC just stays silent, and the prophet continues saying that the Demon King marched all that way leading zombies like a true Demon King, but it was in vain. Suddenly, one of Kai's zombies charges to attack Johann with a sword, and even as the enemies advance, he smiles, saying he is a specialist in exorcising demons. Johann then uses purification, striking all the zombies advancing to attack him with an intense light. With his book in hand, he emphasizes that it is a sacred purifying flame, and while Kai thought he was invading, in truth, he is cornered like a raccoon, which is pathetic. Showing the barrier, he points out that Kai didn't even manage to cross it and enter the holy capital, and now that army he had gathered with effort has vanished. Meanwhile, in the capital, the saint only looks through the window, and Johann, laughing, says that even the woman Kai loves now belongs to him. Kai hears everything in silence, and after closing his eyes for a moment, starts laughing compulsively. Intrigued, the prophet asks what he is laughing at, but the MC sarcastically apologizes, saying that was not his plan. This completely catches everyone by surprise, and Johann soon realizes something is wrong. He turns around desperately and yells for everyone to fall back. But before they can do anything, a huge explosion happens in the magical barrier. Meanwhile, Elsa turns and attacks the barrier again, causing another explosion. Watching the scene, Johan says they were flanked, and irritated reflects that this is bad because that area is filled only with support troops and is vulnerable. And if that barrier breaks for just 1 second, they're screwed. With that, he starts to leave, saying he will leave the Demon King to them, which makes the mustached man irritated, calling him a bastard and asking where he's going. But before he can do anything, Johan simply vanishes from there. He looks at the mist and asks if the prophet really disappeared, but the one with the hat calls him an idiot and says it was just an illusion, emphasizing that Johan is too cautious to show up on the front line. Also watching the mist, Kai just remains silent, thoughtful, and focused. Meanwhile, in the sacred relic room, one of the soldiers asks what that noise he just heard was. Mateo then says he is worried and asks if he can go check, stressing that he'll be fine there alone. The soldier agrees with the idea, saying he'll leave it with him. So, he and another companion begin to leave, and Mateo, alone, says the Demon King's order is to destroy the sacred relic, and even though weakening the barrier is the goal, doing so will force them to abandon the faith they hold. He remembers Johan asking him to put more test subjects in the level booster, and when he tried to explain that it would be wrong, the prophet interrupted him, saying he didn't care how many useless people would die, leaving Mateo even more shocked. Back to the present, he ponders about faith, reflecting that it's not something one can believe in anymore. He looks straight ahead and creates magic in his hand. Meanwhile, in front of the west gate, a thick smoke covers part of the place, and screams are heard from people asking if everyone is okay and to find out what happened. A mage among the soldiers asks what exploded and wonders if the front line was broken, but upon looking ahead, he sees a silhouette and asks what the hell that is. Amidst the smoke, Merle appears, and in the blink of an eye, she attacks 2 members of the hero's group without hesitation. The guy with the hat, upon realizing it, can do nothing and just sees his own head flying. Moments later, the 2 bodies fall to the ground next to Merle, and one of the soldiers watching can't believe what he saw. She then looks to the side and signals the others to advance. The soldier starts trembling with fear, and soon Walter and the others arrive, standing face to face with the enemy. Without hesitation, they begin charging forward, with Walter leading everyone into the attack, and one of the mages, in shock, says there are enemies everywhere. Quickly, Walter and the others launch their assault, decimating the mages, who, seeing their companions being massacred, are left stunned. Suddenly, more knights arrive, saying things have gone too far, and Walter asks who they are. Confidently, they introduce themselves as the Demon King's subjugation squad, and declare they will not allow them to continue. Walter is speechless upon hearing such nonsense, and yells to Elsa, warning her that the barrier is not broken, to which she replies telling him to shut up because this will be easy. Smiling, she says those fools won't interfere, and they will massacre them too. Walter prepares himself, agreeing with the idea, and the squad quickly starts advancing, shouting that they will not let them through. One of them attacks Walter and, smiling, says he alone will exterminate all those damn demons. Hearing that, Walter is confused, until the fool realizes that Walter is actually human, which makes him even angrier, calling him a traitor. Walter is even more lost and quickly uses level 50/enhancement to block the attacks. Smiling, he questions whether it wasn't the humans who betrayed first. He remembers everything that happened, the humiliation he suffered at the hands of humans, who killed his wife, and filled with rage, he strikes the knight with full force, exterminating him. Watching the scene, Elsa smiles proudly, while the other squad members realize one of them is already down and call the others to regroup. They begin charging at Walter, attacking, and one of them shouts to stop Elsa. Meanwhile, atop the walls, Johan begins walking quickly, thinking this is terrible, and can't believe the Demon King was just a decoy to distract him. Suddenly, he notices Elsa walking below him and is shocked, wondering if she and the demon tribe also joined the battle, because that woman is extremely dangerous. He becomes furious thinking about it, and suddenly, Elsa looks up at him and tells him to watch what's going to happen. She uses a rental skill called Demonic Sword Tearfing Summon, and after summoning the sword, she uses level 50/enhancement with level 10 Shadow attribute. Smiling, she says she won't hold back anymore. Watching the scene, Walter and Griselda notice she is using the demonic sword, while the prophet, shocked, asks what sword that is. With the powerful sword in hand, Elsa begins using more powers, tripling her stats, and Johan, astonished, thinks that power is incredible, and at that rate the barrier won't hold. So he charges in without hesitation, using the holy arrow and ordering Elsa to stop immediately. This catches the redhead by surprise, and she realizes she won't be able to defend herself. Johan feels confident in the attack, thinking he'll finish off that idiot. But to both of their surprise, a dark barrier protects Elsa at the last second, stopping the attack and leaving the prophet in disbelief. He then sees that Kai was the one who created the barrier, and, staring into his eyes, starts shouting, asking how the hell he managed to get there and pass through the front lines. To which the MC replies, explaining that he simply defeated everyone without hesitation, and that among them, Mr. Satan also bit the dust. Pissing himself in fear, Johan says, "This is madness." However, Elsa, excited, says she understands how he feels. Immediately, Kai tells her to act, and she, without thinking twice, says she understands and charges at the prophet, who screams desperately. Meanwhile, inside the capital, Mateo destroys the sacred relic using his powers. Back outside, Elsa destroys everything around with a slash of dark flames, launching an attack against the barrier, and, watching the barrier being consumed by that power, Johann is speechless, paralyzed, and in an instant the entire barrier shatters like glass, breaking apart. At the same time, inside the capital, Colette is startled by a noise. She looks out the window and two subordinates comment on the crash that just occurred, but she, lost in thought, just thinks it must be Kai. Back outside, Johann sees the barrier shatter and says he can't believe it. Kai also watches, focused, while Elsa is impressed that the barrier actually broke. However, out of nowhere, she starts to feel something and drops the sword to the ground. Quickly, Walter picks her up in his arms, saying that cursed sword drained all that power with a single strike, and asks how the hell she could use something so dangerous. Kai says her mana is exhausted, and besides that, she is under the effect of a mana-draining weapon. He reflects that not even he could crack that barrier, even with Mateo weakening it by destroying the divine artifact. But with the power of the Tirfing focus and Elsa's rented ability combined, they made the impossible possible. Still shocked, the prophet can't believe what he is seeing, because the entire barrier was completely undone. Kai then stares at him, irritated, and noticing that he is shaking, realizes that the attack Johann tried was really him and not an illusion. The MC then says that apparently the prophecy was unable to predict that, to which Johann replies that maybe the prophecy was a little wrong. Kai keeps staring and trembling with anger, can't believe that idiot is engaged to Colette. However, he tries to calm down, thinking that first, he needs to ensure his beloved is safe. He uses his underworld eye skill and manages to see where Colette probably is. Still using the skill, he notices a battalion elsewhere and reflects that most of the enemies are behind that wall, which makes him think Johann is really cautious. However, he expected that since he also notices Colette is out of detectable range. He stares at the prophet again and sees him trembling, so he charges, shouting that in this case, he'll do it the simple way, because he just needs to reach Colette before that damn prophet. Johann notices Kai's attempt and shouts for someone to stop him. He prepares a weapon to shoot at the MC and orders his subordinates to hit him with those cannons. Promptly, the soldiers start moving, preparing the weapon, and Kai, noticing those weapons, realizes they are mana-draining weapons and can't even estimate the power of those magical weapons. Quickly, they get ready to fire, and Johann orders them to focus everything in one spot and shoot. The MC then notices he is in the cannon's sights and sees that this will be terrible. However, out of nowhere, magic begins to appear, lifting the weapons and taking them from the soldiers' hands. And none other than Griselda appears, calling for Kai. The MC is surprised to see her and thinks she depends completely on magic, so those weapons would be terrible against her. He celebrates, thanking her for saving him from that, and she, irritated, asks him to destroy those weapons. The prophet begins to go into shock again, until one of the knights calls him, but he replies not to worry, because he will protect the saint. However, the MC starts to use his magic, saying Johann will not escape from there, but the magic is easily blocked, and he says now the real game begins. Suddenly, a bottle falls to the ground as the sacred knights start drinking their tonics, becoming uncontrollable. Moments later, they are all bigger than Ronnie Coleman, and Kai, shocked, wonders what the hell that is, and if Johann really gave them the devil's tonic. But Griselda, seeing the fight happening below, says they are winning the battle, and the defense lines are being pushed back quickly. With that, the MC states that the enemies are desperate and time is up. With a serious look, he says they need to hurry. Meanwhile, running, Johann remains focused until he stops and looks at the tower where Colette is. Seeing the lights on, he says the saint is still there. At the same time, the Demon King and Griselda face the super soldiers. Using magic to defeat them, Griselda manages to eliminate some, but looking at the weapons beside her, she becomes worried. Kai then asks if she is okay, and she replies that her mana is being drained. Beginning to feel the effects, she asks in a trembling voice for Kai to continue anyway. She says the mission is to rescue Colette, that Kai has already done his part, and that even if she is defeated, but Kai interrupts her, telling her to stop talking nonsense. Concentrating his powers, he shouts that he will not leave anyone behind. Immediately, he uses Black Thunder, destroying the mana-draining weapons, and thus helping his partner, who immediately thanks him for that. Kai smiles at her and, watching the soldiers, reflects that there is no doubt what to do in that situation. He needs to reach Colette as soon as possible. But suddenly, someone shouts for him, and the soldiers, looking up, are shocked. Griselda also turns to see what it is, and Kai, shocked, cannot believe what he sees because Balrog has just arrived, causing an absurd pressure. He says that although they are late, they, the Ogre tribe, are ready to join the war. Meanwhile, in front of the West Gate, the fight was intense. Delivering a kick stronger than Anderson Silva, Sasha manages to defeat one of the knights until she looks to the side and, moving quickly, tells Walter to take Elsa to a safe place immediately. She says they can handle things there, and he needs to hurry and reach the weapons on top of the walls. Walter then agrees and starts moving until he notices something and shouts for Sasha to be careful. One of the soldiers jumps down from the wall and rushes toward her. Confident, he smiles, thinking he will wipe her out, and she, shocked, asks how the hell that guy managed to get down from that wall like that because it seems impossible. Agilely, she dodges the attack, making the soldier hit only the ground. She turns and notices the knights are using the potion to enhance their levels, like the one Kai's father used. Shouting, Sasha warns everyone to be careful because the enemies are stronger due to those drugs. And one of them, smiling, says he feels amazing. Walter then asks how many of those psychos are there, but soon he and the blonde notice something that shocks them because one of them has caught Murdy and is choking her with all his strength. Desperate, the little demoness only tries to scream, and Sasha, without thinking twice, rushes to try to help her. The soldier then says he will avenge his comrades. But, out of absolutely nowhere, a giant hand grabs him by the shoulder. It is the ogre, who makes the knight look like a 2-year-old child. He looks down and tells that little shit to stop that. Then the ogre grabs the knight by the head and, without thinking twice, crushes the sacred knight's skull. With that, Melty stands up, still struggling to breathe. The ogre then asks if she is okay, to which she only responds by thanking him for that. And the ogre, accompanied by a few others from the tribe, says it was nothing. Smiling, he says they are there to show their gratitude. At the same time, at the top of the Westgate wall, Kai is shocked to see Balrog there, and with a smile says he is surprised by that. Balrog just smiles, as does Kai, who feels relieved to receive that help. However, Griselda, astonished, asks why they are there. But before he could answer, the Sacred Knights, also in shock, cannot believe those monsters are with the Demon King's army. Showing a bit of confusion, Kai also asks why the ogres are there, and Balrog answers that it is to destroy the capital, emphasizing that they will be a great help. Furthermore, he remembers when Kai helped them in the past and says he owes one to the Demon King. Even so, the MC tells Balrog that he is still a human, but the ogre says debts must be paid. Relieved, Griselda says she is happy they are there, and points out that they were struggling with those mana drain weapons. Smiling, Balrog says ogres don't use magic. Griselda then begins to prepare her powers, and Balrog, ready to decimate soldiers, says that what they have is just brute strength, enough to destroy anything, and that is all they need. Quickly, the little demoness summons her sword and asks Lord Kai to leave that to them. Kai, a little suspicious, asks if she is sure, and the ogre, advancing, questions if he is doubting. With a sinister look, Balrog states that war is their specialty, and it's all right. Kai can proceed while they handle the situation there. With that, the MC immediately closes his eyes and uses instant shadow step, teleporting away from there. Balrog smiles, commenting about the Demon King, and Griselda also smiles. Thus, promptly, the two charge at the enemies, decimating them with brute force. Meanwhile, inside the sacred capital, the MC's magic begins to appear on a rooftop until moments later he arrives, reflecting that the informant's map showed exactly where Colette is. Looking at the room, he thinks he needs to get there before Johann, then begins to use another magic and, with Shadowrun, quickly advances to the room where his beloved is. On the way, he gets emotional thinking that he can finally save her and asks God that she is safe. Not long after, he arrives at the window of the room and, excited, says he is there to save the love of his life. Colette immediately turns and, upon noticing him there, is happier than I am after opening a beer. However, Kai, looking ahead, is completely astonished because Ares is with his beloved, holding her by the arm and saying that he is finally there. He turns, calling him bastard brother, and the Demon King asks why the hell he is there. Noticing he is holding Colette, Kai begins to prepare his powers, telling him to take those filthy hands off his beloved. Moments before, when the barrier had broken and shattered, Colette immediately noticed the noise and soon realized the barrier had been breached. She put her hand on her chest, excited, and went to the window, saying that Kai must have arrived. With a relieved expression, she thought she always believed in him, and that someday he would come to save her. Her subordinates, also watching through the window, asked if the Lord Kai she referred to was the Demon King everyone talked about, and if the noise they just heard was the work of that Demon King. Shocked, they watched the broken barrier and said that this was possible. Annoyed, one of them said she would check the situation outside and told Colette to stay there safe. Promptly, the saint said it was fine and thought she was sure Kai would arrive soon. And, when that happened, it was better that she be alone. However, the door opened, and immediately the subordinate asked who he was and told him to stop right there. But Ares just ignored her and exclaimed that he had finally found Colette, thinking it was her beloved. She turned excitedly, thinking he had finally arrived, but soon realized it was Ares, who began walking and ordering the subordinates to leave immediately. Noticing they weren't moving, he showed the heraldry and said that was an order because he was the hero. With that, they ran away scared. The saint, intrigued, asked what Ares was doing there, and he, smiling, said he was just there to rescue what was his. Hearing this, She was shocked, asking what he meant. Ares then paused for a moment, scratching his head, and said he was obviously talking about her. This left Colette absolutely shocked, and before she could do anything, he grabbed her arms, questioning if she wasn't being held captive there, and saying he came to rescue her. However, the saint pushed him away harshly, refusing to go. This irritated Ares, and looking at Colette's expression, he just listened as she screamed, telling him not to speak that way because she was not an object. This made the fake hero even more irritated. While she, intrigued, commented that Ares really was chosen as hero, looking at the heraldry, she remembered Kai had said this would happen. She remembered him saying he would go to Ares to prevent the beginning of the Demon King's emergence. With that in mind, she asked if he had seen Kai. Ares, nervous, retorted, asking if she was talking about his bastard brother. With a dark look, he said that bastard had stolen his slave, which surprised the saint, questioning the word slave. But he continued saying that besides that, Kai had killed their father, and, even if he had reason for it, hearing all this, Colette was stunned, unable to believe what she was hearing. She remembered Johann smiling like the devil and all the destruction he caused. She tried to say something but couldn't control herself and began shouting that regardless of everything, she believed and trusted Kai. However, Ares, smiling, said he didn't care about her opinion and wanted to possess that little body, leaving the saint stunned again, asking why. Smiling maliciously, Ares said it was because he wanted to see his bastard brother at rock bottom. Nervous about the whole situation, Colette just lowered her head, wondering why the two had always been rivals and why so much hatred. Then she asked if he and Kai couldn't go their separate ways. Surprised by the question, the shoppy hero argued that Colette was saying that because she didn't know what Kai had done to him. Fed up, he grabbed her arms again, saying that was enough. However, she tried to resist, telling him to stop, and it was at that exact moment that the MC appeared with a cold look, asking why Ares was there. Noticing him holding his beloved by the arm, Kai began to prepare his powers, ordering him to take those dirty hands off her. Hearing those words, Colette immediately turned and with a smile, called for Kai, while Ares, also surprised, said now the party was going to get interesting. However, noticing the magic that the MC was preparing, Colette screams, asking him to wait and try to talk a little. However, Kai, pissed off, says it's all right and goes, but he hears Ares saying he will kill him, and without hesitation, the Demon King uses the fire of hell, attacking his own brother, who, seeing the attack coming, is absolutely shocked, thinking he is doomed. But in a quick move, he pulls the saintess by her hair, using her as a human shield. Then Kai, seeing this, immediately dodges the attack, causing it to split and hit Ares in the 4 limbs of his body. However, even being hit, Ares keeps holding the maiden, who can do nothing. This makes the MC even angrier, asking how he dares. However, Ares, even in pain, questions if that was how he killed their father. Hearing these words, the Demon King freezes and says no, beginning to explain what happened. However, before he could say anything, Colette interrupts him, tears in her eyes. Ares then takes advantage of the moment and pulls the saintess's hair again, making her complain of pain and beg him to stop, as does Kai, who this time tries to talk, asking him to stop. However, the hero ignores them and, smiling malevolently, begins to use the sacred teleport, saying he will see that bastard another time. Realizing something is happening, the saintess looks down and notices a magic circle on the ground. Immediately, the MC runs to try to save her, shouting for her. But before he can reach them, the two disappear with the teleport. Instantly, in another place, a magic circle appears, and soon Ares and Colette emerge there. She, confused, asks what just happened. Looking around, she wonders where she is, and if that was a magic teleport. The saintess then turns, shouting for Ares to take her back quickly, but suddenly Ares starts to fall until he hits the ground completely unconscious. This leaves the saintess intrigued, asking if he is okay, and noticing he doesn't respond, she immediately starts using her powers to heal him, until suddenly, someone begins to approach. She soon notices the sound, which is none other than Johann, who with a smile on his face, says he never imagined the saintess would come to him willingly. This makes Colette worried, staring at him intently, while the prophet, still smiling, says it's exactly as he thought. The gods are really on his side. Johann also says that this is his victory over the Demon King. The prophet laughs and emphasizes that as long as they have the Saint of Time in their hands, the Demon Lord will not be able to make any move. The girl comments to Johann that it is a terrible moment. He laughs maniacally and then answers that no, because it is divine will, so he calls her to go with him. At that moment, the soldier opens the door and calls for Lord Johann, and as soon as he sees the situation that is happening, he wants to know what occurred there. Johann thinks that the old man seems to be one of the knights who were defeated during the campaign to subjugate the Demon Lord. The old man says nothing. Johann states that he found the hero Ares covered in blood, completely collapsed. He then highlights that the saint seems to have lost her mind. Colette screams that the prophet is lying again, but she is soon imprisoned by the abilities of the sacred binding chains. The old man becomes worried about her and shouts, wanting to know if she is okay. Johann explains that this is the Demon Lord's curse upon his dear saint and thinks it is a great tragedy. The The prophet also emphasizes that he thinks the soldier should offer help to capture the saint. Therefore, the old man walks toward her, and she becomes desperate and begs him to stop. The old man only gives her a serious look, and she ends up noticing something. Johann thinks that this is his chance to deceive the Pope, because he knows there are many excuses to stop the Saint of Time, and he also thinks that if he finds an opening, he can kidnap her. Matteo closes his eyes, turns quickly, and while drawing his sword, states that he will fight at the Saint's side. He then shouts, saying he will kill Johann, who becomes very surprised by the twist, and, with little he can do, is brutally struck in the neck. Colette is surprised, and the knight quickly stands by the Saint, wanting to know if the old man is okay. He answers that he is not, and Colette wants to know if he is not Kai's instructor from the Austen family. The old man nods, implying that he is. However, while saying he would protect her, he receives an attack. The prophet tries to stand and calls the soldier a traitor of the Holy Church. Then, he becomes angry and promises that he will burn the old man in the flames of hell. The soldier prepares himself. The prophet stands and, laughing, emphasizes that he knew this would happen because he also leveled up and thinks he should let them die like poor creatures. The soldier is surprised to hear this, and, pointing his sword at the prophet, shouts that in the end, Johann sins by betraying the Order of the Knights, and that he will never forgive him. Colette is surprised and shouts, wanting to know if this is Kai's father and what is happening there, because it seems he is betraying the Order of the Knights. The old man emphasizes that this means exactly what it seems to mean. He then makes it clear that Johann must be killed. Colette becomes worried about how all of this will end. Johann starts laughing like a madman and comments that the old man is too soft because he hesitated in his attack. Then he becomes serious and makes it clear that because of that, the old man will lose. With that said, he activates his flash of light ability, illuminating the entire place. The old man comments that it is very bright and that he thinks it is a pretty dirty trick. Johann takes advantage of the distraction and quickly fires his holy arrow. The old man comments that even so, in the end, it is only a tactic to try to defeat him. Therefore, he activates his sacred wall ability and blocks the arrow. Johann wants to know what the old man is trying to imply with deception tactics, so he tells him not to make him laugh. Colette notices something and wonders if the prophet has disappeared. The soldier quickly turns, commenting that he thinks that is not possible, but he ends up being hit directly by Johann's holy arrow. The prophet smiles and says that the soldier is very simple-minded. The old man falls to the ground, and Colette becomes desperate. She quickly goes to him. Johann calls her to leave immediately, because they cannot allow either the demon lord or the Pope to find out. He then reaches his hand toward her, and, as he is about to touch her, a dark magic begins to emerge from her, which leaves the prophet very frightened, wanting to know what the hell is happening, until Johann is completely struck by this shadowy energy. After receiving the attack, while the prophet falls to his knees, Colette looks back to see what just happened. She does not understand anything, and a letter falls from her clothes. Colette notices the letter and soon sees it disintegrating. Colette begins to cry and wonders if a letter from Kai protected her. Johann, badly injured, tries to stand and immediately wants to know what she did. He then questions whether the sacred binding chains he cast on her are not reacting, and whether the magic he just took is from an external source. But he says that does not matter, and emphasizes that he will ensure she never resists again. Therefore, he calls Princess Angelica. Colette becomes frightened when she hears that and quickly turns around. Angelica, terrified, apologizes to her sister. Johann states that he made her a hostage. Colette glares angrily at the prophet, but he makes it clear that if she does not go with him, he will eliminate Angelica. As he sees Colette standing, Johann wants to know what she is trying to do, because defying him is helping the enemy, and the sacred binding chains he cast on her will suppress her. Colette says she is very scared, and her little sister screams in worry for her. However, Colette begins to remember the people she witnessed being hurt. She then makes it clear that she does not want anyone else to be harmed. With that said, she casts her 7 sealed stars ability. Johann becomes worried seeing the attack coming toward him, since he did not think she would be capable of casting an ability in the state she was in. With little he can do, he is hit directly by the saint's ability. While he is struck by Colette's ability, the sacred chains imprison her again, forcing her to fall to her knees on the ground. She tries to resist. Johann spits a lot of blood on the floor, and furious, calls Colette a wretch. He then begins pounding the ground and thinks she should not be so confident. As he sees her imprisoned on the ground by the sacred chains, he activates his total healing ability and thinks that as long as he is alive, he will come back again and again. He then goes to her, grabs her head, and comments that it is a pity for her. At that moment, Angela screams Johann's name. She then begs the prophet to release her sister. He turns and wants to know if she does not think she has been punished enough. She is in shock and quickly begins trembling in fear. Johann asks if Angelica cannot see that Lady Saint is completely out of her mind, but he emphasizes that he cannot kill her, although he thinks there is no need for her to remain whole. Then, while preparing the arrow of divine punishment, he thinks that if he rips off just one arm, it will not be missed. Colette calls Angela and says she cannot take it anymore. While the prophet's ability is being prepared, Colette screams telling her sister to run. Angelica screams begging Johann to stop the attack, he does not listen and comments that it is not as if he would stop. With that said, he launches his ability. Angelica becomes worried and screams Johann's name, but he ends up very surprised, wanting to know what he is seeing standing in front of his attack. A shadowy energy absorbs the holy arrow, which leaves the prophet very worried when he realizes it is dark magic. The ability begins reacting until something starts to happen. Johann remains worried, and from within the dark magic ability, the holy arrow returns straight at the prophet, grazing his face. But he realizes he has lost a piece of his ear. At that moment, the MC appears and picks Colette up in his arms. She has her eyes closed, and as soon as she opens them, she sees the MC right in front of her. He apologizes for being late. Colette is confused, but soon begins to cry and screams that she was waiting for him. She then apologizes for leaving him alone. They look at each other, happy to be together again. The MC then activates his dark healing on her, and, while asking her to wait a bit, Johann comments that this is useless. Johann begins healing his ear and thinks that the Demon Lord Kai has finally reached him. The MC states that Johann needs to be silenced once and for all. The prophet becomes terrified. Kai turns and sees the bodies lying on the ground, and Angelica extremely frightened. Kai tells Johann that for him to have involved even Princess Angelica, he hopes he is prepared for the consequences. Johann begins laughing while channeling his ability, and as he prepares his holy arrows, he emphasizes that everything that happened was for this moment and thinks that it is the MC who should be prepared. With that said, he fires the holy arrows. Kai activates his black hole ability again, pulling the arrows inside, and then immediately returning them with full force. Johann becomes worried about this ability again, and seeing the attacks coming toward him, he knows that not even the MC is facing forward. Therefore, he jumps to the side so he will not be caught by his own ability. He then thinks that it is already a miracle that the two people who hold the key to the second playthrough are gathered there, and that the princess is still in his hands. He then concludes that he will definitely reach the second playthrough and obtain everything. Therefore, he goes to the princess, grabs her, and shouts, demanding that the MC return the saint immediately. Kai calls out to the prophet, and with a sinister expression, wants to know if he truly wants to go to the world of the second playthrough that badly. The prophet becomes confused by this sudden question. He then begins remembering when he was in the library and heard the same thing about the second playthrough, and greatly shocked while reading something related in the book. He wanted to know if it really existed. The Pope answered yes, and emphasized that it was the potential for humanity to surpass its classes, being exactly what the Holy Church seeks with all its strength. While Johann continued reading the book, the Pope asked him to dedicate his life to finding the path to a second playthrough and offer it to the Holy Church. However, the prophet thought at that time that he would refuse to do that, but told the Pope that he understood and that he would do it. He then thought that he would risk his life to find it, but that he would make it entirely his. After remembering this, Kai calls Johann and asks again if he wants to go to the second playthrough that badly. The prophet wants to know what the MC is saying, so he wonders if he knows what his goal is, and if that information is from the first time he played, or if it is an ability of the demon realm. Kai makes it clear that they are alone there, and that he does not think he needs to pretend to be clueless. Johann only adjusts his glasses without saying anything at all. The MC activates his black cabinet, and Johann prepares his attack to fire at Angelica if the MC tries anything. However, Kai asks the prophet not to be so hasty. Therefore, he grabs something from his black cabinet and asks if it is not what Johann wants. Johann wants to know what it is. Kai shows an artifact and says that he brought it with him, and asks if the prophet understands what he is trying to say. Johann activates his item appraisal ability and, impressed, says that it cannot be what he is thinking. He then concludes that apparently the item seems broken, but there is no doubt because it is the Bracelet of Time, a bracelet imbued with the prayer for reunion with a loved one, and that contains the magical power of the Saint of Time, and whoever wears it is allowed to transition to a second playthrough, as well as increasing the wearer's magical defense by 5%. Therefore, Johann becomes impressed and concludes that with this item, his greatest wish can be fulfilled, and he will be able to go to the second playthrough. He then begins laughing and wanting to know what the MC is plotting, but he thinks that he wants this so badly that he could die for it. But he knows that on the other hand, if the MC notices his intention, he may take advantage of it, and so he needs to be cautious. Kai throws the bracelet to Johann, who becomes terrified seeing the item being thrown, then pushes Angelica aside and runs toward the bracelet, jumping to catch it. As soon as he grabs it, he feels relieved for catching it before it hit the ground. Both Angela and Colette are surprised to see that the prophet caught such an item. He stands and, furious, screams, wanting to know if the MC is crazy, because the bracelet could have fallen to the ground and broken. Kai says he thinks that is enough and suggests a truce. Johann stays silent, but the MC says he has only one goal, which is to live in peace with Colette. She is surprised to hear that. Kai also says he does not want any more bloodshed and thinks it is better for them to make peace. He emphasizes that he does not want to see Colette's sad face anymore, but makes it clear that he does not mind using force to achieve that. Johann laughs and calls the MC a foolish idiot. He then stresses that it is too late to negotiate after he has already entered with the bargaining piece. Therefore, he shows the bracelet and says that this is what he wanted, the key to the second playthrough. Angelica shouts Johan's name and says he has been talking nonsense for quite some time, so she wants to know what his goal is. He calls her a stupid princess and says he will clarify things. He then shouts thorough down that he does not care about the country, the people, or even the faith of the Holy Church. Angelica is completely devastated to hear this. Johan continues shouting that his goal is to obtain everything in the second playthrough and that they were merely descending steps. He then goes to her and says that even the Pope and she are no longer useful. Angelica cannot believe what she is hearing. After saying that, the prophet turns, calls the MC, and says that negotiations have ended and that the chaos here is far too convenient. He then makes it clear that a truce is out of the question because he will escape while the war is still ongoing. Kai does not like hearing that because he did not expect such a twist. Johan, while holding Angelica by the arm, says he knows the MC is strong, but emphasizes that he can still escape whenever he wants. He then states that this is the royal castle and that it is like his own backyard. However, he becomes startled by a noise and immediately turns around. He becomes confused upon seeing a tall soldier and even more frightened when he sees several soldiers together, telling him he is under arrest for high treason. The prophet wants to know what they are talking about. He then points at the MC and says that he is the demon lord and a villain who killed many people. Kai takes a deep breath. Then someone behind the soldiers comments that all this is a pity, which leaves Johan terrified as he recognizes the voice. It is the king. The prophet becomes nervous, wondering why he is there. Colette is also surprised to see that the Holy King is present. He says he saw everything, and not only him, but also the people of the kingdom through a dark magic, where Johan was saying all his atrocities, leaving everyone speechless. Meanwhile, the battle outside continued frantically. Griselda shouts orders, saying that now that the barrier has fallen, as long as they do not let anyone interfere with the Demon Lord, victory will be theirs. One of the soldiers shouts that the MP drain is over and that he and Balrog completely eliminated the threat of the reinforced soldiers. With that said, the remaining soldiers continue advancing frantically. Griselda becomes excited and shouts that all that remains is to resist a little longer. The warriors on the Demon Lord's side shout enthusiastically, and the kingdom's soldiers become intimidated. An old man does not like this, and says he will not let Griselda do whatever she wants because he can still fight. Then, something happens, and she tries to understand what just occurred, which also surprises the old man because they are seeing a transmission magic showing Johan taking Princess Angelica hostage. The old man, very surprised, wants to know why Johan is keeping the princess hostage and whether what they are seeing is some magical window. One of the MC's soldiers says it can only be his doing, and everyone becomes excited. Griselda begins thinking about her lord. Inside, an eye continues observing everything that is happening. As it transmits, Johan becomes nervous, begging to be released. Kai knows this is the Eye of Hades, and that it can also project what it sees into the surrounding space, and that it is faster for showing Johan's wicked deeds to the citizens. He then thinks that his partner Mateo did well, who in turn tells the MC that Johan's true nature is being revealed, so he thinks he may resort to drastic measures, and therefore his friend should be careful. The soldiers, while still holding the prophet, ask to take him away, which makes Johan even more furious. Colette, while healing the old soldier, notices that Kai is there watching, who is quickly surprised to discover the commander's true identity. Colette says he is still breathing, and she thinks he can be healed. Kai says he understands, and that it is very good to know that. But soon the two find themselves staring at each other very closely, and Colette becomes a little embarrassed. The MC says that he is very happy. Then the king and the remaining soldiers approach them, and Kai quickly turns around surprised. His Majesty calls for the Demon Lord and the Saint and says he is finding it very difficult to understand the situation. The two stand up, and the king wants to know what is happening, so he asks one of them to explain the situation. Kai shouts that he will explain everything in order, but that he first apologizes. But he is immediately interrupted by the king, who asks him to wait and says that this is a lie. He then takes a letter from his clothing. Colette is very surprised to know that it reached His Majesty. The Holy King says it is a secret letter from the saint, delivered by a maid. He then says that it is written there that the MC is the true hero who prevented the birth of the Demon Lord, and that if the saint had been freed, the war could have been avoided. He then emphasizes that he foolishly believed Johan's lies and caused such a situation. He then states that he can only imagine what would have happened if Lord Kai had not been there, because the danger reached his beloved Angelica, who becomes moved by the words she hears from her father. Kai calls for the king, but a kingdom soldier shouts to the king loudly and informs him that the Demon Lord's army suddenly stopped their attacks. The king takes a deep breath and says he understands. Therefore, he emphasizes that he is very sorry regarding the Demon Lord because it is complicated. He knows he detained Johan and saved his daughter, but it is also true that many soldiers and people from his army were killed, and from his perspective, they also cannot forgive that. Kai hears all this quietly without saying a single word. However, One of the soldiers calls the king and, whispering in his ear, informs him that there is not a single casualty besides the knights, which leaves His Majesty very surprised, wanting to know if it truly was not a powerful enough offensive to break through. Kai calls for the Holy King and makes it clear that he only wants Colette, so he emphasizes that they reached this point by neutralizing the king's forces and minimizing civilian casualties, although they failed to stop the soldiers who used level accelerators. Very impressed, the king says he would not have imagined such a feat was possible. Kai emphasizes that it simply means that the Demon Lord's army is strong. However, it is not some noble story about not wanting to kill anyone. The king wants to know what the MC means by that, and whether there is some other objective. Kai says he wants peace and asks the king to request a ceasefire. The soldiers do not like hearing this and shout, calling the MC selfish, because they were the ones attacked first. The king responds no, and emphasizes that what he wants is a ceasefire, but wants to know if the MC truly agrees with that. Kai answers yes, but wants to know where they took Johann. Outside, the soldiers are shouting that the prophet escaped. Visibly exhausted, Johann is surrounded by soldiers. He says he wished he had been a little more prepared before doing what he is thinking, but he knows he has no choice. With that said, he grabs the bracelet and says that he is going to the second playthrough. The soldiers become tense, and the prophet shouts that he has memorized all their faces. As he puts on the bracelet, he keeps shouting that he will show them hell, then waits for something to happen, but soon becomes shocked when he realizes nothing is happening. Therefore, he wonders if he is already in the second playthrough. At that moment, the MC appears saying that the prophet is in deep trouble and informs him that the bracelet he is using has already lost its magical power. Hearing that leaves the prophet shocked. Johann then wants to know what the MC is trying to imply because he used his appraisal ability and everything was correct. Kai explains that he used the appraisal of forgery, which provides false information to whoever is appraising. Moments earlier, the MC used his appraisal of forgery on the bracelet of time. Johann becomes completely furious, removes the bracelet, and calls the MC a bastard. But Kai is faster, runs to the prophet, grabs him by the arm, and while pressing him against a wall, emphasizes that the bracelet, even without its magic, is very precise. He then squeezes the prophet's arm with full force, who begins trembling and thinks that Kai's strength is absurdly brutal. But even so, he shouts that he will not give up. He then drinks a potion, which puts the MC on alert and makes Colette comment that it can only be a level booster. Kai wants to know if the prophet is willing to be killed just for level 800. As he gains strength, power, and level, Johann makes it clear that the version he is in is an improved one. He then says he is level 900 and that the potion he just used is tailor-made and has no side effects. He then gets a sinister look and emphasizes that, in other words, no one can stop him. Kai watches the prophet overflow with power, and the soldiers, as well as Colette, become very worried about what might happen. Johann calls Kai and emphasizes that he will eliminate him. Kai does not respond, and the prophet, laughing, says he will take the Saint of Time and go to the second round. Kai becomes intrigued by something and thinks that Colette was placed under a spell by Johann, so he knows he needs to find out how to break the slavery spell of the sacred restriction. Johann wants to know if the MC thinks a sage can only use healing and prophecy, because if so, he thinks the MC is underestimating him. With that said, he begins releasing a strong power in his hand and makes it clear that he will show why he is called a high-class mage. He then clenches his fist tightly and punches the wall, breaking everything. Colette is impressed with the power she is witnessing and wonders if the prophet had been hiding power like what she just saw. Kai remains calm, but wants to know where the prophet is aiming and whether he was trying to hit him, which makes Johann even angrier at the provocation. Therefore, he charges at Kai with a punch, throwing him toward the hole he created earlier with his strike. And while he hurls the MC outward, he comments that he is sorry for making him wait. Kai is thrown violently outside the castle, and Colette screams in worry for him. Johann jumps after the MC and says he will make an example out of him. With his incredible speed, he manages to reach the MC by running along the castle walls. Then, while preparing his powerful kick, he comments that he did not think he could finish him in a single blow, and that is why he considers himself such a cautious person. With that said, he lands the kick on the MC, launching him far away. Kai crashes violently into one of the castle towers, and while he lies on the ground, the soldiers shout that this is very bad because the MC is in danger and they need to make the magic cores provide support for him. Colette only keeps hoping her beloved is safe. Johann goes to where the MC is and, laughing, says that Kai is known as a demon lord. The MC simply lies there on the ground, and Johann, laughing, prepares another strike and asks where all his bravery went and if he gave up. He then unleashes his punch, followed by several others, completely destroying the area. While waiting for the dust to settle, Johann wonders if he overdid it. He then takes a deep breath, thinking the MC will be fine, but he is soon very surprised because he hears the MC still coughing and trying to move. Kai grits his teeth and makes it clear that he has not given up yet. The prophet says that this is very strange because he knows nothing should be different, but then hears the MC say that, as a final request, he has just one thing to ask. Johann becomes confused. Kai wants to know if Johann will break Colette's sacred constraint, because he thinks that will not matter when they go to the second round. The prophet begins laughing and says he never imagined he would hear the MC saying something like that. He then makes it clear that he will not do it. Kai is surprised by Johan's answer. Johan continues laughing and says that it is impossible because the sacred restriction cannot be undone until he dies. And if the MC wants to break it, he will have to kill him. However, he emphasizes that that is only if the MC can, of course. Kai says that then, in the end, it is something surprisingly simple. With that said, he stands up and dusts off his clothes, which makes Johan worried. After finishing stretching, Johan wants to know what is happening. Kai says he simply did not suffer anything, so he thinks he no longer needs to hold back. Johan moves quickly as the MC draws his sword. The prophet, very worried, shouts that it is the sword that broke the Great Barrier and wants to know if it was not supposed to belong to Elsa. Kai answers that it was not, and, while striking his attack directly at the prophet, makes it clear that the sword is his. Johan spits a lot of blood, and the MC says he bets Johan thought he could win if he reached level 900 because he considers that very unfortunate. Johan hears the MC also saying that he is level 999, and while on the ground healing his wound, he wants to know how that is possible. As soon as he finishes healing, Kai says the prophet is really someone persistent, so he wants to know if he truly managed to instantly recover and avoid a fatal blow. Therefore, the MC activates his black flame and attacks exactly where he struck Johan with his sword. The prophet laughs and says that the MC is underestimating him again because such a spell is very pathetic. Kai emphasizes that he will soon discover that it is more than enough. He then approaches him, activates a dark magic circle right in Johan's face, and asks if he really wanted to go to the second round. He then unleashes his dead evil ability, which hits the prophet directly, who cannot do anything to dodge. But Johan still tries to resist the attack. However, the ability is so strong that it rips Johan's eyes out, who begins screaming non-stop. Kai says that as an undead, Johan can enjoy the second playthrough as much as he wants. The prophet falls to the ground and cries that he feels his whole body burning and that it is spreading more and more. Then Johan's body begins to slowly fall apart as he screams and begs for help. Kai says he will save him if he answers all his questions. He then tells the prophet to state the purpose of the new booster, because he thinks that if it were to deal with the demon lord, a hero would have been enough. Johan says he was only being used and that he does not know the Pope's purpose, then screams again that it is all the Pope's fault. Kai finds this strange but thinks the prophet does not seem to be lying, yet he still questions the purpose. Johan keeps screaming, begging to be saved and for the flames to be extinguished. Kai becomes serious and makes it clear that he thinks that is impossible because the flames he casts will continue burning him until death, but that he will still fulfill his promise and put an end to this. Therefore, he kicks the prophet, throwing him off the top of the castle tower. He then watches from above until Johan crashes violently onto the ground. The soldiers quickly want to know what just fell there and if it is perhaps an undead. They then become completely shocked upon seeing Johan completely charred. The soldiers immediately shout, asking to purify the prophet with the light of holy magic. However, it is too late, and a strong explosion happens at the site, leaving only Johan's necklace on the ground. The king, the soldier, and Colette go to the hole in the wall to see what is happening outside. The soldier shouts that the MC made the prophet get eliminated. At that moment, Kai returns to where they are and says he threw Johan down. The king comments that he saw it. Colette immediately runs to her beloved and says she is very happy to see that he is okay. However, the MC notices something strange and sees an energy on her neck. Then he concludes that apparently he managed to break the holy chain that imprisoned her as well. She does not understand anything, and Kai takes a deep breath, smiles, and says that everything will be fine. She wants to know if they can stay together forever now. Kai answers yes, then holds her hand and emphasizes that he will never let her go again. She becomes happy, as do the king and the soldiers. However, the king gives a slight cough calling attention, and Kai and Colette turn at the same time. Thus, the king says he will gather all his people later to announce the truce, but wants to know if Kai can be there as well. He smiles and answers yes. Then a tremor occurs, and the soldiers immediately stand guard and shout to protect the sacred king. A huge guy appears calling the MC, and he sees that it is his friend Balrog. The king is shocked to see such a huge guy, and a soldier shouts explaining that the big guy is from the ogre tribe. Balrog wants to know if everything is already settled there. Kai nods, implying yes. Then the big guy says that the humans lost the will to fight, and that because of that, he is leaving. At that moment, Griselda calls for Balrog and explains that he is scaring the humans. He gets embarrassed and says he did not know he was causing that to them. Kai, seeing Griselda, comments that she arrived just in time, then says they agreed on a ceasefire and the truce negotiations ended. She is surprised, thinking that this can only mean one thing, and seeing her lord with Colette, she thinks it is exactly what she was imagining. Colette becomes excited upon learning who Griselda really is, and she comments that the blonde must be Colette. Then both stare at each other. Colette says she heard it was all thanks to Griselda, so she thanks her for saving Kai. Griselda starts laughing and says that is obvious because he is her demon lord after all. Then she emphasizes that she is very happy that Colette is safe. Balrog comments that he thinks defeating a saint alone makes the MC truly someone incredible. He gets embarrassed and says he never thought he would become so important. Colette emphasizes that she just has to thank everyone, so both start laughing, but the MC notices something and says there is something in the blonde's hair. Griselda becomes a bit awkward, seeing the way her lord treats Colette, but Kai calls her and says he will explain something about the ceasefire, but she turns around interrupting him and saying she will warn everyone about it. Kai keeps thinking that there is something about her that seems a little strange. Thus, both Griselda and Balrog go among the people, and as soon as the big guy arrives among them and tells them about the ceasefire, the kingdom's soldiers do the same. The residents become intrigued by this and question whether they really surrendered to a bunch of demons. And it doesn't take long for several people to gather and go to the front of the king's castle, who in turn shouts calling his brave knights and beloved subjects. Then he announces that they decided to make a ceasefire and that the war between them, humans, and the demonic tribe ends there. The residents do not like this decision and shout wanting to know what the king is talking about because they attacked them the night before. Kai goes to the king's side and announces that he is the demon lord, which leaves everyone very perplexed since it is clear the MC is clearly a human. The MC says his name is Kai Austin, the legitimate son of Marquis Austin, and that he is 100% human. The residents shout saying that it is true then because they have seen him before and that the rumors they heard were true in the end. Then the MC says there are two things he needs everyone there to listen to carefully. The first being his requirements for ending the war between humans and demons, and the second being exposing the crimes of Johann and the Holy Church. But some residents shout that the idea of the saint committing crimes is ridiculous. Kai just watches the outraged crowd. After that, at the headquarters of the Holy Church, some kingdom soldiers arrive. A priest runs to His Holiness and informs him that they have a big problem because the royal guard of the Holy King has just arrived. The Pope takes a deep breath and becomes thoughtful. The priest, very worried, wants to know what His Holiness's orders will be. The Pope simply asks them to let the guards enter. The priest becomes nervous and emphasizes that all the guards are armed, but the Pope only comments that justice is on their side. As soon as the guards enter, they accuse the church of being under suspicion of illegally manufacturing dangerous drugs. The Pope remains silent, and the guards stay prepared for any possible reaction. The prophet says that what they are doing is very rude and that he does not care if they are knights under the direct command of the king, so he asks them to show some respect in the presence of the Pope. One of the guards says that if the Pope goes with them peacefully, they will make things easier for him. The Pope wants to know where Johann is, and the guard does not answer anything. The Pope wants to know if Saint Johann is dead. The guard replies yes, and says that Johann was secretly using a large number of holy knights as test subjects for a potent drug. The Pope interrupts the soldier and shouts, emphasizing that it is not a potent drug, but a level enhancer. The guard concludes that in the end, the Pope was truly involved. His Holiness stands up and, laughing, says that Johann was a brilliant disciple and that his ambition made him cold sometimes. However, he emphasizes that Johann's abilities and his class were both incomparable. Then he says that one day, Johann wanted to know about the ruin crisis and whether the Pope was referring to the resurgence of the demon lord. At the time, the Pope answered no and stressed that it was something much more terrifying. Johann said he understood, but apparently the Pope would not say what it was. The Pope answered yes. After telling this, he emphasizes that he grew old and had no choice but to rely on Johann's power, but makes it clear that he entrusted him with a cruel task. The guard calls the Pope and advises him to be more careful with his words, then says that the way he is talking makes it seem like he knew of Johann's cursed deeds and what happened. Thus, he becomes serious and asks if the Pope really knew and did nothing. The Pope answers no and says that he was the one who planned and ordered it, but explains that everything was for the purpose of the good state of justice. The soldiers become furious upon hearing this and shout, wanting to know if the Pope really did all that in the name of justice, since he sacrificed so many lives for it. The Pope says that 100 are sacrificed so that 10 can live, and then wants to know if the guard would call that choice a mistake, because lives are being saved in places he knows nothing about. Then, he wants to know why the guard would arrest him, undermine the morale of ignorant masses, and stand by while their lives are taken. Then wants to know if that is the guard's job. He does not know what to answer, but someone arrives and places a hand on his shoulder. It is Lord Gallard, who immediately wants to know if there is something the Pope is hiding. His Holiness remains silent for a brief moment. Then, Gallard emphasizes that they will determine what is good or evil from that point on, and that the Pope will have to prove his justice in a court. The Pope stays silent, and the guards wait for his answer. Then the Pope calls his disciple and asks him to do it. He is incredulous at the request, but the Pope says everything will be fine. Gallard shouts for everyone to stay alert and emphasizes that the Pope's social class is still unknown. The Pope's disciple becomes intrigued, but closes his eye and asks to open the thorns of souls, and then says that he will grant thee the consecration. Having said that, A powerful energy surrounds him and the Pope. Gallard shouts, ordering the prophet to stop the chant. But when he tries to rush toward them, he is blocked by the sacred barrier. The old man tries at all costs to break the barrier with his sword, but the prophet emphasizes that what he is trying to do is completely useless, until a powerful force falls upon the Pope. The soldiers try to protect themselves as best they can. Gallard becomes worried, seeing that the Pope is being struck by something, then shouts, wanting to know what the Pope is trying to do. His holiness begins to transform into something, and the old man wants to know immediately what just happened to the Pope. After the transformation, the prophet explains that his holiness offered his own body in the name of justice. Gallard becomes terribly worried, since he sees the Pope falling hard to the ground with a decrepit body. Then he approaches and asks if he has passed away. Meanwhile, in the castle, the MC is there along with his group. He thanks everyone and says that thanks to them, he managed to save Colette, and that the conflict between demons and humans will not be resolved overnight, but that this is a great step forward. Thus, he thinks they should return to each one's city and rest a little. Kai calls Griselda and thanks her as well. She becomes excited and says that if her lord allows it, she will express her gratitude too. Then she says that the territory that was stolen by Elsa has finally settled peacefully, and that she would not imagine they would truly make a truce with the humans. Having said that, she emphasizes that it was something they did not even dare hope for, and that all of this is thanks to the MC, and that in the name of everyone she thanks him once again. Griselda also says that they conquered the capital. Kai becomes happy and nods, implying yes. One of the warriors says they will return and have some drinks. Elsa thinks it is better that they receive a generous reward as well. Kai calls Colette and says he will help with the reconstruction of the city. She becomes excited and answers that it is fine. Then the Sacred King calls the MC and asks if he has a minute of his time. Then he says he sent soldiers to deal with Johann's situation, but lost contact with them and has a very bad feeling about it. Kai thinks of something and says he will check the situation there first. The king immediately thanks him for that. At that moment, something approaches the window quickly, and someone enters with full force, landing behind the Sacred King. With an unfriendly expression, Colette and the guards become worried. Ares wastes no time and delivers an attack to the back of the Sacred King, who is struck without being able to do much. The guards shout in concern for his majesty, as does his daughter Angelica. Kai does not like seeing this and shouts Ares' name, who only stares at his brother. The Sacred King, after being attacked, loses consciousness, leaving the girls and the soldiers quite frightened and worried. Angelica screams for her father, and he falls to the ground. Kai wastes no time and unleashes his attack, but Ares blocks it with his barrier. After the MC ceases the attack, Ares laughs, and Kai shouts that he will deal with him, and that everyone must protect the Sacred King and heal him immediately. Quickly, the soldiers rush to the Sacred King, who is still lying on the ground, while the MC keeps questioning what Ares is doing there, since he knows that he should have been locked up after what happened. Ares prepares his huge sword, and Kai keeps thinking that he completely blocked his attack, so he believes this is impossible, since he knows that Ares may even be a hero, but his level is still lower, and that he even managed to break the sacred sword. Ares prepares for battle, but before that, he asks the MC if he is Austin, which leaves Kai quite shocked. At that moment, Colette shouts, wanting to know why Ares is acting that way. He becomes intrigued at being called that, and comments that he remembers being called by that name, but then says that he is now called Clemens, which leaves the MC even more surprised to learn this, as well as Princess Angelica, since she knows that this is the Pope's name. Ares nods, implying yes, and then explains that he took over the hero's body. Kai is puzzled and shouts, wanting to know how that is possible. The Pope in Ares' body says that the young man's body is simply more convenient, and that his class is also exceptional. Colette shouts, saying that this is not possible, but wants to know what happened to the real Ares. Clemens asks if the blonde girl is referring to Ares' consciousness, because he knows nothing about it. Kai remains silent, trying to understand everything that is happening. At that moment, the Sacred King wakes up, coughing a lot of blood, and his daughter quickly turns to him, wanting to know if he is okay. The king wants to know why the Pope is doing this. Clemens points out that this is his response to King Ramses, then explains that he had so many hopes for him, and that he never imagined the king would turn his soldiers against him. Therefore, he makes it clear that he is quite disappointed. Ramses shouts, saying that there is a limit to the Pope's arrogance. However, Clemens emphasizes that, apparently, the Sacred King does not understand. He then says that those who truly care about the people and desire peace are them, the saints of the church, and that, in other words, their choices are the only justice. Ramses becomes furious and shouts, telling the Pope not to speak like that. Then he asks whether he calls justice that whole fiasco with the drugs that sacrifice so many people, and whether seeking power through drugs can be considered justice. But as soon as he finishes speaking, he starts coughing a lot of blood again. Angelica becomes worried about her father, and Colette tells Your Majesty that they are already taking care of his healing, until Colette becomes perplexed upon noticing something. She then wants to know why her magic is not healing the king, so she tries even harder to heal him, but nothing works. Kai says that it can only be a recovery blocking spell. Clemens asks whether he will still be challenged, then calls everyone to end this quickly. Quickly, the soldiers step in front of the king to protect him. Ares points his sword, smiles, and, as he releases a powerful force, leaves some soldiers quite frightened since they are feeling a terrible power. Then they shout that the power they are feeling is an insane amount of magical power, yet they still emphasize that, even so, they will be the shield for the Holy King. At that moment, the MC moves quickly toward the Pope, which leaves both Colette and the soldiers excited as they see the MC's incredible speed. However, Kai is surprised by one thing, because while he has his power active right in the Pope's face, he wants to know if the MC really thought he could defeat him at that distance. Kai does not care, and unleashes his attack right into the Pope's face, and a huge explosion happens. The soldiers become excited, thinking that everything is over, but Clemens, with his face completely injured from the attack he took, simply laughs. Then he comments that he can see very well. Angelica is horrified by what she is seeing. The soldiers, on the other hand, want to know how Clemens is still alive after taking an attack at that distance. Kai simply stays alert, without lowering his guard. The Pope comments that now he understands what the power of the second turn is like, and that it is basically as he imagined, since this is not a power that a mere human like the MC should possess. Having said that, he completely heals from the attack he received. Kai comments that this is the hero's automatic healing ability. Clemens agrees and emphasizes that, with this ability, he can completely suppress the side effects of the level accelerator. The MC starts thinking that if it is the same as Johann's, the Pope's level will be 900, and because of that, he thinks it will be very difficult. The Pope takes a deep breath and comments that if he were truly the MC's brother, he thinks he could understand his anger. Kai comments that he does not feel anger, and that he only finds it lamentable, including the Pope himself, who in turn comments that it is exactly as he thought, in which the MC really knows nothing. Having said that, he drives his sword into the ground with all his strength, releasing an incredible power everywhere, and saying that the body he now possesses used to be fragile. But at the moment, it is something completely different, as the ground begins to break apart throughout the place. The Pope also emphasizes that he now possesses the hero's class, but also his own arbiter class. At that moment, the MC begins to fall amid the debris caused by the blow to the ground that the Pope delivered. One of the soldiers runs to him to try to help, and Colette starts screaming for her love. A huge hole is formed in the place where Kai was, and thus, Pope Clemens, in Ares' body, goes down together with the MC, so they can engage in battle. Kai wants to know why Clemens chose the castle's basement. He replies that it is to test the power of level 999, which leaves the MC unable to believe what he just heard, while the debris continues to fall. Colette desperately wants to help the MC, but one of the guards holds her and comments that it is dangerous, emphasizing that if she goes down there to help, she will only get in the way. He then emphasizes that he did not know such a place existed there in the castle. Angelica begins to shout, asking the soldier to call for reinforcements. Meanwhile, Colette is praying to her god to save her beloved. As for him, he remains alert and waiting for the battle to begin, but keeps in mind that the reinforcement level Johann used was 900, so he questions the level 999 he heard from the Pope, and whether there really was a better version of it. Clemens begins to walk forward, always attentive, and points his sword. Kai notices that the sword in question does not seem to be a holy relic. The Pope asks the MC to show what he is capable of. Kai is intrigued when he sees that the sword has disappeared, then shouts wanting to know what the Pope did. Clemens makes it clear that he has no intention of resolving this peacefully, since he wants the MC to attack him right away. Kai wants to know why. Clemens takes a deep breath and comments that he thinks the MC needs a reason to fight. Therefore, he says that he will use Colette and move on to the second round. Then he starts laughing and explains that his objective is the Saint of Time. However, as soon as he finishes saying this, he is attacked by the MC, who becomes furious upon hearing the Pope talk about Colette. Clemens prepares his power and comments that he thinks what he wanted worked. Kai begins to channel his powerful energy, and the Pope becomes excited to see that he is finally going to take the fight seriously. The MC comments that if Clemens wants to see him fight that much, he will show his power. Having said that, as he charges forward, he activates his Black Thunder automagic, Wall of Shadows, and Hellfire. Clemens tries to block all the attacks with his power, and a strong explosion occurs, throwing both of them away. The Pope, excited by the fight, comments that the MC is faster than before, then asks whether he was really hiding his power before. Kai tells him to shut up and launches another attack toward the Pope, who remains excited by the fight and jumps backward to dodge the MC's attack. However, Kai takes advantage of one of his attacks heading toward the Pope and advances along with it, but sees that Clemens is dodging all of his attacks by an extremely small margin. Therefore, he shouts, wanting to know if this level 999 is really true. Clemens retreats and says that the level accelerator he used has powerful side effects that remain. He then explains that a normal person would die, but since he is using the hero's ability to neutralize them, he will be fine. Having said that, he soon uses the hero's ability. Kai is shocked to see that the Pope is mastering the self-healing ability easily, since he keeps in mind that by instantly healing the continuous damage from the level accelerator, he is nullifying the side effects of the booster. So he knows he cannot aim for self-destruction. Clemens comments that the magic the MC is using is from the Black Mage class, so he wants to know why he is looking down on him. Thus, he makes it clear that this is not what he wants to see. Having said that, he says that he really wants to see the power of the second turn. Kai starts wondering if it could be what he is thinking. He then reflects that the Pope is seeking power for some objective, and that he wants to see his class in the second round, which is the hidden class Black Star, since it allows him to use all black magic and the evil points system, so he believes he definitely still feels its potential as a class. Next, he shakes the dust off his clothes and considers that the unique magic of the Black Star has kept him from mastering it, since he knows it is better to fight with the magic he is used to, but on the other hand, he thinks he will have no other choice. At that moment, the Pope comments that if the MC still does not feel the danger, he will raise things a bit more. Kai wants to know what Clemens is planning to do. However, the Pope activates his power and summons the Sword of Sacrifice, Brianak. Kai cannot believe the sword he is seeing right before his eyes. Clemens begins to channel his power into the sword and then shouts that the real show will begin, then asks the sword to awaken, and an enormous glow occurs. The soldiers comment that something just happened down there. Colette comments that she is sure Kai is in danger and that, because of that, she will gather all the Demon King's soldiers, since she believes that if they fight together against the Pope, they might be able to do something. The soldier nods, implying yes, but feels something strange and soon places a hand on his chest, feeling discomfort. Colette wants to know what he is feeling, but the soldier collapses completely, face first to the ground. Then, she is surprised by something, as she sees all the soldiers, the king, and the princess also fall to their knees. Thus, she wants to know what is happening to everyone, until her hand begins to tremble, and she soon realizes that her strength has just vanished. And then, she also collapses to the ground. She becomes terrified, thinking that she needs to find a way to help her beloved. Kai comments to the Pope about the light he saw moments earlier, and soon wants to know what it was. Clemens says that those sinners who doubted purged themselves of their sins by becoming part of his Sword of Sacrifice. Kai wants to know if human life force is the source of the Pope's power. He laughs and comments that the MC apparently understands quite fast, then says that this is the unique ability of the Arbiter class. Having said that, he gets ready for battle and shouts that this is a power given by God to bring down evil. Kai is shocked and questions why the Pope is releasing so much energy, since it is even stronger than Ares' sacred sword, then wants to know what the intense glow coming from the sword is, and whether, by any chance, the Pope wants him to bring a mirror. Clemens wants to know if that was sarcasm coming from the MC. At that moment, Kai begins to prepare his power, but soon becomes alarmed upon hearing the Pope say that he should try to learn a thing or two. Now, it is possible to see a statue of a bizarre creature on the Pope's back, who in turn comments that a long time ago, everyone forgot about the secret room there. Having said that, an energy begins to emerge from the statue of the creature. Kai cannot believe what he is hearing about the secret room, even more so with the creature behind the Pope, who in turn makes it clear to the MC that, apparently, he lives an easy life, and that, even in his first life, he understood nothing. Kai becomes intrigued by this, and looks at the statue in front of him, thinking that he had never heard of it. A giant statue like the one he is seeing, located in the castle basement. The Pope says that the statue is that of the evil god. Kai asks if it is, by any chance, the Demon Lord. Clemens takes a deep breath and answers no, then says that this is the true threat that has been beneath their feet the whole time, being the real threat, yet still so obscure. Having said that, the place begins to light up, and the MC can see it clearly. Then Kai looks to the side, and somewhat frightened, comments that if this were revived, he thinks it would cause a massacre beyond what could be imagined. Clemens emphasizes that the evil god is always watching, and that it is waiting for a vessel strong enough for its rebirth, seeking an opening. The Pope also emphasizes that the Demon Lord is nothing more than a pawn for the resurrection of the evil god. Kai asks the Pope to wait a minute, and asks why no one ever talked about this, since he thinks there is no way something of this level could be ignored. Clemens comments that the MC had no way of knowing, since that is a secret passed down only within the Holy Church, and that the Holy Church was born for the good of weak and fearful humans, and that everything is a trial of God, in which even death is sacred. Moreover, they preached these words believing they represented salvation and justice. Kai is quite surprised to learn this. However, the Pope begins to walk forward saying that his justice is different. Having said that, he slams the hilt of his sword against the wall with all his strength, and something begins to happen. Thus, the Pope makes it clear that they rose up against the words he spoke before. Then, he explains that he will defeat the evil god. The MC cannot believe what he is hearing. The Pope asks if Kai understands now, since this is his reason for seeking power. The MC asks if the Pope is really serious. He nods, implying yes, and soon prepares himself. Kai shouts for him to wait and asks if something like that really exists, and if, even if it could exist, the Pope is still talking about a god. Clemens closes his eyes and charges straight at the MC, and just before delivering his attack, asks Kai not to disappoint him since he will give the pass to the second round. Kai is frightened and tries to block the Pope's attack, but due to the powerful impact, he is thrown backward, his whole body trembling from the shock. The Pope does not waste time and charges again. Kai tries to remain calm, but as he sees an attack coming at his back, he knows the Pope's blow is extremely heavy. At the last second, Kai manages to dodge the attack, and, seeing how Clemens is moving, thinks that with the enhancement from the level booster and the Sword of Sacrifice, if he takes a direct hit, any one of them will be his end. Then he keeps in mind that the Pope is at the same level as him, but that it is light against darkness, the worst possible matchup, and that the Arbiter class is completely unknown. He then calls his system and sees that, in his second round, it seems he ended up with the disadvantageous dark attribute, until he hears Sasha calling him telepathically. She says that as soon as she arrived where they were, the humans suddenly began writhing in pain, and that the same is happening to the people outside. She then asks what she should do. Kai remembers the Pope's earlier words, in which he said that the sinners who doubted were expunged, becoming part of his Sword of Sacrifice. He then says that what is happening is because of the Sword of Sacrifice the Pope is using, and that because of this, he wants her to evacuate the humans from there immediately. Then he thinks there must be some clue, and uses the power of his appraisal, managing to see that the sword can absorb the life force of all humans within the sacred capital and convert it into magical power. He becomes frightened since he keeps in mind that inside the sacred capital, there are tens of thousands of people. However, he is soon forced to block an attack, and while doing so, he thinks that the Pope is absorbing the power of tens of thousands of people, and that is why it is no wonder he has so much magical power. Clemens shouts, urging the MC to hurry up and use his second round power until he thinks of something and unleashes his power at the ceiling. Kai is frightened as he fears the Pope's intention. The attack crashes into the ceiling, causing Colette to fall from above. The Pope makes it clear that if she hits the ground, she will die. The MC quickly turns, jumps, and catches her in his arms, then feels relieved to see that she is fine. However, Clemens takes advantage of his distraction and appears behind him. He then comments that it seems the MC is still underestimating him, so he thinks that maybe if he deals a fatal wound, he will finally fight seriously. Kai becomes worried, since he knows that in the position he is in, this is quite complicated. Clemens prepares his attack, and Kai shouts asking the Pope to wait, but he launches his attack and tells the MC to try to stop it. However, a black thunder strikes the Pope head-on, causing heavy damage to him. Kai is surprised when he sees the black thunder. Someone appears, saying that it is Black Thunder by imitation. Kai is pleased as he sees that Griselda has just arrived. She laughs and says she arrived just in time. As soon as the MC returns to the ground, Kai thanks Griselda for saving them. Then, he places Colette on the ground and asks her to stay there, then turns furiously and charges forward together with Griselda, saying that he will finally increase the intensity of the battle. Griselda continues using her ability, causing the Pope to keep receiving shocks of Black Thunder. Clemens comments that she caught him by surprise. Griselda prepares her blood sword and makes it clear that this is all for Ares, but she does not notice some magic circles forming behind her. The MC notices this, then prepares his power and unleashes it on Griselda, pulling her away, and several spiritual spears burst from the ground right where she was. She is frightened, seeing that if she had not been pulled away, she would have been brutally hit. The Pope simply laughs. Griselda, looking at the spears, thanks the MC immensely, who in turn does not stay idle and delivers a powerful blow to the ground that travels toward the Pope. He is struck by the MC's wall of shadows, but comments that Kai refined the defense to make it sharp and used it for an attack. However, he completely dispels the ability and makes it clear that it barely counts as a scratch, but ends up being surprised by something as he sees the MC preparing another ability, which he soon unleashes at the Pope's back. He simply stands still, waiting for the attack to land, and as soon as it does, a huge explosion occurs. Griselda comments that the attack was incredible and thinks that not even Ares would be able to withstand it. Kai tells her not to lower her guard and explains that the man she is seeing is not Ares, but Pope Clemens. As soon as the dust settles, he comments that the attack was not bad at all. Griselda cannot believe that the attack had no effect and, observing the Pope more closely, thinks that he should be dead. Clemens, after healing himself, laughs and asks whether the MC is really being serious now. Griselda remains shocked to see that Ares' body has completely healed. Kai tries again to use the wall of shadows on Clemens, who in turn tells the MC to stop with the cheap tricks, as he is not there for that. Kai charges forward and thinks that now that he has opened a gap in the shadow for a fraction of a second, he will take advantage of the blind spot, but ends up seeing the Pope with his power active and becomes very surprised as he is brutally counterattacked. Kai spits a lot of blood, and because of this, his ability is cancelled. He then falls to his knees on the ground. Griselda becomes worried about him. Clemens tells the MC to use the wisdom of age since he can see movements like an open book. Kai tries to stand up, but is grabbed by Griselda's ability as she shouts that she will heal him immediately. He thanks her once again. The Pope begins to approach them and comments that it is as he imagined, since the move he took was a vampire technique from Lady Griselda. She asks how he knows her. Clemens explains that of course he would be suspicious of the lords of the demon realm, since he knows they can become vessels of the evil god, and that, in the end, the previous lord, the demon lord, was also involved in all of this. She is frightened upon hearing this and wants to know what he is implying. Clemens asks if she truly does not know, then thinks it does not matter and says that she will die anyway. Kai shouts at the Pope that he has nothing against Griselda and that his target is someone else. Then he thinks about how to break the Pope's defense, since he avoided a fatal blow. But having his attacks nullified so many times is complicated. At that moment, he appears out of nowhere behind them, leaving both the MC and Griselda unable to believe it. And without either of them noticing, Griselda is brutally struck. Clemens makes it clear that his target is Griselda. Kai channels his power and directs it at Griselda, then tries to save her, but the Pope shouts that it is useless. Kai realizes it is the same as before, since he is not managing to heal her. Clemens comments that he thinks this should also exist in black magic, a spell that nullifies healing. Kai becomes furious and shouts, calling the Pope a bastard, who in turn just keeps laughing, while Griselda cries out to the MC. Then she asks him not to worry and to focus on defeating the Pope. She says this, but continues taking damage from the attack, which leaves the MC unable to believe it. He goes to her and says that the spell is not easy to break, but emphasizes that at least he will try to stop the bleeding. At that moment, the Pope prepares his sword and says that the MC's effort is useless. Kai tries with all his might to heal his friend, until someone uses a time-stopping ability. And while the Pope does not like this, the MC is surprised, since the ability was used by Colette. Kai immediately turns, wanting to know if she can really move, but due to her ability, Griselda stops suffering. Clemens wants to know how the bleeding stopped, but as soon as he observes Griselda more closely, he concludes that it was not the bleeding that stopped. Almost out of strength, Colette says that what she did was stop time. However, she knows that this magic, over time, will keep her safe for a period, just like the Sacred King, on whom she used the same magic. Hearing this leaves the Pope surprised. Then he starts laughing and says that the Saint of Time truly exists, and that he will want her very much. Kai calls out to Colette and asks her to rest, as he will take care of the rest. Then, as he removes his shirt, the system asks which magical ability he would like to acquire. Completely serious, Kai chooses the second round class, Black Star, and makes it clear that he will take part in the Pope's game. With several system screens around him, Kai thinks about the Black Star, since he knows it is the special class of the second run. But up to this point, he prioritized acquiring skills instead of dedicating himself to magic, so he questions how effective it will be. Even so, he decides to consume 1,500 points to acquire the skill Black Wind Jet, plus 500 points in the skill Black Thornstorm, plus 1,000 points in the skill Colors of the Abyss, plus 3,000 points in the skill Bonds of the Forest, and finally 5,000 points in the skill Austere Darkness. Thus, he keeps in mind that the opponent is a hero with high base attributes, in addition to the Arbiter class, whose abilities are unknown. Seeing Colette and Griselda injured, he concludes that there is no more time, since he needs to test his abilities while fighting. At that moment, Clemens asks if the MC is ready, and having said that, asks him to show his worth. Kai creates a magic circle and activates his Black Windjet skill, then makes it clear that the Pope should be prepared. Saying this, he advances at incredible speed over Clemens, who is impressed by the MC's ability. However, something crashes violently into the wall. The Pope asks what is happening and whether the MC still cannot control his abilities, until another explosion occurs, since the MC is using his other ability, the Birds of Night Smoke. Clemens goes on guard and soon attacks the shadowy birds that approach, but a huge curtain of smoke forms in the area, leaving the Pope worried, until Kai bursts out of the smoke with full force and charges straight at the Pope. Then, the MC activates the doppelganger, and as soon as the Pope attacks, he notices it is only an illusion of the MC, so he shouts that he is very tired of these childish tricks. Kai prepares his next attack, and, as soon as his skill grows more intense, activates the Dark Wave launch toward the Pope, who is forced to jump backward to avoid being hit. However, he notices that the attack continues to pursue him. Kai thinks it is proving difficult and that he will need a fatal blow. The Dark Wave manages to reach the Pope, and as soon as he is engulfed by the wave, he is quite surprised. Kai thinks it is his chance to deliver the final blow, and then thinks that he will be betting everything on the next strike. Then a black flame ignites within the Dark Wave and aims in the direction of the Pope. Kai activates the Abyssal Horn, creating a shadowy spike that even leaves the Pope frightened, as he sees a dark spike right before his feet. He then starts cursing the MC and tries with all his might to dissipate the wave's ability, but the MC loses control of his skill. Clemens comments that indeed, for a moment, he had high expectations, and having said that, he moves quickly and soon tries to strike the MC by surprise, who in turn blocks the attack. The Pope asks if this is all the MC has to offer, then applies more force to his strike, and says that if all of this comes down to the MC's second run, then he believes he is the strongest. Kai is thrown backward. Then, the Pope calls the MC and says that he does not seem to have mastered it yet, but that even so, it was a good result. Having said that, he thanks the MC. Kai takes a deep breath and replies that the Pope is right, since he does not think he can master this magic yet, but makes it clear that what he did is already good enough. Thus, a huge barrier surrounds the two of them. Clemens is intrigued by this. Kai activates his barrier-cutting magic and explains that this ability does not allow magic to pass through. Clemens comments that he understands, and that the supply of magic to Brionac has been cut off, which is quite clever. Kai emphasizes that now the Pope can no longer absorb magic from humans, but then thinks that, beyond the light attribute, this unlimited magical power is very dangerous, and that if he leaves the absorption, as it is, the lives of the population would be in danger, as well as that of his beloved Colette. At that moment, the Pope begins to clap, and Kai is intrigued by this. Clemens laughs and comments that the MC's magic is simply magnificent. However, he activates the power of his sword and makes it clear that the absorption he performed was already enough, so he does not need anything else. Kai realizes that the magical glow is still being maintained on the sword. Thus, he thinks he will stack attacks and create an opening, but keeps in mind that the next magic will consume a great deal of magical power. After channeling a vast amount of power, the MC creates his Black Star ability, a powerful dark magic. The Pope is intrigued for a brief moment, but soon starts laughing like a madman and says that the MC has surprised him once again. Kai does not like seeing how the Pope reacted upon witnessing his power, but he knows that with the skill he is about to unleash, if he manages to land a hit, he believes he should be able to defeat him. However, he is intrigued when he realizes that he cannot control it perfectly, since he clearly remembers the explanation he received when he acquired it, which was about magical power. At that moment, Clemens shouts that all of this is about hope, which leaves Kai intrigued. Then, the Pope continues shouting that he had been underestimating the MC, but emphasizes that he now needs to take this seriously as well. He then grips his sword firmly, and the glow intensifies even more. Clemens comments that he will reveal the true form of his sword, which leaves the MC even more intrigued, as he did not expect that. Thus, the Pope changes the form of his sword and it turns into a spear, and he soon prepares for the confrontation, but wants to know why the MC is not attacking, and whether, perhaps, he thinks he cannot deal with this. Kai continues trying to control his magic, and the Pope grows impatient and comments that this is the end, but wants to know if he has any last words. Having said that, he swiftly moves to the MC's side, who turns around at once but is attacked by the Pope, who comments that apparently the MC will do nothing in the end, and that, because of this, he will inherit his hope. Kai, while being attacked by the Pope's spear, tries to endure it, thinking that it is not the moment yet. Clemens prepares another attack and speaks of the inevitable spear of light, fired at those who bear the mark, then emphasizes that just thinking that the MC possesses this level of power is a sin. Thus, he activates the execution of light, and several attacks head toward the MC, who becomes terrified, knowing he will not be able to dodge this. And, just moments before being struck, he is surprised, as he sees another kind of power around the barrier. Meanwhile, outside, Merle asks everyone to hurry and leave the Holy Kingdom by order of the Demon Lord, and emphasizes to those who cannot walk to ask the nearest member of the demon tribe for help. But many people are extremely weak because their vital energy has been drained. Merle notices this and comments that the situation is very bad, as she believes that if their life force continues to be absorbed like this, people will start to be eliminated. One of the demon tribe members comments that they need to move them away from the center of the sacred capital, even if only a little. Then the enormous portal begins to open. Elsa appears with several people on her back, and she is very tired, just like the humans she is carrying. Sasha runs over to her and comments that her power is also being drained, and that, because of that, she should not push herself too hard. Elsa responds that no, and makes it clear that she will save many people, as she expects to be generously rewarded for it. Sasha comments that at this point, she is almost impressed. Elsa emphasizes that besides that, she no longer feels her power being drained, which leaves Sasha intrigued and wanting to know how that is possible. Meanwhile, inside the palace, Colette wonders if it has become a little easier, but when she tries to get up, she falls to her knees on the ground again and thinks that she needs to stay strong. Clemens wants to know if that is all the divine power the MC has, and as soon as Kai tries to make a move, he is impressed, since the Pope is attacking. Colette becomes very frightened as well, and screams, worried about her love. Then the mark on her wrist is activated, and she begins to feel intense pain. But even so, she tries to endure it to help her love. He is soon surrounded by Colette's magic, and, about to be attacked by the Pope, thanks to the buff he received, he manages to dodge, and soon begins to consider something in his mind. While dodging the other attacks, he notices that there are some droplets of blood floating, and that, at the same time, the attacks have begun to slow down. Then, after thinking it through, he concludes that everything is moving incredibly slower. While the MC is being attacked, Colette continues using her acceleration power. Kai turns to her and thinks that she should be at her limit, and seeing that she is holding firm, he thanks her, because he believes that without her, this would not be possible. Therefore, he releases his power and comments that he will not let this drag on any longer. With that said, he disappears, which leaves Clemens worried, wondering if the MC truly disappeared. Kai, while dodging the Pope's attacks with extreme agility, moves quickly to Clemens's back and then goes to the front of him without being noticed. As soon as the Pope realizes that Kai is right in front of him, he becomes very surprised. The MC advances with his increased speed, and Clemens becomes frightened when he realizes that his opponent's speed has suddenly increased. Kai grabs the Pope by his clothes and throws him toward the energy sphere. Clemens wants to know what Kai is planning to do, but he ends up colliding with the energy sphere, then looks back, worried, and then tries to move. Upon realizing that he is trapped, he begins to release power and shout that it is the same magic as before. The MC picks up his sword again and realizes that Colette's magic is dissipating, so he wonders if he had been accelerating on his own temporarily. Then he looks up and sees Clemens furious, but soon he starts to laugh and shout, wanting to know why Kai stopped attacking him and whether he thinks he has won the battle, then tells him to stop being naive. Kai does not like this at all. The Pope activates his power once again and emphasizes that he still has Brianak, and that if he simply hits Kai with all that magical power, he will be eliminated in an instant. The power begins to grow even stronger. Kai simply remains focused and reflects that the magical comet possesses an incredibly strong convergence property, since it is not a spell he can control, but if he uses that property against the Pope, he believes it might work. Clemens, in turn, continues strengthening the spear Brianak and shouts for the people to give more energy. Kai, while watching the Pope channel his power, thinks that the comet moves toward the strongest magical power, and that the greater the amount of magic, the stronger and faster the comet becomes. And as he had thought, the comet acts more strongly and more quickly, beginning to pull everything around it with even greater intensity. Kai comments to the Pope that his immense magical power was his own ruin. Colette finds this quite incredible, but the MC remains on alert, waiting to see if anything else will happen. Then the magic that was restraining Griselda is undone, and she falls to the ground. Colette becomes frightened and screams, warning Kai that her spell has dissipated. The MC runs over to them, saying that he thinks the spell that was preventing the Pope's recovery should have already been removed. The blonde starts trying to heal Griselda and asks him to leave her with her. And, after a few minutes, Griselda wakes up coughing a lot of ketchup. Very tired, Colette makes it clear that she will keep trying to heal Griselda, no matter the cost. But both of them are very tired. Even so, Colette does not give up, and, little by little, manages to heal Griselda, who in turn soon becomes surprised and comments that she is healed. Colette smiles when she realizes she succeeded, but due to exhaustion, she starts to feel like she is about to faint. Griselda screams, worried about the blonde. But before Colette falls to the ground, the MC catches her in his arms and comments that she must be at her absolute limit, thanking her for her efforts. Griselda then shouts, wanting to know what this means, since the Pope seems to be inside Ares' body. Kai nods, answering yes. He then goes to his brother's body, which the Pope had been controlling, and observes it for a while. After that, the next day, the humans of the kingdom and the demon tribe begin rebuilding the sacred capital. A big guy asks a human if he does not need more wood, and he replies that he does not, and thanks the big guy. Meanwhile, in the royal palace, the MC is meeting with the important figures. He comments that the citizens must have had their vital forces drained, and that therefore they should gather and send some healers and recovery potions. At that moment, the Holy King appears. Kai asks whether the old man's body is all right. He replies that it is, and that he heard Kai manage to defeat the Pope. Kai answers yes, which leaves the king quite surprised, commenting that it was as expected of the Demon Lord. Then one of the royal guards appears, calls for the MC, and reports that the Emergency Assistance Center will be completed soon, since the work of the Demon Tribe is wonderful. The king becomes intrigued upon hearing about the Demon Tribe. Kai explains that the Order of Knights and the Demon Lord's army are cooperating in building the facility, and therefore apologizes for doing so without the Holy King's permission, but emphasizes that once everything is resolved, he will take the Demon Tribe and withdraw immediately. The king thinks for a brief moment, then asks why, and then shouts excitedly, saying that he insists on showing his gratitude, since he and his people were saved, and the MC was also the only one who stopped the Pope's conspiracy. Kai is surprised by this unexpected turn from the Holy King, who soon after asks whether there is any specific food the MC likes, as he will arrange it immediately. With that said, he leaves the room saying that he cannot stay idle there either, since he needs to fulfill his role. And once again, thanks the MC. Kai breathes a sigh of relief, and the Royal Knight emphasizes that it is not only the Holy King, but everyone is grateful to the MC. Kai is happy to hear that. Meanwhile, outside, everyone is working at full speed cooperating in the reconstruction. Sasha comments that those who can use recovery magic should accompany her, as they are to heal people in order, starting with the most injured. While Merle uses her healing magic, a guy comments that she is doing well, and that he did not expect her to have talent for recovery magic. Merle becomes a little embarrassed, and says that she used to study it in the past, and that she is very happy to finally be able to be useful. However, she emphasizes that she would never have imagined the day would come when she would be treating Elsa, who in turn laughs while being healed and asks Merle not to say that, because in the end, they are all friends, which leaves her a little embarrassed, and unintentionally, she ends up making a mistake, causing Elsa to scream in pain. The feline simply watches from a distance, and the guy asks if this is not a bit complicated. He then comments that she was oppressed by humans and kept imprisoned by them, yet she is still helping them. Therefore, he emphasizes that he does not like helping humans because he feels a certain conflict, and he thinks it must be even worse for her, being from the demon tribe. She just keeps her head down without saying anything. Suddenly, a bunch of kids appear shouting, which surprises them both. The children run up to the feline and hug her, and she wonders what is going on. The children say they wanted to thank her, which leaves her even more confused, and they explain that she is the big sister who carried their unconscious father and also saved one of their mothers. Walter comments that even among humans, children are straightforward, but she remains speechless because she did not expect that. Meanwhile, Kai is watching from a distance and seeing everything that is happening. He smiles when he sees that they are getting along well. At that moment, the king appears among the people, and the MC immediately notices this, as do the other members of the demon tribe. The Holy King tells everyone that his holy kingdom suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the Demon King's army, and that, in addition, they were powerless before the Pope's attack. However, he emphasizes that they survived, and that all of this was thanks to Lord Kai's magnanimity, and therefore they will honor everyone's wishes and accept the demon tribe as their neighbors, which leaves everyone very surprised upon hearing this, especially the feline, who is treated as nothing by humans. The Holy King continues, saying that there may be complaints from both sides, but that if they join hands with one another, this can gradually become reality. Walter finds this incredible and comments that he would never have thought this would truly happen, then remembers the MC saying the same words. The king asks whether Kai agrees. He nods and says that he agrees. Thus, everyone celebrates a new beginning. The king turns and sees Angelica there, who immediately asks where Colette is. He is surprised by the question, but goes to his daughter and tells her to just rest. Then he informs her that Kai is taking care of her, since he believes there may be those who are pursuing the saint. Meanwhile, in the territory of Marquis Ostum, Colette is sleeping until she wakes up and is immediately happy, since she sees her beloved right beside her. She starts to cry, jumps on him, and hugs him. He pushes her away briefly and feels very happy to see that she is well. Then he calls Colette and says that they have to get married. She is surprised but soon smiles and hugs him. Meanwhile, in the underground of the castle, in the room where the MC was fighting the Pope, Griselda is standing there observing the enormous statue of the Demon Lord when Sasha arrives with more people, calls out to Griselda, and asks if something is bothering her. She is speechless as she looks at the statue in front of her. But soon, she turns around and replies that it is nothing and that Sasha should not worry about her. A guy asks whether the statue they are seeing is that of the evil god, because he would not have imagined it would be so enormous. Sasha asks Mateo if he is not an exorcist, and how he did not know that. He replies that accessing information about the evil god was a taboo, and that his knowledge on the matter is no different from hers. Mateo says that he understands and explains that they intend to extract information from the captured Pope and his Catholic devotees, but although he highly doubts it, they will speak. Sasha comments that he should have attained the position of exorcist because of the depth of his faith, and that Lord Kai also declared that he will no longer seek any help that forces him into direct hostility with the Holy Church, and that he mentioned that if he wishes, Mateo may abandon the mission. He replies that he wants to see for himself what is truly right. Sasha laughs and says that this is also a form of faith, and that Lord Kai will certainly be satisfied. Meanwhile, outside, Walter is collapsed on the ground from drinking so much, which surprises Merle, since it is rare to see Walter drink until he wipes out the table. With that said, she mentions that the wedding is about to begin. Walter asks what she means, and what wedding. Later, in a beautiful field of flowers, the MC is about to marry Colette. He thinks that his life was denied because of his class, and that he was abandoned even by his own flesh and blood, who should have been his allies, and that even the subjugation of the Demon Lord, the feat he managed to accomplish to restore his honor, was betrayed until the very last moment, and because of that, he was on the verge of giving up in the depths of despair. But he knew that he should have accepted his death and given up. Then, Colette appeared and changed all of that, and he would never have imagined that he could marry her. At this moment, both of them are very happy, as are all the members of the demon tribe and even the humans of the sacred capital. Kai makes it clear to Colette that he will protect her with his own life. She is happy to hear that, lowers her head, and then shouts that she will protect him as well, which leaves him very surprised. She makes it clear that she just protected him a few days ago, says that, and laughs a lot. He remains surprised, but soon laughs as well, and says that she is perfect. Then everyone around them starts laughing too. Walter, while continuing to drink, comments that this is even giving him heartburn, but emphasizes that if at least the world had become like this earlier, he thinks things would have been very different, and seeing humans and demons having fun together, he comments that maybe that guy should not have been eliminated. The Holy King goes up to a man and comments that Kai is a great son-in-law. The man does not like hearing that at first, but tells the king that he was mistaken, because he believes that indeed, the MC is the right man. And seeing how excited they are, he comments that apparently his daughter is very happy. Colette notices her father watching her contentedly and feels happy about it. Then the king shouts, asking them to fire the celebratory cannons. Immediately, the mages begin firing several beams of light into the sky to celebrate the wedding. And as soon as the wedding ends, Kai thanks everyone and asks them to enjoy themselves as much as possible. Griselda shouts happily that now she will celebrate. Kai laughs and thanks her because she was a great help. As he pats her head, she makes it clear that he should definitely be very grateful. He replies that yes. However, when she sees Lord Kai leaving with Colette, she feels something strange. And as all her excitement fades away, Merle comments that the two of them look very good together, which makes Griselda feel something very strange again when she hears that, and she soon becomes sad, and Sasha notices it. Elsa comments to Sasha that this is because of the MC again. The blonde runs over to Elsa and asks her to stop saying that. Walter becomes intrigued by this, goes over to Griselda, and Elsa and Sasha become frightened about what he might say to Griselda, but he only asks her to cheer up, and when he places his hand on her shoulder, he is surprised by an attack and becomes very startled. She apologizes and says that she did not mean to do that. With that said, she runs off, saying that she will step away for a moment. Sasha shouts, asking where Lady Griselda is going, and Elsa comments that Griselda is apparently indeed very much in love. Meanwhile, the MC is giving a bracelet to his beloved, and as soon as he puts it on her arm, she becomes happy. Meanwhile, Walter is looking at the wound on his hand caused by Griselda until a drop of blood falls onto some roses below him. A few days later, in demon territory, the residents are working until one of them asks why they do not take a break. Then, he looks ahead and comments that a few months have already passed since the current demon lord took control, and that things have certainly become peaceful. With that said, he comments to himself that Kai has his eternal gratitude. Meanwhile, in the palace, Gale says that he came there, to the demon lord's castle, because he was summoned, and that he does not believe he cannot prepare the 100 million gold they promised. Kai asks him not to worry. Gale comments that he is impressed, because the MC truly invaded the sacred capital to recover his woman. Colette thanks Gale for the cooperation, and emphasizes that, thanks to him, she is back with her beloved. The big guy points out that this was already expected of the man who caught his attention, but makes it clear that he will not lower the price by a single gold coin. Then the MC throws several gold coins onto the table and leaves Gale stunned, unable to believe the amount of gold coins in front of him. Kai comments that he should consider it as a precaution. Gale says that this was already expected of the eldest son of a Marquis family, but the MC replies that no, and explains that this is not the wealth of the Marquis family. Then, he becomes embarrassed when he hears someone shouting, clamoring for money, and asking where it is. Gale asks what that is about. In a room, Elsa's vaults have been completely emptied, and she is incredulous to see that her money is gone. The MC replies to Gale that this is a private matter and asks him not to worry about it. He laughs and says that he supposes the details do not matter, but wants to know what happened to the little girl who was with the MC the last time he was there. Kai says that apparently he is talking about Griselda, who is elsewhere registering some merchandise. She continues writing everything down without letting anything slip. Then some guys from afar comment that she is pretending to read as if she were someone important, since they know that the demon tribe cannot read, and say they need to stash some things in their pockets and go back home. She does not like hearing this at all, so she promptly asks a guard to capture them. Then she explains that they are the ones who were stealing goods during transport. As a result, they are taken away to be judged. Sasha is happy for Lady Griselda, and Walter asks how she knew. Griselda explains that the numbers did not match what was written in the books, and that there were also several items that matched the stolen goods in the reports. One of the demon tribe members points out that Lady Griselda is indeed quite intelligent, but Sasha scolds him, saying that this is no way to speak to Lady Griselda, and emphasizes that she is from the most prestigious family among the prestigious, as she is the daughter of the former demon lord. So she asks what kind of upbringing he thinks she received. With that said, while Griselda continues making the reports, Sasha goes on to say that there is nothing surprising about it, since Griselda is the very definition of brilliance. But she soon asks Sasha to stop, because she thinks she is already exaggerating too much. Then she comments that she thinks she will go to the soldiers' training. Sasha replies that that is fine, and says she will go along. As Griselda goes up the stairs, the guy who was scolded comments that Lady Griselda always seems so energetic. Sasha says she supposes so, but the guy, seeing Sasha's expression, asks if something is wrong. A bit awkwardly, she replies that no. Meanwhile, Griselda is climbing the stairs and reflecting, thinking that it might be better to make inspections at the checkpoint stricter, and that she would like to know if she should consult Lord Kai. Then she runs into more work and thinks that she is indeed quite overloaded. In addition, she is worried about whether she is really being useful to the MC, since she thinks that being sent back and forth probably means that she is not suited for any of this. But she soon concludes that, in order to continue supporting Lord Kai, she needs to become capable of handling all of this. Then she hears someone saying something about her, and thinks that it sounds like Balrog's voice. immediately wondering if he is arguing. Meanwhile, the MC is talking with the big guy, who in turn wants to know what the MC is thinking, since he sent Lady Griselda from one place to another and is treating her as if she were only doing household chores. Outside the room, she wonders if Balrog is really mentioning her name. The MC makes it clear to the big guy that he is misunderstanding things. With that said, he explains that Griselda is excellent, and while she is outside listening to everything, Kai continues saying that the reason the demon territory has become peaceful, and the reason humans and the demon tribe can still maintain a relationship, is all thanks to Griselda's hard work, which leaves her very embarrassed upon hearing this. Just like the big guy Balrog, the MC points out that he was the one who initially created the flow for the reconstruction of the territory, but makes it clear that the one who undoubtedly accelerated things was Griselda. In addition, clashes were frequent when trade with the Holy Kingdom began, but the Demon Lord's army centered around her maintained public order, and at present not even bandits appear. With that said, he praises Griselda, saying that she is an indispensable existence, which in turn makes her feel very good to know that her lord thinks this way. Kai says that because of this, he is no longer needed there, which leaves Balrog confused, wanting to know what he means. The MC says that he is thinking about leaving the Demon Lord's castle, which leaves Griselda very surprised to hear about such a decision from her lord. Balrog is also shocked by this, and immediately wants to know what the MC is trying to say. Kai says that he is renouncing the Demon Lord's throne. Griselda, outside the room, is completely devastated upon learning this, with no reaction at all. Balrog wants to know if the MC is really going to abandon the Demon Lord's throne. He nods and replies that yes, and the big guy becomes furious, wanting to know if he understands what he went through to reach the proud throne. Balrog makes it clear that after accepting the humans, it is not for the MC to say something so imprudent, since the reconstruction of the Demon Kingdom is finally on track. Kai comments that this is exactly why he will be abandoning the throne. Then he explains that if he passes it on, now is the right time while things are growing, since he knows it will also be easier to promote Griselda's achievements, because for the story of the demons rebuilding their lands, it is much better if the legitimate successor assumes the throne. Griselda keeps listening to the two of them talk, and Balrog wants to know what the human king will think if the Demon Lord changes. The MC says that he has already settled things with the Sacred King, and that, because of that, he thinks it is the perfect time to renounce. Griselda hears all of this and remains paralyzed, unable to even speak or do anything. Balrog tries to say something, but he is interrupted by the MC, who asks the big guy to wait a moment. Then he goes to the door, and as soon as he opens it, he sees no one, but comments that he could swear someone had been listening to everything. Griselda had already left. Meanwhile, Sasha is talking to one of the members of the demon tribe, and, while trembling all over, she comments that apparently it is getting cold there. She is surprised when she hears that they will receive reports about the harvests from several regions. And when she goes outside, she sees several carts loaded with food. Sasha is quite surprised, commenting that it is an incredible amount. A woman from the demon tribe laughs and comments that it was a grand and unprecedented harvest, since humans and demons exchanged techniques for the first time, and that all of this is thanks to the disappearance of the barrier between demons and humans. Having said that, the woman emphasizes that everyone's life is much better than before, and that she is very grateful for it. Sasha smiles and says that she understands. Then a man calls for Lady Sasha and informs her that it is almost time for the council. She replies that she knows and that she will attend. However, the rabbit from the demon tribe comments that they have not seen Lady Griselda in the last few days. Sasha says that maybe she is not feeling well and is just resting in recovery, but she is intrigued by it. A few minutes later, after everyone gathers for the meeting, the MC thanks them all for attending. Then he comments that he heard about each of their notable efforts, since Walter established order, and Elsa gathered the ruffians and greatly strengthened the regular army. Merle solved medical problems in all regions, and Melty facilitated trade. As for Sasha, he heard that she dealt with food supply issues. He then makes it clear that the subjugation of the Western demons, once considered impossible, was achieved by Balrog, and that because of this, the demon territory was not only rebuilt, but is developing like never before, and that the greatest contributor to this was Griselda, and that there is no end to talking about her achievements. But he wants to know why she is not there. However, since there is much to say, the MC continues explaining things, and, after some time, he makes it clear that this concludes the policy from now on, but he thinks he especially wanted to speak with Griselda. Then he tells everyone that he expects great things from them. They bow and promise that they will do everything possible for the Demon Kingdom to continue prospering. Kai looks to the side and thinks that he is indeed worried about Griselda, and that he thinks he will check how she is. As he walks through the castle, he thinks that maybe he has put too much weight on her lately. Then he is surprised when he hears someone shouting no several times, and, realizing that it is Griselda's voice, he wonders if she is talking to someone on the other side of the door. Kai hears Griselda saying that Colette is not to blame, and then Griselda asking how the person she is talking to can say something so absurd, and soon asks the person to stop, because that is not what she wants. Kai becomes confused and asks if Griselda is all right. She becomes nervous and asks what he wants. The MC feels a bit embarrassed and comments that he is worried about her condition and that he heard some voices. From inside, she replies that it is nothing and that it is because she has not fully recovered yet, then asks him not to worry. Kai keeps insisting, wanting to know if she is all right, because if something is wrong, she should tell him. Griselda makes it clear that at the moment, she wants to be alone. The MC takes a deep breath and replies that it is fine. When he returns to his room, Colette wants to know if he found out how Griselda is doing. Kai shakes his head, answering that he did not. The blonde comments that she is worried because when she passed by Griselda earlier, she had an aggressive expression, so she wants to know if he has any idea what it could be. Kai replies that he does not, and Colette comments that she thinks he does not need to rush, since they can wait for Griselda to recover first. He replies that yes, and that he hopes things will settle soon. After a few days, the MC is doing his work as Demon Lord, and as soon as he starts coughing, he reflects that he has also been getting sick easily, and that, because of that, he thinks he will not be able to overdo it much. Then he sees the door opening and sees that it is Griselda with a strange look, so he immediately wants to know if she is all right, because judging by her skin, he thinks she is not very well. Griselda calls for her lord, and he wants to know what it is. She replies that it is not that she hates him, but that him, the queen, and his successor, all being human becomes a matter of pride for the demon kingdom, which could become a barrier to true equality. Kai becomes confused by this and asks what she is talking about. In a bizarre tone of voice, Griselda comments that he has already done more than enough and that his role is over, so she suggests that he should take a vacation with his beloved. The MC is surprised by this and asks her to wait a moment, but Griselda orders him to hand over the Demon Lord's throne. Meanwhile, in the castle prison, Mateo is watching over Ares, who in turn comments that the magical power he is feeling is something bad, so he wants to know if he is still alive. Mateo wants to know what magical power Ares is talking about, since Pope Clemens is already gone. Ares, completely exhausted, comments that he had already said during the interrogation that the vessel for the evil god is ready. Mateo, while doing his duty, wants to know what Ares is talking about. Then he is surprised to hear Ares calling him and says that he thinks now it may be too late. And meanwhile, Griselda, with her completely different expression, is leaving the MC intrigued and without knowing what is happening to her. Now, back in the prison, Ori shouts, asking Mateo to eliminate Griselda immediately,